All right, let's get to it. There's so much happening in the world. Brad Lander cuffed by ICE. Trump keeps threatening Iran. I don't know if he actually will do it. Like, I don't know. This morning, last night after I ended the broadcast, I was thinking like, maybe it's just big talk. Maybe it's just big talk saying like America's going to join. America's going to join. Right? But I don't know. I mean, I go back and forth. I go back and forth on it where I'm like, maybe this is just what is going on. He's just like doing the big talk movement. He's just not going to do it. He's just saying he will, but who knows? Brad Lander cuffed by ICE. Trump keeps threatening Iran. Israel's war is unpopular. Will this brick MAGA fucking taco law? I don't want to even entertain the taco shit when it comes to going to war with Iran and potentially kickstarting World War III. Okay? I mean, that's like, I know we say like, haha, taco Trump, but like low key, it's good. I hope he chickens out of this. Okay? This is good for the entire planet. He chickens out of this. This is good for the planet. All right? We don't want this. We don't want this shit. Nobody wants this shit. You don't want this shit. Let's be real. Brad Lander cuffed by ICE. Yeah, Bernie endorses Zoran and so much more. Get in now. Yeah, don't say Trump always chickens out. What are you, Chuck Schumer? You know? Chuck Schumer is like, Mr. President, if you don't tell us if you're doing a side deal with Iran to not bomb them, that's kind of lame. What are you, gay? Well, taco Trump. I hate this shit. I hate it. All right, let's get started. First and foremost, also, do we have the playlist? Why would Trump sending troops to Iran trigger World War III? I mean, listen, World War III is where battle lines are defined in one pole of the world, one plank of the world being China and the other one being America. Clearly, all of the Western liberal nations are on board with American dominance and the continuation of American dominance. They like it. They totally are on board with it. They want it. They also are very bloodthirsty. Shouts out to the fucking Germans, especially. Germans are baying for blood, it feels like. I would have never thought in my lifetime that I would see the Germans that post World War II that like seemingly were pacified. They were like polite versions of the Nazis that they used to be. Turn around and start talking about in the lamest and nerdiest ways, like, we must immediately go into war with Iran. Yeah, this is very important. This is the most important thing. Also, we hate that there are so many refugees in our country as a consequence of America's destabilization in the region. But also, we love the blood. We love the bloodshed. I'm Israel Chai. Yeah, I love the bloodshed. I want the murder. I want the murders. We need the murders. We love it. We love it. I love being the liberal and doing the murders all over, yeah. Oh, meine Industrie. Yeah. Friedrich Merz said Israel is doing the dirty work for the West in an interview today. No, I know. That's what I'm referencing. Yeah, Israel is doing the dirty work for the West. It's defending the West. Yeah. It's crazy. It's like, bro, know your fucking place. Like, it hasn't even been 100 years since you did the fucking Holocaust, man. Why are you so excited to do Holocaust 2? I mean, you already are watching a Holocaust 2 unfold and you're defending it, but you also like directly want your hands to be bloodied. Right now it's indirectly bloodied, but you're like, I want the hands to have the more blood. I love it. Anyway, that's where we're at with fucking, that's where we're at with the world. But the reason why it's going to turn into World War III is because, again, Iran is a deeply important strategic asset, both for oil and energy production for China, but also a stabilizing force in the region for Chinese interests, as opposed to the rest of the region that is completely dominated and servile to American interests. So they don't want, I don't think that China wants Iran to fall by the wayside and turn into another like serious situation, right? Because what happened to Syria and how Syria falling was consequential for Iran. And Iran falling would be consequential for China. This is why I think it's like a World War III style situation. MSM really isn't talking about the potential for China's involvement because China is the most restrained and the most like cold, calculated, pragmatic country out there to a fault. They got crazy weapons too. They got good tech, crazy weapons. Time to defend your assets. You know what I mean? That's what I think. But in any case, Donald Trump has been going fucking nutty mode, talking big shit on the timeline. And that's obviously what we're going to start off with today, because that's just the way politics runs nowadays. As you know, yesterday, he urged the evacuation of Tehran, which is an incredibly large city. I believe it's like, by some estimates, people say like there's like 12 million people. Some people say even more. There's in the greater metropolitan area, there's like at least 9 million people. You are not going to be able to evacuate 9 million, 15 million in the metro area. You're just not going to be able to do that. And people have been locked in. Some people have already started moving out of Tehran, and there's nowhere to really go. Because where are you supposed to go? They don't have gas. Israel hit the largest oil depot in Tehran already. So people are having a hard time getting gas, and people are having a hard time leaving the city to begin with. And Donald Trump is over here making threats like he's going to assassinate every single person. Like they're just going to drop a nuke on Tehran or something. It's so psychotic. It's so insane. Like Americans, we do not understand this feeling. We will never understand this feeling because there is no force as powerful and as like there's no force on the planet that can threaten us in the same exact way. Not even China cannot, at least right now, cannot threaten us in the exact same way, where they've like designed the entire rules of warfare and international rules and law and order to suit their purpose and can strike and do genocidal things with impunity. Like there's no comparison, which is why we can't comprehend what it's like to have like normal people have no say in what happens in their own lives. Something that Donald Trump might be saying simply because he thinks it gives him an upper hand in this negotiations process is ultimately so consequential for millions of people. It's terrifying. I hope you guys can maybe close your eyes for a brief moment and recognize the humanity of the Iranian people and recognize how devastating this kind of statement is without simply talking about how big, bold, and brave and beautiful our big, beautiful president is. Because like a lot of Americans are so callous in their indifference to dignity, to the dignity of human life when it's overseas, when it's supposedly a civilian population of a foreign adversary. You know? All Iran had to do was not build nukes, though. Not justifying this, but their government isn't innocent either. You're a fucking idiot. First of all, Iran hasn't built nukes. They should have built nukes. They literally should have built nukes. Because if Iran had built nukes, Donald Trump couldn't say, Tehran, clear out. So ironically, it is actually the government's incompetence, I would say, that has caused them to try and play ball with America and play ball with the Western world over and over again, as the Western world has fucking slapped them around. Can Donald Trump tweet out, Moscow, clear out? No, obviously not. And Moscow and Russia has done a metric ton of damage to Ukraine. So why can't Donald Trump say, hey, Kremlin, clear out? Why can't they say, hey, DPRK, clear out? Pyongyang, clear out? Why can't they say that? Oh, that's right, because they have nukes. Okay? That's it. You got to have nukes. If you want to have sovereignty outside of the sphere of NATO influence, outside of the sphere, the protective banner of the West. And by the way, ironically, when you are in the NATO protective banner, you don't have any sovereignty. Look at Turkey. Okay? You got nothing. So yeah, it actually is an issue for Iran that they don't have nukes. They should have. They should have. If they did, the region would be more stable. Yeah, they have no nukes. They've been 3 years away for 35 years because they're not building them. Anyone who's buying this narrative is either politically illiterate or one of the new age conservative Zoomers too young to know the history. I know. Iran has been 3 seconds to midnight on the nuke stuff for the past 35 years, chatters. If they wanted to make them, they could have. You think the DPRK you think that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea were able to literally withstand a famine in the process, like one of the most devastating famines of all time, and then at the same time develop a nuclear program and engage in the enrichment of uranium before Iran could? Do you know how connected Iran is to the rest of the world as opposed to the DPRK? Do you know how, Iran has colleges, academics, people that actually, regardless of the government being treated as a foreign adversary, people, free travel all around the world, espionage capabilities. If Iran wanted to make nukes, they would have made them by now. And honestly, they probably should have made them by now. I think a lot of people are maybe too young or too oblivious to the reality of how this like nuclear proliferation conversation has gone on. When a country, I joke, there's the Hasanabi doctrine, but it's a joke, but it's also real, okay? What do I always say? For nation building, the Hasanabi doctrine for nation building, we joke, we fucking present it as a meme, but like it's real, right? Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if Western powers claim you have nukes, drop everything and get nukes immediately. Because once they say you have nukes, even if you don't have them, if you don't ever get them, that means they're just going to destroy you. Ukraine is a great example of a country that gave up its nukes. Look at what's going on with Ukraine. Libya is a country that cast aside any sort of like ambition for nuclear proliferation, and America still claimed that they had nukes, and they didn't. And look at Libya now. Iraq, WMDs. Oh, they have yellow cake, enriched uranium, WMDs. We have to go in and we have to check it out. Iraq didn't have nukes. I say this as someone who is an advocate for denuclearization universally. I mean, nuclear power as an energy grid is fine. You guys have bullied me too much, and that's okay. I'm on board with nuclear power plants. But as far as like nuclear weapons goes, I'm anti-nuke. Okay. I think no one should have nukes, but as long as nuclear proliferation continues and the West basically bullies every country that doesn't have nukes without any sort of scrutiny, without any sort of pushback whatsoever, you need nukes. All right, let's get to the State Department press briefing real quick. I believe it's starting soon, right? Here's what yellow cake press conference. Okay, stop. Actually, send me the State Department. I don't care about Jon Stewart's statement. Send me the link for the press department, please.
Not have a nuclear weapon. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also stated that fact as he has traveled the world working to implement President Trump's vision of peace and security. That statement has also been uttered from this podium many times. The fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon is clear. As the White House reminds us, since taking office, President Trump has clearly stated no fewer than a dozen times that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, for anyone who's unclear on that fact. President Trump has made the same pledge no
Guys,
fewer
you don't
than
understand.
40
America
times
first and being a
before
peaceful
taking
dove
office.
actually
Even
meant
as far
doing the
back as
exact same thing that
2011.
previous administrations
One of
have
the
done,
highest priorities of the Trump
which is to go to war with
administration's
Iran.
safety and security
America
of the
first
American
actually
people.
means
To that end,
doing a
the
decapitation
Department of
strike on the
State has
supreme leader of
established a
Iran.
Middle
America
East
first
task
actually
force
means
to
like
help coordinate
violating
support for US citizens,
violating any sort of isolationist principle that we might have actually run a campaign on.
The task force is operating 24 hours a day. Over the past week, to help keep U.S. citizens informed, we have issued more than 30 security alerts to countries in the region and updated the travel advisories for Iraq and Israel. We remind U.S. citizens not to travel to Israel or Iraq and not to travel to Iran under any circumstances. We continue to monitor the complex and rapidly evolving situation on the ground as we continue to assess and address the needs of U.S. citizens. We urge all U.S. citizens to regularly visit travel.state.gov for the latest travel advisories and security updates, and to enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, also known as STEP, to receive timely alerts and guidance from the State Department. For Americans needing assistance, and there we have a bit of the website there for you, call +1 202 501 4444. That number again is +1 202 501 4444. If you're on that website, you can also click on that red box. It will take you to a page where you can search for the embassy of your interest, where you are, where you would like to connect to be able to get help from the embassy in the country where you are.
Yeah, unless you're in Israel, in which case the Israeli government doesn't want you to.
U.S. Embassy.
Yeah, I know Trump leaked Mike Huckabee's text message. I read this morning. What an insane screenshot. I didn't even know you could screenshot something this long. I don't know how Trump screenshotted this.
A rapidly evolving dynamic, but to conclude the topper here today, I want to recognize the State Department and other U.S. government teams around the world working under threat on behalf of the American people, particularly those in Israel and Ukraine, who spent another night sheltering in bunkers as they came under attack. Our priority is the safety of Americans overseas and here at home. It is the priority of Secretary Marco Rubio. It is the priority of everyone who works in this building, and the thousands of American citizens who work anonymously and whom you will never see, who are working in embassies and consulates around the world and working with those local nations to be there for American citizens and to help facilitate American diplomacy. Our priority is the safety of Americans, yes, here at home, but also overseas. We thank all of those working on behalf of the American people, all of you watching from home and from around the world. We thank you, and for everyone around the nation, we know and honor your work as we begin another briefing here, ready to take your questions. All right. Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Yes, hi.
By the way, notice how the State Department press briefings are damn near identical in their response to the previous State Department, regardless of how different things are.
It's going to help Americans potentially leave the
Okay.
region.
My goats are there.
Repatriated,
Goat.
Depending on the countries that they're in.
I guess
And,
Prem
any
is
more
Prem
detail
not
you can
there.
get
I
on.
don't see him.
Right. Well,
I guess they revoked Zeteo's press credentials. This is live. Yeah.
There is always things that I can't say to you. And yet we have a long back and forth. Sometimes we have a little bit of a debate. I won't engage in that today. My responses will be perhaps a bit quicker than usual, and I'll be moving around more quickly to reach as many of you as I can. There will be less that I can answer for you because of the circumstances that we're dealing with around the world. So it is, just want you to know, it's not personal, but we're working on certain things like the task force as an example. The task force is a group of people who are working, taking the calls of people, of American citizens around the world, making sure that they get connected with what they may need in that region. I won't go into the details of all that the task forces do, of course, but it's about information, making sure people here at the State Department and people that we get the information we need, but also people around the world, American citizens, get directed to the information that they may need as well. So I'll leave it at that, but this is something that the State Department does when there's a situation that requires it, and this is one of those times.
Tammy, I'm sorry. Could I just ask
Sure,
about the
Matt,
phone
sure,
number?
of course.
That phone number that you get, if you call that number, which I can do right now, who do you get?
You get an individual who is
Task force or?
no, you don't get the task force. That phone number is a general phone number. The task force is busy, but it is a separate unit that is established to take the calls to assist American citizens who call to the embassies. Particularly, you're going to be referred to embassies who can help you get what it is you need. So good question. Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, Andrea.
Just a quick question. There's some specific consular needs. One in particular that I'm aware of, and there may be more than one, is an American citizen in Iran. where there is no embassy, no consulate. Would that be the Swiss protectorate? Would there be other options? Is consular affairs give any advice as to what to do about Americans right now stuck in?
I can't
bad
speak to any
places?
advice or information regarding individuals in Iran at this point.
And what about American Israelis or Israeli Americans either wanting to come out or wanting to get back home? LL, I believe, has resumed flights in some small measure.
Why is
for
she
people who-
there?
You know, some people have kids in Israel and they were visiting the States. And there are American citizens. Is there anything that they can do? Where should they call this number?
Well, obviously, if you know, and we encourage every American, when you travel, is to contact your local embassy. or consulate, let them know you're
Mitchell's
there.
is like
Make sure
a
you know where
super
they are,
high-level
have those
CNN
numbers, and
commentator
that's what I would recommend, no matter
who
who it
normally
is,
would
is
not
know where
play
those,
the function of
entities are.
of a national security reporter, like a State Department reporter, but
They will answer their phone.
MSNBC. Sorry, MSNBC. So this is like, they don't send people like her normally to State Department briefings. It is quite bizarre that she's there. Yeah, she's married to Alan Greenspan. Like, this is like a super OG, longtime reporter, solid track record. I wouldn't say solid track record, but like, when you're a reporter and you get to the point of high level commentator, you don't actually sit through these press briefings. Okay, it's like, is Jake Tapper there? No. Do you understand what I mean? It's like sending Jake Tapper there. Someone said solid. Oh, she stepped down from anchor chair on MSNBC and is now a correspondent for NBC. She got demoted?
Well, I'm certainly not going to characterize what President Trump says or tweets.
Yeah, she's
for that.
also, unsurprisingly, very pro-Israel. It's like sending Wolf Blitzer. Yeah. So like all these guys obviously at a certain point were, loyal little soldiers in the media that did like their quote unquote journalism. They did their reporting only to get elevated to the highest status. The highest status in the media is like when you become like a New York Times op-ed writer, or when you become, or when you basically become a commentator, like with your own show, with your name associated with it.
Worked to stop peacefully through diplomacy. That has been his commitment. And he wants these things, as he said about a number of situations, not for a month or 6 months, but durable ends to this nature of forever wars. And that has been his posture, and that's his posture now.
Okay, I have an easier follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people...
I'll take a hard one, too. I'd say.
How many people so far have contacted U.S. missions in Israel or elsewhere, American citizens?
I'm losing my mind. Stop asking about American citizens being allowed to leave Israel. Oh my God. That is, sure, it's relevant, but it's the least relevant part of this. Please ask about what the administration is planning to
I will not
do.
discuss
Please
in that
prod
regard.
some
Yes, ma'am.
questions. Why are tankers moving into the region? Why are there bombers in the region? Does Donald Trump need congressional authorization? We know the answer, but at least it's important to have it on the record.
I know that our commitment is to the safety and security of Americans around the world. All right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Tammy, would the U.S. government like to see a regime change in Iran?
First of all, I'm certainly not going to remotely address that. It would require me to speculate or speak on behalf of the president, which I will not do. What we've seen, though, is clear, is months and repeated statements that all he wants is a peaceful world. His activity and the nature of the action.
Yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Everybody knows this. Israel wants regime change. America wants regime change. They want it. The point is, will they try to get it by doing a decapitation strike? Who will they actually try to put in the position of power? Will a decapitation strike be successful?
What he wishes for, what
Okay. All right. I'm cutting this. This fucking briefing is so stupid. Okay. These press briefings are always bad. They are not designed to give you actual information. They're designed for the State Department to lie. And I just wanted to show you how the similarities are between like the previous one with, Matt Miller, who now considers what Israel's doing is war crimes or whatever, as opposed to what is going on currently. Yap Miller. Trump's desire to handle the escalating conflict in the Middle East diplomatically is waning. Officials familiar with the ongoing discussions tell CNN Trump is growing increasingly warm to using U.S. military assets to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. This is basically the same fucking holding position, the holding pattern that we've been in. As I said yesterday, and I will keep repeating over and over again, the situation is basically identical to Iraq. Okay, it is identical to Iraq. We are at the precipice of a fake reason, fake justification, WMDs, fake pretext to go and wage war in an even larger country with an even more powerful military, in mountainous territory that is basically designed geographically to be like a natural castle, that will be incredibly costly in terms of human life and human casualties in Iran, first and foremost, and then also for American troops as well. This is Iraq War 2.0 coming from the guys who claimed that they were anti-neocon, coming from the administration that successfully ran and won, positioning themselves as antagonistic to the Iraq War. But this time it's different. That's where we're at. Now, I don't know. I don't know if they will continue along with this ambition or if they're just simply doing like the Trump madman doctrine, which has happened in the past as well with like Qasem Soleimani's assassination, for example. Trump does something absolutely insane that under normal conditions would be considered a severe violation of another country's sovereignty. But then there is not much response from said country, this time Iran again. And then they get back to the bargaining table or whatever. And the only reason why this has worked so far is because of the unimaginable power that America has in the region, unimaginable power it has in terms of like doing damage to the civilian population, and the lack of appetite from countries like Iran to kill their whole fucking population, like throw their population in the field of fire under American munitions. That is the only thing that has stopped. Iran's restraint is the only thing that has stopped World War III from unfolding, and it's not because of the brilliant calculations of Donald Trump. It's almost identical to like the way that Kissinger operated, bullying all of these other smaller countries and just like brutalizing them over and over again, pummeling them, doing a fuck ton of war crimes in Asia. Knowing full well that there was no retaliation that America would ever meet. The only major difference between what's unfolding right now and 2003, however, is that there is one, no 9/11 component. Two, we're living in the post anti-Iraq war meta, where Americans like recognize the war on terror as being overwhelmingly a failure, right? And on top of that, I would say that we have tremendous economic instability, which I think plays a role in Americans not feeling as patriotic, or the Western world in general, not feeling as patriotic about their countries, like not feeling as though they are willing to go and serve in the military to like defend Western nations or whatever. It's like they can't pay rent. Why the fuck? Like most people, if you ask like Gen Z, they're like, "Oh, would you serve in the American military? Or would you serve in the British military?" And they're like, "I'm not gonna die for someone else's wars. Like, why would I do that? I can't even pay fucking rent." And on top of that, there's tremendous enmity towards Israel. There's tremendous anger and resentment towards Israel in the public's eye. Politicians are united on defending Israel, but the American population even is not so united. It's one of the most common metas right now is like, I'm not dying for Israel. I'm not dying for Israel. That's like the rallying call of an entire generation. So when you look at that, when you look at the situation with deep economic volatility, deep uncertainties about people's futures, anger and resentment, and try to slap on a additional war that is even more costly than the previous wars that America is engaged in that are deeply unpopular. I don't know if Americans will be on board with this. I feel like this could potentially destabilize the entire Western world if implemented. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe America will find a way to fucking nip this in the bud and have this like full-throated pro-war propaganda that they've been pummeling, that they've been pumping out on every outlet right now. They've been doing that. They've been doing that nonstop. If you notice, like CNN and New York Times is damn near identical with the way that you hear commentary from Fox News on this stuff. There are very few outspoken anti-war people out there. You got some crazies on the right. Some of the most like crazy MAGA people are coming out against it. But then also you got like the AOCs and the Thomas Massey and the Republican Party and the Bernie Sanderses of the Democrats that are coming out against it. But overall, Democrats and Republicans, especially at the highest levels of the party, are fully on board with escalating this conflict and moving in to Iran. You are genuinely stupid if you think the whole world will end because you acting like it's the combined 7-hour invasion of Earth, which was worse. You act like you're the leftist tough guy. You would not last a single second in City 17 and nobody is crazy except the people you hired to ban for you. You act like this is the combined 7-hour invasion of Earth. You would not last a single second in City 17. Do you think Half-Life 2 is real life? Anyway. All right. But yeah, let's get back to it. President Trump urges evacuation of Tehran as the Iran-Israel conflict
We're going to
deepens.
begin with Israel stepping up its bombing of Iran and a blunt new warning from President Trump, all while Iran continues to just fire back. Iranian missiles hit an Israeli city this morning after Israel's warplanes attacked targets in Iran's capital, including its state-run broadcaster. More Iranians are fleeing their homes. Take a look at these pictures of the cars just leaving in droves. Trump is urging them to go with an online post saying everyone should immediately evacuate. Deborah Patta is in Tel Aviv. Deborah, the situation certainly seems to be...
Ken Leakenstein with new reporting coming out fresh off the presses. Trump has secretly greenlit regime change in Iran. Worst kept secret of all time, by the way. Israel wants regime change. The U.S. is fine with that, sources say. Donald Trump is lying almost about everything regarding Israel and Iran. Trump knew what Israel was going to attack Iran, knew the basic outlines of the strategy, and implicitly gave the U.S. okay. Trump also quietly and enthusiastically embraces Israel's unstated goal of regime change. Two high-level U.S. officials involved in the internal discussions tell me Trump hasn't officially approved anything, hasn't committed anything to paper, and hasn't signed off on any specific act. But in the dance of phone calls and back channel messages and things said and not said, the two countries found agreement. Trump has given Israel the green light by not saying no. They're calling it the yellow card or the yellow light. They're saying it's not a green light, it's not a red light, it's a yellow light, which means basically functionally whatever Israel wants to do, you can do. We're not going to say no. This is the world of statecraft at the highest level where leaders say one thing and do another. This is not for, yes, sirens in Jordan. I know. It's red alert in northern Israel. They're going to bomb Haifa again. I know. When it happens, we'll cover it. Okay, calm down. This is not only for deniability's sake or to intentionally mislead. The public. It's just the way of the world that includes a set of rules and workarounds that allow leaders to never be frank. There are massive risks involved in Israel's campaign and in America's implicit support, but in the ways of national security, we just don't get to discuss them. It all started during the Biden administration. The two knowledgeable insiders tell me when Israel first pitched America on the campaign playing out now, fearing escalation and things spinning out of control, fearing the United States getting dragged in, fearing Iranian civilian deaths, Biden vetoed Israel's plan, that is, under the table and off the record, in the shadow world of deniable diplomacy. Washington's lack of assent meant that direct action to operate outside the context of Hamas were off the table. Instead, Israel in 2024 carried out a spate of assassinations of extremely high-level adversaries. First, Israel killed Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Then they bombed an Iranian embassy building in Damascus, killing high-ranking Iranian generals. For the record, all of these things that happened under the watchful gaze of the Biden administration was directly a violation of numerous red lines, and it was reliant on a hopeful Iranian restraint that actually did exist, restraint paired up with Iranian naivete, I would say. And the Biden veto wasn't necessarily a veto in terms of like, oh, too many fucking civilians are going to die, as Ken is reporting here. from these official sources, anonymous sources, but it's more so now is not the right time. Now that actually the axis of resistance have been entirely gutted, and there is very few striking capabilities that can come from all of the fronts, with the exception of Yemen, basically. Now that Syria is toppled and Hezbollah is decapitated, and even like all of the IRGC troop positions in Iraq have been compromised, it is much more difficult for Iran to create a air of deterrence and restraint around Israel. Okay? Now is a better opportunity for Israel to strike Iran, which is why they're doing it, right now, as opposed to under the Biden administration. Nobody expected these operations to be as successful as they were, which emboldened Israel. On April 1st, 2024, Iran attacked Israel in a massive and unprecedented missile and drone strike. Quietly, the U.S. military helped defend its number one ally. The Arab states looked the other way. The Iranian attack was largely thwarted, which sources tell me came as a surprise to the U.S. government and further emboldened Israel. Even so, Joe Biden didn't want a broader war and the risk it entailed, so we kicked the can down the road to Donald Trump. None of this, of course, began in 2024. Iran and Israel have engaged in a tit-for-tat shadow war for years, with Iran arming Hamas and other Israeli adversaries. This culminated in Hamas' October 7 attack, a traumatic event that could not have taken place without Iran's longstanding support and funding. That shadow war is what's at the background of all of this, not Iran's nuclear capabilities, the hobby horse of a Washington unwilling to deal with the reality of decades-long war, and the absence of our own policy for finding peace with Iran. Yes, the Iranian administration, the Iranian government, whether they were secular or fundamentalists, it does not matter. As long as the Iranian government is outside of the sphere of American and Israeli control, they will always be a threat. And the American government will always find a way to say, these guys are our adversaries, they're terrorists, they're bad, they're wrong. It fucking doesn't matter. Because the ultimate goal here is the destabilization of Iran and exchanging leadership of Iran away from an administration that won't play ball with America or is not a willing participant in America's grand design for the region, to one that is directly controlled as a puppet state in the hands of the United States of America. That is the ultimate goal here. And the WMDs is basically the same. The nukes are the fucking repackaged WMD shit. Just as intervention in Iraq both was fantastic for our material interest, oil, all that stuff, but that destabilization and regime change in Iraq and keeping Iraq as a completely destabilized region that bred incredible militancy in the form of ISIS and numerous other groups was better overall for Israel's position of dominance in the region. It is not an accident that every single country that is not firmly within the sphere of American and Israeli control and influence has been thwarted. Okay? The ultimate goal here isn't even Iran. The ultimate goal here is China. For America's interest, like in the region, Iran is basically the final big bad that won't let them allow, that threatens their overall full-blown control over the region. But the real reason why they want to completely control the region is because they want to have complete control. They want to have complete control over the energy production, or at least almost complete control over the energy production, and use that as a incredibly powerful weapon against China. Okay? That's it. The president has made it clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, Vice President Vance said today. And he said repeatedly that this would happen one of two ways, the easy way or the other way. This is about the Strait of Hormuz, right? They could theoretically block it for countries like China. Yes, the Strait of Hormuz, where the overwhelming majority of oil tankers pass through. It is where the economic engine of the planet, the fuel supply of the entire planet basically goes through. And it's not just the Strait of Hormuz. It also is just like oil production in general. if you destabilize Iran, or put a puppet leadership in charge of Iran and turn Iran into like Egypt, for example, a servile state, then all of a sudden, a ginormous country that is aligned with China goes away. It's no longer a threat. You have complete control over the region. You have complete control over all of the oil that comes out of the region, and you can just shut it off. You can shut it off from going to China. Couldn't China just get oil from Venezuela? Additional complications, much further away, not as easily refined as like Saudi oil even. And ultimately, it's like that's the other reason why America wants to also destroy Venezuela as well. Goat questioner at the moment.
Who isn't, no matter what the dynamic. The IDF has said a particular incident is under review, and that is helpful. And we'll see what their review comes up with. In the meantime, I think it is important also when it comes to the nature of the efforts to get aid and food to the Gazans. We now know, can report that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation now is working at 4 distribution sites and has distributed nearly 26 million meals to date. So it is, again, a conversation.
Matt Miller responds. Matt Miller ass response, bro. Straight up. Anyway, getting back to this. In reality, while the negotiations commenced in secret chambers involving just a handful of principal officials, Trump and his closest advisors talked about Israel's longstanding plan. A hint of these discussions appeared this past weekend when Trump told the Wall Street Journal that his team had foreknowledge of Israel's plans. The lesson Israel took from 2024 is that Iran might be able to bloody its nose, but not destroy it or the region. Not now, anyway. Israel also assesses that its many attacks on Iran's proxies, the emergence of a new Syrian regime, the failure of nuclear talks, and of course, its precise intelligence on Iran's leadership makes this the best moment to act. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran, Trump blurted out today. His use of the word we tell that he is fully behind Israel. It will take a while for the military and the bureaucracy and, of course, Congress to catch up. The news media will be filled with stories about the contradictions of this and that, about how close Iran was or wasn't acquiring a nuclear weapon, about World War III, and how toppling the Iranian regime is just the next Iraq or Libya, right up until it happens, whatever it will be. Everyone should evacuate to Iran, Trump said on Monday. President Trump has been unusually tight-lipped about Israel's military campaign. Asked Monday about the possibility of regime change, the normally loquacious Trump said simply, I want to see no nuclear weapon in Iran, and we're well on our way to making sure that happens. Pressed further at the G7 before the president walked out about what he knew, he answered totally out of character that he didn't want to talk about that. Israel has not yet officially said that its goal is regime change. I mean, they have. That's part of the game as well. But with much of Iran's military leadership eliminated in a lightning-fast series of strikes Friday, Israel's objectives clearly extend beyond just halting their nuclear program. According to the IDF, as of yesterday, Israel struck more than 865 targets, really aim points at targets, not targets themselves. The IDF says 20-plus senior military commanders have been eliminated. Israel's also attacking Iranian missile launchers, and it says it has already eliminated 120, a third of Iran's force. Aware of Israel's desire to mount a stronger attack, Trump publicly said he wanted 60 days to negotiate with Iran. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. Wall Street Journal is reporting Iran developing a trigger. Israeli intelligence showed Iran is working on a trigger useful for a nuclear bomb. I mean, this could be real. It could be totally fake, phony Israeli propaganda. The problem right now is that as events are unfolding, most of the information that you see, especially from mainstream media, especially from Israeli outlets, are going to be bullshit. Okay? This is a funny headline. We can take Trump's word for his word, U.S. State Department says. Back at the U.S. State Department briefing, spokesperson Tammy Bruce is asked about Trump's comments that he wants a real end to the Iran-Israel conflict. We can take Trump's word for his word, Bruce says, but I'm not going to speculate in a larger sense on what that would mean. That is up to the president. He's the singular guiding hand about what will be occurring from this point forward. Anyway, I'm telling you, I think this has been the plan for a lot longer. There's only 2 options out of this. Either it's the Trump madman theory, which is how much appetite Iran has for retaliation and how much punishment Iran will dish out to American assets in the region, to Israel in general. That calculation is what causes America to either go in full blown or to, I guess, simply use this as a threat against Iran and the Iranian population to I don't know, ultimately get them to a further weakened position where they can be easily thwarted. I do think that no matter what happens, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that no matter what happens, like the goal here is military, a decapitation strike, and violent regime change. That's what I think. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I do think that the goal is to ultimately destabilize Iran, and then inevitably down the line, develop new leadership, create new leadership that is servile to American interests in the region. Has this not been the entire plan for a project for a new American century, which was Dick Cheney's think tank that spearheaded the Iraq invasion? Yes, some version of this exact plan has been swirling around in American right-wing NatSec think tanks in perpetuity. I mean, it's happened so many times at this point that I don't know how people don't recognize it when it's unfolding. Libya, Syria, Iraq, it's always the same method. It's not like they switch it around, okay? It's so crazy. I mean, it happened in Iran. Like, it's not, this is particularly strange because it fucking happened in Iran already, okay? This is not the first time. It happened in Iran to a certain degree twice.
Be escalating there. What can you tell us?
Escalating indeed, and a very good morning, Gail. Israel has expanded its aerial assault on Iran, not only striking nuclear facilities and assassinating senior military leaders, now targeting the regime-controlled media.
That's crazy. You're a fucking press person, dude. You are literally, dude, this is shooting the BBC headquarters. Okay? This is bombing BBC. This is a foreign government bombing the BBC. You can't say regime-controlled press to try to normalize blowing up a fucking news station. The BBC is also regime-controlled press. One might make the argument that every single private enterprise in American press is also regime-controlled. That is so twisted.
Israeli forces have broadened their tactics, last night striking Iranian state television during a live broadcast. Thousands of Iranians have been trying to evacuate major cities since Israel launched its surprise attack last week. This dashcam video in the city of Isfahan caught an explosion on camera as the passengers were trying to flee over the weekend. The human cost of the war is escalating on both sides, over 200 in Iran and at least 24 in Israel. This morning, Israel's air defense system fought off a barrage of at least 30 missiles from Iran. Most were intercepted, but some hit the affluent area of Herzliya just outside Tel Aviv. In the city of Petah Tikva, this is the moment an Iranian missile slammed into an apartment block, killing 4 people. Israeli-American Lihi Greiner was with her husband and 3 children.
Hassan, you're a liar. You claim that only the LA Persians are against the Iranian regime, but you know that's not true. 70 to 80% of all Iranians hate the current regime and want it gone. Stop spreading lies. I never said the Iranian regime is popular, okay, in Iran or elsewhere. I'm simply stating, once again, that outside military intervention is not a celebrated act unless you are a complete fucking sociopath. Shut the fuck up. Get your stupid ass Hasbara out of here. Do you know how many people I know personally that have family members who are against the Islamic Republic and are now collectively saying, okay, well, there's a far greater evil here. American and Israeli intervention, military intervention. No one who is living under the rocket fire is going to go, well, at least this rocket fire is for a higher purpose. I know I'm going to die. I know my home is exploded, but at least it's for a higher purpose. We will be able to dismantle the Ayatollah's treacherous nature. It's idiotic. So dumb. New report from the Center of Media Monitoring, a year-long analysis of BBC's coverage of Israel's war on Gaza reveals a pattern of bias, double standards, and silencing of Palestinian voices. Despite 30x more Palestinian deaths, Israeli fatalities received 33 times more coverage per month. The least surprising information of all time. Anyway, let's continue.
Hiding in their safe room at the time.
It was the biggest boom ever. Even our safe room was shaking.
Shattered glass was strewn across her apartment.
Because we are not IRI. It's good if Israel hits Iran, because then it's gonna diminish the power of IRI. We are not them. Let them attack the embassy. Like, let's go. Like, they are cheering for Israel and America to start bombing them. How much of a cuckold you have to be like, oh, please, America, bomb us. Bomb us. I would love you to bomb us, because that really fucking worked out for any other fucking country that was bombed by US. Shut the fuck up, retards!
No, you guys don't understand. This guy is clearly an asset. He doesn't know what he's saying. No, I have it on good authority that every Persian in Tehran is saying, please bomb us. Please, I am Iranian. I am Persian. Please bomb us. Please, Israel, please bomb us. That's what they're saying, right? Fucking stupid ass, dumbass, moronic donkeys in the fucking chat. That's not what I said.
Holy shit, man. Oh my god. These are the fucking people who are cheering for fucking Israel. All right?
That's not what I said. Yeah, no, you simply act as though I'm making an argument that the Islamic Republic is very popular. The government is very popular in Iran. I've never said that. Okay, in the hopes that other people that read your stupid ass comment will think the implication there is that, like, it's actually valid to fucking bomb Iran because you're a moron. Okay, I didn't say this is good, but don't say it's only Persians in LA. Oh my lord. Oh my fucking lord. Is that chatter even Iranian? Probably. Do you like what Israel is doing to Iran? Do you like it? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's valid? If you don't like the current administration, don't you feel like Israel bombing Iran only hardens, only puts people in a desperate situation where the administration, the current administration, the existing administration, and support for it hardens because all of a sudden there's a much larger problem? Don't you feel like this is consistent all around the world when a much larger superpower or regional power comes in and decides to engage in military action? No, Hasanabi, not at all. But the people are just so tired. They want change any way they can. Yeah, you're a fucking pussy. You are a pussy. You don't want to be like, no, the people actually love that Israel is bombing Iran, because you would sound like a fucking moron if you were to say that. So you're trying to take the long road of basically saying, oh, the people are just tired. They want regime change any way they can. Any way they can implies that they want regime change through Israeli attacks. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Just say it with your goddamn chest. Say it. Perhaps you also recognize how stupid that sounds, which is why you're not saying it, which is why you get really butthurt when I fucking call you out. Yeah, once again, people hate Saddam. We have to liberate. The people will welcome as liberators. People hate the Ayatollah. We have to bomb Iran. They will welcome us. They will welcome us as liberators. Russia said that about Ukraine. Ukraine is Nazified. Zelensky is corrupt. We have to fucking bomb Ukraine. They will welcome as liberators. They will welcome us as liberators. Every fucking regional power and superpower says the exact same dumb fuck bullshit. Okay? These countries have issues, of course, but they need to be worked out through the regular process, through popular mobilization, through potentially a real revolution. And any kind of foreign intervention puts a fucking direct stop on that. Benjamin Netanyahu said, people hate Hamas. We are liberating Palestinians from Hamas. They will welcome us as liberators. Look at Gaza now. Do you think that's what Tehran should look like as well? I always use my own personal experience with this. America has always had complete control through the Cold War over Turkey by way of NATO. Okay, they did an Operation Gladio in Turkey. They have complete control over Turkey. Okay, Turkey has American nukes in American military bases inside of its national boundaries. But as soon as Erdogan stepped a little bit out of line, they tried to fucking do a coup d'etat. What happened? Every single person that despised Erdogan recognized that it was far worse if the American coup that literally killed Turkish civilians, by the way, utilizing Turkish military as a fucking parallel state that America had designed in the country, was far less popular of an outcome than Erdogan continuing to be the leader. Erdogan developed so much popularity that he was able to actually, one, implement martial law in the country for an extended period of time, claim that every single one of his political opposition and his enemies are actually Fethullah Gulen, a CIA asset, the one that America used, the cleric that used to live in the fucking Poconos before he died. Some of them were literally Fethullah assets, but a lot of people weren't. They just simply claimed, oh, you're Fethullah Gulen, you're a Gulenist, and arrest all opposition. And then also on top of that, he was able to put together a referendum to change the fucking constitution of the country from a parliamentary structure to a presidential one, basically solidifying his permanent power. Unnecessary Turkey tangent. It's not unnecessary, you dumb fuck. The reason why I'm talking about this is because it's identical. It's always the same. I fucking despise Erdogan. But foreign intervention, especially American foreign intervention, unironically causes people's positions to fucking harden behind the only entity that is at a defensive posture. Do you understand? So if you want real democratic regime change in Iran, then fucking tell America to stay the fuck out of Iran. That is the only way. Color revolutions do not work. Half Iranian here. I'm so sick of these diaspora Iranians wishing America to glass their own country so they can vacation back without wearing a hijab. It's not about liberation. The goal is to balkanize it and Iran will cease to exist. Exactly. Oh, how frustrating. Regime change was not the primary goal. What? Have issues. They murder women for not dressing correctly, you libtard. America has issues. Iran is fucked. Regime change was not the primary goal. The primary goal was removing their ability to create nukes. Why are you framing it like this was the reason for the initial strike? Because regime change is the ultimate goal, you dumb fuck. And it's not even just regime change. It's to get Iran to fucking play ball with American interests. It's to turn Iran. If the Islamic Republic was as servile to the interests of America and as subservient as like the Gulf states were, perhaps these kinds of issues would not be happening. They could be fucking literally chopping hands or killing women for not wearing a hijab all day, every day. And America would never even fucking bat an eye at that. There's evidence for this already. There are other Gulf states where they do a fuck ton of horrifying violence to political dissidents, and America never ever criticized them. I wonder why. This has nothing to do with like the repressive structures of domestic governance of fundamentalist countries, you fucking moron. As an Iranian, even my mother, who's super against the regime, speaks out against them, is upset with Israel and America. Same with my family in Tehran. Exactly. Of course. The current Islamic Republic was literally designed as a direct consequence of the anger and popular mobilization that took place because of the previous coup that took place with American intervention. They put the Shah in charge. He was fucking ruthless. He was a ruthless monarch and an autocrat, and he was destroying the population. And it was so frustrating that there was popular mobilization against it. And the only guys that were seen as like the uncorruptible anti-Western forces were ironically what became the Ayatollah, okay? The Islamist forces. I think Iranians don't fucking recognize that. Anyway, I don't even know why I'm responding to this guy. He doesn't know anything. Regime change is not the primary goal. Yeah, okay, dude. Oops, that just seemingly happened. Like initially, the revolution, the Iranian revolution was popular mobilization of all different political dissidents in the country, including leftist mobilization in the country as well. What came after that was actually an issue of consequence, because in order to basically in order to solidify and centralize support around the Ayatollah, the Islamic Republic basically fucking destroyed any kind of leftist mobilization that actually helped them thwart the Shah. They turned around and implemented similar policies of brutality towards their own fucking allies that helped them, fucking win power. That's where a lot of this resentment and frustration towards the current regime comes from inside of Iran. Iran almost had an internal regime change over the hijab protests in 2022. Like, Jesus fuck. Iran is one step away from the government collapsing due to public pressure. Doing this just reinforces support for the government is stupid. Ayatollah was propped up too, though. There was real communist mobilization during the revolution, and the Ayatollah used them and then executed all of them. My aunt was a member and got away from the raids that rounded up the commies. Yeah. I agree with your statement about intervention undermining progress. Do you believe it applies to North Korea? I would go so far as to say that the current North Korean government takes advantage of the economic strangulation that the country experiences and keeps the country and its information as limited as possible in order to maintain its power. So yes, it would make it quite difficult to maintain a stranglehold on the population in the way that like the Kim dynasty has if they had complete connection to the outside world. I don't like Israel at all. They're committing a genocide, but you don't do enough to call out the Iranian regime, Hassan. You make them seem like the good guys a lot of time when they're not. They fund terrorist groups and kill their own people like it's nothing. They've been stealing money, destroying the country, then sending embezzled money to the U.S. and Canada for their kids living there. Their only goal is to oppress their own people and steal as much as possible. Oh, brother, I don't know why we're playing this song and dance, okay? I don't know why. If you want to criticize the Islamic Republic, the largest criticism should be that they've been unimaginably restrained in an effort not to incur severe penalties for the Iranian civilian population. Remove the fatwa for developing a nuclear weapon now. Okay? Yeah. Do you think carpet bombing Tehran will actually solve this equation, will solve this problem? Because if the answer is no, then there is no reason for us to have this back and forth. It's the same. Dude, I don't know if it's the tendency of liberalism to be like, excuse me, why aren't you criticizing Hamas right now? As like the Palestinian population is getting slaughtered by Israel. It takes liberals 7 to 8 months of total societal collapse and annihilation to finally recognize, yeah, maybe actually I shouldn't be criticizing Hamas here. And maybe Israel is the larger evil here, the greater evil here. Maybe I shouldn't be criticizing the Islamic Republic in this moment, you know? Maybe America and Israel are far more consequential and far worse for the Iranian population right now. Like, do you have to watch people from your country get fucking slaughtered? How many people do you have to see die before you go, okay, maybe Israel is worse, my bad? Because inevitably, you are going to arrive at that conclusion. And the ones that don't basically become full tilt reactionaries. Why are you watching Jason clips when you're 40? My nephew, that's why. I watched one Jason clip in the morning. We've been doing Iran-Israel coverage for the past fucking hour and 30 minutes, and this guy's still operating on his Motorola phone. It's like, oh, got you.
I'm not prepared for any terror. I'm not prepared. We don't want terror. Israelis don't want terror. We want
okay, sure.
peace.
Iranian media is now reporting that they hit an Israeli military intelligence site.
Almost in these stupid diaspora Iranians, they're subject to years of Western psyops, causing them to internalize Western colonial traits like white supremacy, anti-Arab racism, as well as Islamophobia. I mean, there's that aspect of it, but I'm also very familiar with this. There's a lot of fucking dude, it's the same shit with diaspora Cubans. They also salivate at the prospect of nuking Cuba, okay? This is how it works. You bring in reactionary elements and collaborators into the fucking country, and then you cut a steady flow of propaganda so that you can justify the death and destruction or whatever suits your foreign policy goals and needs in that moment for whichever country we're talking about. I'm an anti-monarchist Saudi, and if Israel started bombing Saudi Arabia, I would suddenly be a hog for Saudi. I mean, don't worry, that's not going to happen anytime soon because Saudi Arabia is a very wonderful ally to America and Israel.
In Herzliya this morning. There's been no official comment on that from Israel's Defense Force, although they have said military sites would.
Just wanted to bring up an anecdote. My very normie friends are saying anti-Israel shit and are empathizing with Iran shit is changing. Yeah, it's actually pretty fucking crazy. It's actually pretty crazy.
Good evening.
Like I thought that right now everyone would be salivating at the prospect of nuking Tehran, you know? Under, like, if you were to tell me pre 2023, if you were to tell me there would be a moment where I would see a shit ton of people actively celebrating Iran striking Tel Aviv, the LGBT movement, the Let's Go Bomb Tel Aviv movement, I'd be like, you're an insane person. You're a madman. What do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about? It's like a Luigi Mangione style change of attitude. You know? It's crazy. It's crazy to see. It's crazy to watch unfold.
Start with breaking news, and in the last hour, Donald Trump has called for the unconditional surrender of Iran with a veiled threat for the country's supreme leader, saying they know his location but won't take him out, at least not for now. The president is convening his National Security Council after telling reporters he's looking for better than a ceasefire and wants a real end to the conflict between Iran and Israel.
Looking at better than not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy.
See, he did the same thing. He did the same meme I did last night when you guys were like, Macron is saying that Trump is looking for a ceasefire. I was like, Macron who? Who's Macron? Macaron? Is that what you mean? That's a delicious pastry. I love it. The cookie, I love it. Macaroni? Macaroni and cheese? Mac and cheese? See? Trump leaving G7 early was a good sign after tweeting an evacuation order to the people of Iran. Macron has said that Trump's early departure from the G7 summit in Canada is positive, given the objective to get a ceasefire. He said that Trump had told G7 leaders that there were discussions on obtaining a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Trump literally refused to sign a de-escalation agreement at the G7. What the fuck is this little man talking about, bro? Macron is so desperate to be at the table. It's so funny. Get out of here.
But he doesn't get it right too often. But we're looking for better.
Trump called him a publicity seeker. Publicity-seeking President Emmanuel Macron of France mistakenly said that I left the G7 summit in Canada to go back to D.C. to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong! He has no idea why I'm on my way to Washington. But it certainly has nothing to do with a ceasefire, much bigger than that. Whether purposefully or not, Emmanuel always gets it wrong. Stay tuned. I told you.
Think you're going to do anything more for Israel right now?
Yeah, here. Trump has made an offer for a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. It's got like a cool little flavor. Trump has made an offer for a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Who the fuck is Macron? Do you mean the French pastry? You know, the ones that they make with like vanilla? Like it's like a cookie and it's got like a cool little flavor in the middle. Is that what you're talking about? Who the fuck is Macron, bro? Fuck's a cookie gonna do about 40 plus years of American dominance in the... Anyway.
Pretty well. Right now, we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. Not to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
Is there any new concern about U.S. troops or assets in the region at all today?
Great people, they know how to protect themselves.
And in the last hour, the president said this on his Truth Social channel. We know exactly where the so...
I'm Iranian, and from my opinion, I think the IRGC government was never good to his people. Maybe 75% of people resent them and want them gone, but this is our country and our history, and we're not going to be cuckold and ask them to liberate us by killing us and bombing us. I think 75% will fight for their country and resent Israel more for the killing and destruction. I mean, yeah, that is my assessment as well. I think it's ridiculous to assume that like there is, no matter how much resentment exists for the current administration, when Western intervention comes around, Western military intervention comes around and starts fucking killing your people, you're gonna resent them more than the admin. I said this even about Ukraine. What did I say? A lot of people constantly point to me saying Russia would never invade Ukraine as a way to be like, remember when you got it wrong? My analysis also featured a second part that people never fucking talk about, which was that Ukraine is a nation designed around not being a part of Russia, okay? Its entire national project and its mythology is quite literally about not being Russian, okay? So as soon as Russia goes into denazify, the only thing that it will do, and I was 100% correct on this, is that every single person that previously fought against Nazi elements, for example, like the paramilitary groups that existed with football hooligans that were doing like security work, right? All of those, like the Azov battalion or whatever, they would then take up arms alongside them. They would see the most nationalist elements, the most militant elements as liberators. And that's precisely what has taken place. Because the moment that you're attacked by a much larger fucking power is the moment where it's over, you know? You don't give a shit. Same thing with Hamas. There's plenty of people in Gaza that don't like Hamas, but it doesn't matter because those are the only people that have arms right now that are fighting against the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay? About Ukraine, you said Russia deserved Crimea. Then you said Poles under guns and threat of violence under a fascist regime. No, none of the things that you just mentioned are correct. Joke, I love you. Don't forget to do the ad break. I like that every single thing that you said here is just completely incorrect. I did not say any of those things. You just watched clips. You took your nose from a dude who fucking made shit up about my position.
Called Supreme Leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We're not going to take him out. Kill, exclamation mark in brackets, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin.
Yes, this is I just did
another post. He said,
morning.
Unconditional surrender. Well, our US correspondent Mark Stone is in Washington. Well, Mark, obviously Donald Trump facing a major decision. Difficult to know really what is going on in the Trump mind.
What? Side tangent? Why are you anti-Erdogan? Wouldn't you say he's progressed the country into the right direction since he's been leader? I feel like the fascist accusations are completely incorrect. Erdogan is a fucking corrupt charlatan and completely subservient to Western interests. He is America's attack dog, even on his foreign policy stuff, which is what like a lot of Turks actually give him credit for. I still think that it's easy to do foreign policy when your ultimate goal is to serve America as a NATO ally. He also arrested his most popular political opposition unjustifiably. He is Mr. Fake fuck Netanyahu. He's the top dog at acting as though he hates Benjamin Netanyahu while simultaneously serving America's interests and therefore helping Israel. Great argument, Hassan, but what if I just lied and pretended you were wrong? Well, then I can't do anything about that.
U.S.
America, if the news covered it like those countries over there.
Deployed armed troops against U.S. citizens amid mass protests over the regime's increasingly repressive kidnapping tactics. The move has prompted international observers to issue travel advisories and warnings. The development immediately follows the scandal-plagued leader's oligarch ally alleging links to the Epstein trafficking scandal. The ruler's move to crack down further on citizens also comes as the regime transfers hundreds of tanks to the nation's capital in preparation for a military parade to take place on the aging and increasingly isolated head of state's birthday.
Is responsible for the slaughter and bombing of Kurdish civilians. Every single week there's a new civilian site getting drone bombed. The other day they blew up a grain silo in a Kurdish village. For what other reason other than being a deterrent for civilian populations? The fucking point of that shit. I mean, it's just like, yeah. There is also a ethnic displacement goal, an ethnic displacement ambition that Erdogan has, specifically for the northern Syrian corridor for national security reasons. Iranian here, my family left Iran when I was 9 months old to get away from the Islamic Republic. My family hates the regime, but we don't want to see our home in rubble. It's hard to see the area where we lived in West Tehran getting bombed. My uncle is stuck in Tehran because there's no gas. We want internal regime change, not external. We don't want to see our country fracture or go into civil war. Exactly. It makes total sense, even though there are some diaspora Persians that do take it to that level. But yes, if you have family members that are still living there, I don't think you're as on board with Israel killing them as some other people are. But the dynamic is quite similar to the reactionary force of Cuban American politics in this country, with respect to a forcible, like a forcible military action against the Cuban regime.
Right now.
Very, very difficult to know, but it feels as though it is just one mind that will make up the decision, whatever that may be, and that is, it's in the head of the president. He is about to convene a meeting of his National Security Council here at the White House. We haven't seen any comings and goings yet, and there is no Marine on the door of the West Wing, so my assumption is it hasn't yet begun, but you get a sense of this highest stakes diplomacy that is taking place now over social media. He is being pretty open about his thoughts, and those thoughts are ambiguous. They seem to meander from one side of, maybe there is an option for negotiation, to the very extreme, we will potentially take out, kill, as you say, the supreme, or as he says, the supreme leader. So all of this, I think, is intentional. It is designed to really focus the mind of the leadership in Iran. It is to keep them guessing. He believes that he can still get them round the negotiating table. As recently as last night, again, very intentionally, White House sources were briefing U.S. media, Axios in this case, that Steve Witkoff, the president's Middle East envoy, is prepared and ready to meet the Iranian foreign minister. But then at the same time, Donald Trump talking about bunker busting bombs being dropped on Iran's nuclear sites. So that is the sort of backdrop, I guess. And into that, world leaders don't quite know, I don't think, what the game is, even though they were around a table with Donald Trump just yesterday at the G7, a meeting which he left early. Again, that I think is designed to add jeopardy and a sense of the unknown to what might happen. He left in a hurry last night, was posting on social media well into the night, and again early this morning.
What is this? Isn't the Iranian government's fault for not working with the West like Saudis to prevent this war, even for its own survival and people's benefit? Long before this war started as a foreign policy, would it not be truly sovereign then, or what? What the fuck? Dude, that's crazy. Why are people not kissing the ring is wild. This also just simply does not take into consideration what Western intervention looked like. The current administration in Iran is a direct response to how angry people were at the previous Western-backed puppet state leadership, which was a fucking monarch. Like, what are we talking about? Also, in spite of all that, they did fucking do that. They did the Obama denuclearization agreement. In spite of their understandable resentment, they literally followed through. Trump threw it aside, and then was in the process, I believe, of restoring it to in a similar fashion.
So far, Israel has launched.
Tola Khomeini could fix this with 3 words: Trump Tower Tehran. Yeah, true.
Hundreds of ballistic missiles into Iran, striking 35 critical sites during Operation Rising Lion. Now, new reports out today indicate there is damage to the infamous underground nuclear facility in Natanz.
The former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren, joins us shortly from Tel Aviv, and Fox team coverage is ready. Mark Meredith will have live reaction from the White House. We start, though, with our senior correspondent, Mike Tobany, is live in Tel Aviv.
Selçuk Bayraktar, Leonardo ile güçlerimizi birleştirecek kurduğumuz LBA Systems hayırlı olmasını istiyorum. Wishing the very best for LBA Systems joint venture with Leonardo. Turkish chatter says, "Did you see this? Wait, is this where you find out, Turkish chatter, that Bayraktars actually used to get components from Israel directly? And I don't even know if they still do, but they might. Is that? Are you a tanky? I have to pee. I'll be back. Are you a tanky? Are you a tanky? Are you a tanky?" What many people don't realize is that doing an agreement with the other side, reneging on it, moving the goalposts, and then blaming the other side has been the foreign policy playbook of both the U.S. and Israel for decades. Yes, and they always get away with it. They get away with it because no one turns around and says, like, no one ever calls into question. Erdoğan'ın damadı bu. Hayır be abi, millet inanmıyor. Bayraktar bu adam bu şirket İsrail'e parça mı ne yolluyor? Evet, İsrail parçaları da Bayraktar'ın aslında bir parçasında yani. Bayraktar İsrail parçaları da kullanıyor. Hayır ama millet inanmıyor, AKP'liler. Evet, salaklar. Tamam işte. Onlar Erdoğan'ın da İsrail'e yaptığı yardımları görmek istemiyorlar. Turks hate Israel and they hate America. But it's really funny because Erdoğan, in his theatrics, is always positioning himself as like anti-America and anti-Israel, especially anti-Israel. And yet, he plays such an important role in maintaining America's strategic interests in the region. And Turks have no idea. They're so oblivious to this. They literally go, oh, that's my goat. Erdo goat. Reis. He's doing it. He's doing it. Reis. Before October 7th, secular Turks definitely did not hate Israel. Well, some secular Turks didn't. Okay? Oh, we know you hate America, Lamau. I mean, I live here. I remember because they yelled at me. They fucking yelled at me nonstop. I remember. They all quieted down real quick though. Every single fucking Turkish, every single Turkish movement that ripped my asshole apart after October 7 for saying that they were being servile to Western interests by defending Israel because they fucking hate Arabs. Every single one of them turned around and now act as though they were not antagonistic to Palestinians in the immediate aftermath of October 7. Every single one of them. You guys don't know this because most of you are English speaking and you don't speak Turkish, but the websites, all the fucking forums, like all of the Turkish online, like especially like the nationalist secular movements that were somewhat in opposition to the Erdogan government, like all these other like new movements that were building online, they were super loud about saying shit like, oh, if you love Palestine so much, why don't you go and fight there? That's what they used to say. Very quickly. Well, at least they were willing to change their opinion. It's not that they changed their opinion necessarily. It's that they were forced to change their opinion. Okay, according to Caitlin Collins, the national security team in the national security team meeting in the Situation Room has ended. It lasted for over an hour. We'll see which direction they move in now.
Are Iranians fleeing Tehran amid this fighting? We know what's going on there in Israel. What's happening in Iran?
Well, as far as the missile attacks that are coming out of Iran, their size and intensity have decreased dramatically. We've had a couple of missile attacks today. One of them, just about an hour or two ago, could have involved as few as 2 missiles. The IDF says one of them was intercepted.
I've never seen a neck like this, bro. This guy is all neck. Holy moly.
Earlier this morning, there was a missile attack involving some 20 ballistic missiles out of Iran. 4 of those got through. The damage was minimal. It resulted in a bus that caught fire, a structure that caught fire, and several craters that were formed in the ground, but no injuries reported from that. Now, Israel's defense minister has taken to the airways with a warning for Ayatollah.
That man will never experience whiplash. If you actually rear end that man when he's driving his car, you get whiplash from how much the shock waves push back into your neck. That's how strong his neck is, dude. He's got the Formula One driver neck.
Ayatollah Khamenei saying if he continues to fire missiles at Israel, he could meet the same fate as Saddam Hussein.
Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but wasn't one of the targets they struck this morning actually a Mossad base? They're saying they hit nothing, but Unit 8200, yeah. There were a couple intelligence targets.
I warn the Iranian dictator from continuing to commit war crimes, firing missiles at Israeli citizens. He should remember what happened to the dictator in the country neighboring Iran, who took this path against the state of Israel.
And that is in line with...
Yeah, here is from I Really Hate You. One of the Iranian missiles fired this morning hit the entrance to the intelligence division's logistics centers in Gilad. Breaking: Iran precisely targets Mossad intelligence facilities. Iranian ballistic missiles hit key Israeli intelligence sites, including the Mossad and Unit 8200 building. I don't think it actually hit the. I don't think that it hit like center mass though. I think it hit the at the entry point. What the frick is this, bro? Bro, it's coming right at him. Hello? Is it coming right at him? I can't tell. What is that, bro? Oh, I thought that was the missile. I thought that was, I was like, it's not moving. It's the sun. I'm so stupid. Oh, dude. I was like, what is happening? Don't act like you didn't think it too, bro. What do you mean? Yeah, I think that's the entrance, right? Or I don't think that's like directly, is that a target directly on the facility? Oh shit. Oh, never mind. God damn. God damn. Yeah, that's only real ball knowers know. This is the false sun. This is the Chinese false sun. That's what they're dropping. Iran got the ultimate nuke, the prototype Sun 2. Don't try to lie your way out of this. What? Yeah, I mean, I'm stupid. Hey guys, I don't know if you know this, but like, there's nothing wrong with fucking admitting that you're stupid and wrong. I already did that. I don't know why you're like freaking out over it. That's the chemtrails the Uber driver was warning you about? Yeah. Why do you think the Iranian missiles and rockets have quickly decreased in frequency and strength? Do you think Israel has diminished Iran's capabilities to this degree? It seems too early in the war in Iran's military to be this diminished. I don't know. It could either be because they're not increasing the intensity because they don't want to invite American intervention with the hopes that America America still demonstrates restraint, or perhaps they are using some of their newer tech in a limited capacity and trying to keep this up for as long as they can.
The Truth Social post we've just seen from President Trump,
but it could,
we know exactly where
it could be because like it could be because Israel has like struck a bunch of their missile launchers too.
The so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but is safe there. We're not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now, but we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Now, Israeli fighter jets, meantime, have been busy in the skies over western Iran. Israel claims to have hit dozens of surface-to-surface missiles. The IDF says they also hit air defenses like surface-to-air missiles and radar, backing up Israel's claim of air superiority over Iran. The IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, has issued a new assessment of that strike at the Natanz.
Aiden Ross has the record for the most expensive house purchased by a streamer, totaling $25 million. Wow, I'm cooked. I'm so washed. Dude. Second place now. No, mine was depending on who you. The Iran military Twitter account is going insane. This is not the actual Iran. This is literally says a commentary account, chatter. It says commentary account. This is not the actual Iranian military account. It says it right here. Even with new Twitter, you can still tell that is not a real account. I'm an Aiden fan now. You fell off. That's true. I did.
Nuclear enrichment facility, saying that facility
took
a direct hit from Israeli airstrikes, sustaining significant damage. That new assessment was issued after they reviewed satellite imagery of the Natanz facility. John, back to you.
All right. Mike Tubba with the latest from Tel Aviv. Mike, thank you. Jillian?
All right. Well, President Trump cut his G7 trip short as Israel and Iran broadened their attacks yesterday. He's expected to spend the day at the White House today, meeting with his National Security Council in the Situation Room. Mark Meredith is at the White House for us this afternoon. Hey, Mark.
Jillian, good afternoon to you. The White House and President Trump himself throwing cold water on the idea that the U.S. is going to be brokering a ceasefire between Israel and Iran anytime soon, even though there's growing political pressure on the White House to limit any U.S. military exposure to what's happening in the Middle East. The president cut his trip to Canada short by a day, given the developments, the escalating violence between these two countries. And as you and John were just talking about, he's been quite active on Truth Social. Mike Tobin read one of the posts, but I wanted to read one of the other ones where he also said this, and it was interesting. He said the word we, because we now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran has good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived and manufactured.
By the way, this is what the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces has said. That the attack against Israel so far has merely been warnings for deterrence, while a punitive operation will be executed soon. He calls on the residents of Haifa and Tel Aviv to evacuate. They've been kind of saying that, though. Been saying that. A punitive response for Israel is coming soon. Iran's army commander-in-chief, Abdul Rahim Mousawi, warned Tuesday. The operations carried out so far have merely been warnings for deterrence, and a punitive operation will be executed soon. They also mentioned that they're every now and then testing out the defenses to see what is penetrating through the Iron Dome, and that there will be a major retaliatory attack. But they've been saying that every single day. I think part of the issue is they killed the new guy, Khamenei appointed again. I think the military chain of command is in a bit of shambles. I don't know. I think they got I think they have a deep bench. I don't know. Like, I mean, I feel like Iran is a competent state. It's not like they have a fairly deep bench. If anything, they might actually be eradicating the nepotism slowly but surely within the IRGC that might cause the IRGC to be a better fighting force overall by consistently assassinating like 75-year-old dudes that have been doing this for far too fucking long. It's like that meta of if you kill a spider, you're making the spiders evolve by making sure that the only spiders that survive are the ones that don't die. Like, the IRGC does kind of have a gerontocracy. It's not a joke. So, actual spooky analysis. Are you a Fed? What do you mean? I mean, there is actually a issue with the gerontocracy within the IRGC for sure. There is definitely an issue with nepotism. But yeah, Iran is in Hezbollah. They have a robust chain of command and the resources to direct the war while taking command casualties. Yeah, they've also designed their whole government around this. They've designed their entire government around this. It's the same as Israel. Like, we talk about Benjamin Netanyahu potentially being assassinated or something, but like that doesn't change the dynamic for Israel at all. There are thousands of people that will take his place and maybe even be more violent than Benjamin Netanyahu. It's not like Russia, where I think like if there was a direct decapitation strike against Vladimir Putin and heads of state in Russia, I think that Russia would fall into a state of collapse because there's no contingency plan as far as I know. Whereas with Iran, that's not the same. The same goes for Israel too. Like, they would suffer a tremendous propaganda blow, but I think they would, it would not actually destroy their operations at all. Yeah, Israel confirms the elimination of over 20 high-ranking Iranian military officials in recent precision strikes, marking one of the most significant decapitation operations in decades. It's an impressive tactical accomplishment, but Iran is not a terrorist organization. It's a country of 80 million people with hundreds of thousands in the armed forces, and there's a chain of command and redundancies. In as much as gerontocracy is a problem, it might even help. Oh my God, he said the same thing that I did. That's crazy. Like, Channel 12 reports Israeli estimates suggested the United States may join the war against Iran tonight. They just keep fucking pumping this out. Channel 14 said it yesterday. Now Channel 12 is saying it today. Any day now, any moment now. What's your take on Putin and Erdogan's phone call? It looks like a team up against Israel, but a wild squad. No. Trump is considering joining Israel on strikes of Iranian nuclear sites, including Fordow. Sources confirmed to Jim Laporta and Jennifer J. Jacobs. CBS News reports this was expected to be discussed in today's Situation Room meeting. There is not a full agreement among Trump's closest advisors. This is from 9 minutes ago. They're moving one step closer. Two things. There's only two outcomes here. One, this is the pre-planned, preordained final strike against Iran with the hopes of destabilizing the country. Or Trump is doing this thing where he's like, oh, I'm going to be violent. Just you wait. Now you have to, I guess, listen to what I have to say. You have to come back if you're like the Brett McGurk strategy of they diminish Iran's capabilities without taking severe penalties because they know Iran is far too restrained, and then they bring Iran back to the table to concede on a bunch of stuff that Iran previously would not concede to, like a maximalist position. If something happens to America as a result of this, Trump will actually go down as the worst of all time. I mean, this is Trump's George W. Bush moment. What? I'm going to spell this out just for once. Plain F word. So people can link this tweet to the knuckle-dragging, mouth-breathing, shit-eating simian creatures that whine about boots on the ground as if America is going to conduct a land invasion of Iran with 11 guerrillian troops and fighting the case for a generation. Everything that makes Iran a problem comes from a factory, and those factories can be vaporized from the air. Most U.S. casualties in Iraq were caused by sophisticated off-route EFP mines mass-produced by Iran. The rockets fired at Israel in such massive quantities that it threatened to deplete Israeli Iron Dome interceptor stocks mass-produced by Iran. None of this happens without Iranian mass weapons production. Many millions of dollars in fiscal support. Every single forever war in the Middle East is caused and perpetuated by Iran, and only consequence for us is ending it would be a 3% bump in Lockheed Martin stock, and that's fucking it. Oh, I hate these fucking assholes, dude. This is the long-winded version of Houthis gonna find out today what it's like. Houthis gonna find out what it's like, why Americans don't have health care. They just do this over and over again, and it doesn't fucking matter. Oh my God. Why is it that people have so much fucking overwhelming confidence? Anti-ship ballistic missiles aren't cobbled together by fucking Jihad Cletus in his garage. They literally are. That's the RGC's entire design philosophy, because they presume that they just bomb their factories. That's the point, is why DOD's brains, barring General Kurilla, who's never seen a war that he hasn't wanted to get balls deep in, has pointed out that going to war with Iran is a horrendous idea. Their tunnel complexes, the Iranian military and RGC are basically just the Houthis with a master's degree in engineering instead of being self-taught from practice and YouTube tutorials. Their tunnel complexes are bigger. Their factories are bigger. Their internal security state, as garbage as it is bigger. That's why they woke up, flipped the switch, and started rolling up the cells Mossad has scattered around the country, and most importantly, their allies can actually supply them. I can't stress kangaroo. They don't bank on making good ballistic missiles or drones. They focus on making so many of them so easily that it doesn't matter if they're good or bad. I'm not picking on Decker here, but it's a sentiment that I'm seeing a lot, and it's profoundly silly. I mean, parts of what he's saying are not wrong as far as like Iran having, one, a deep bench, and two, focusing their output specifically on being able to design these things and being able to mass produce these things. Weapons, explosive ordinances, munitions that can fucking strike with a potential American bombing campaign in mind is correct. Like, surely it's not easy to continue mass producing the weapons necessary while you're constantly being bombed by Israeli rocket fire and constantly fucking bombed by even potentially American rocket fire, but like their entire security apparatus is designed around that devastating outcome. Surviving said devastating outcome. Iran is not India, Pakistan, Israel, the US, Turkey, Russia, or China. Iranians don't labor under the impressions that their militaries are invincible or even good by Western standards. They have Google, plenty of Iranians even on this app. They understand that most of the Iranian military's kit is at best technologically backwards. It's the same principle of you don't have to tell a poor person they're poor to know that they're poor. There's a general understanding that the Iranian military operates janky shit. The problem for anyone who wants to get at Iran is that they have a fuck ton of shit. It's easy to manufacture. It's hard to get to. You know who doesn't have janky shit? China. By the way, it's unlikely we're going to see much of this latest round of missiles from Iran. Many such cases, I was lucky I found a photo this time, but remember the people who say all missiles were intercepted, especially in the first 5 minutes of the alerts, are just parroting Israeli lies. Censorship is too high to tell within the first hours. First image of an impact from the latest Iranian targeting doesn't look like a 100% success interception that they and the propagandists can claim at the Afula area. The Haifa oil refinery went out of service, I think 2 days ago at this point, chatter. And the only reason why we found out that it fucking went out of service, was completely decommissioned, is because they had to report it to the fucking stock exchange. Israel is stamping out all of the successful missile strikes and the impact sites They are criminalizing filming the impact sites. They're saying it's a matter of national security.
Stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. While Trump has been active on social media, so is Vice President Vance. He issued a lengthy statement online, making it clear all options remain on the table. Very quickly, the debate over what U.S. involvement may or may not look like is engulfing Capitol Hill, especially among Democrats. We're seeing two very different trains of thought play out.
They have to be held accountable for what they've done. They are the ones that built and created the proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah and put our whole region in this kinds of chaos.
Our whole region is not your region, you fucking animal.
I happen to believe that the U.S. being at war with Iran would be a colossal mistake. There is no national security imperative that suggests that we should.
And it's not just Democrats who are speaking out against the possibility of any U.S. involvement in Iran. We know that today, House Republican of Kentucky was also Thomas Massie, was one of the ones who said he would try to limit the president's ability to use U.S. military against Iran without Congress's say-so. Jillian.
As the president himself has been saying today, he might make a decision about how to engage here any moment. We'll be tracking it all afternoon. Thanks, Mark. John.
Breaking, Germany's MERS. If Iran returns to the negotiating table, there would be no need for further military intervention. First of all, haha, Germany's MERS. Like, you're a fucking party to this. You're just a fucking servile little piggy for American interests. Know your fucking place. This is no different fundamentally than what Macron is saying. The only difference is he's actually saying something that is in line with American interests, as opposed to Macron claiming that, fucking, what do you call it? As opposed to Macron claiming that the fucking thing is Trump is actually looking for a ceasefire. Okay. I know MERS also said Israel's doing our dirty work. I know. They were at the fucking negotiating table when this started. What's the point of even saying this? Anyone moved by this bullshit lacks the capacity to remember things that happened more than a day ago.
All right, let's go live to Tel Aviv now, bring in the former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren. Michael, it's good to be with you. I want to start you here. This is the latest from President Trump. A couple of big posts on Truth Social. He said, first of all, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, in brackets, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. And then a few minutes later, the president followed up with this, said unconditional surrender. Sounds like he's done talking to Iran. He just wants them to lay down their arms. He wants them to agree to end their nuclear program, or it may escalate from here. What are you thinking in this moment?
I think it's extraordinary. We're in a truly historic moment. John, Jillian, always good to be with you. Who would have thought? This is one of the world's most wicked regimes. It's not just that they have tried to destroy the state of Israel again and again for the last 46 years. They are the world's largest state sponsor of terror. They're responsible for thousands of deaths of Americans too around the world. They are the major backers of Hezbollah and Hamas that triggered this horrendous Middle Eastern war for the last year and a half. They supplied the drones and the rockets that kill Ukrainians. I can go on and on. This is a truly wicked, wicked regime. And when the president says total surrender, unconditional surrender, we couldn't agree more. And we hope it's not just about their nuclear program. It's the end of Iran's support for terror. It's the end of Iran's attempt to assassinate American leaders, including President Trump himself. I mean, who lets a regime get away with that? It's not just about their ability to enrich uranium. So it's an extraordinary moment. And we greatly appreciate the president's support for us throughout this crisis. It's providing us with munitions, even with jet fuel. And if the president decides that he, in the United States, wants to intervene directly, we're the last people who are going to say no.
Well, let me ask you this question. Can Israel accomplish its goals of eliminating Iran's nuclear program without U.S. help?
I don't know about eliminating. We certainly degrade it extremely. And if the Iranians do come back to the negotiating table, they're going to negotiate about dismantling the program and not just capping the enrichment. And the great thing is they'll be discussing dismantling nuclear facilities that are already dismantled to a certain extent. And yes, we do not have strategic bombers. We don't have B-52s or B-1s, B-2s. We have these wonderful American-made jets, F-15s, F-16s, and F-35s. They've just done an extraordinary president praised American weaponry today, and we couldn't agree more. But again, we don't have planes that can carry these bunker-busting bombs. They weigh 30,000 pounds that can penetrate an underground facility like the facility at Fordo. We could take our time. We could begin to sort of peel off various layers of that mountain, but that would take a very long time. The United States can do it much more swiftly, cleanly, and effectively.
Well, the issue, though, is Fordo. And if there were to be a ceasefire declared and Fordo was intact, do you have any belief that the Ayatollah would actually agree to dismantle that, or would it be left intact and eventually, as he's done so many times in the past, drag this out, at the same time reconstituting and rebuilding his nuclear program so that in a couple or 3 years you'd be right back here where we are now?
Exactly. That's our feeling, too, that the whole system, the whole architecture of the Iranian nuclear program has to be dismantled and has to be verified, whether it's dismantled through.
I will say this much. The only thing that causes me to lean on maybe Trump is just posturing and not like full tilt ready to go to war and put American troops on the line and like bomb Iran directly at the behest of Israel, is because I see tweets like this from Charlie Kirk. And, Charlie Kirk is an inside guy, as close to an inside guy as you can get. And he is a firm and committed MAGA supporter. On the one hand, he says Trump has been consistent for a decade, no nukes for Iran. On the other hand, he says Lindsey Graham quickly went from we need to take out nuclear facilities to we need to take out the Ayatollah. Taking out nuclear sites with direct strategic violent precision is a defensible position. Toppling yet another regime is pathological and asinine. This is insane. Regime change will result in a bloody civil war, killing hundreds of thousands, and creating another massive Muslim refugee crisis. Toppling a leader is never as easy as you think. It almost always results in further involvement, a civil war, and chaos. Resist this. I think this makes me feel like their goal is to actually strike Iran with American weapons and then try to force the Ayatollah to concede and say, you're done. No more nukes for you because you don't have your nuclear program any longer. Oh, this was funny. I saw this. We won in Gaza and Iran. We will play the final with Turkey. Israeli media channel 13. Devlet Bahçeli also came out. He is a part of the coalition, the ultranationalist MHP party leader, America's very own other asset. And he came out and he said, Israel wants us as the final. Like what Israel will do to Iran, we're monitoring very closely because Israel wants to do the same to us, which I don't think is real. I don't think that's, I think that's kind of silly. But, Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey houses American nukes. I don't think it's a part of America's grand design to eradicate one of its most loyal servants in the region. But it is funny to see all of the Muslim majority nations come out and be like, Israel wants to do this to us too. Like Pakistan is making similar statements as well. Again, another country that's like almost completely controlled by the ISI and therefore the American State Department. And it's funny that these guys are just like posturing in this way. Do you think Pakistan will be next? No, I don't. I mean, Pakistan maybe more so than Turkey, considering its involvement with China, because Pakistan has been very close with China for quite a while now and plays a very important land border between China and a waterway. And therefore, I can see some destabilization happening in Pakistan before anywhere else, but they have nukes, so they have sovereignty.
Through an agreement or is mantled through a kinetic measures, as they say euphemistically, by military measures, that is okay too. That's the goal, though. But I would stress it shouldn't be just about the nuclear program. It has to be what we used to call, sort of the euphemistically Iran's malign behavior, as if Iran was sort of wrecking its room in some way. Iran, the world has killed hundreds of Americans in Beirut, as you remember, John. Assassinated American leaders, everyone from John Bolton to Mike Pompeo to the president himself. And by the way, they tried to assassinate me when I was in Washington, D.C. They don't care. These people are terrorists, and they should not get anywhere near a nuclear facility.
So, we talk about the head of the snake, and President Trump has said we know where the Ayatollah is. He's safe for now, at least. Apparently, there are reports that the president vetoed the idea that Israel would take him out. Senator John Fetterman was on Fox earlier today and said he thought that was a mistake. Listen here.
I think they should have targeted him, absolutely taken him out. I think the way Israel operates, they just take out the leadership just like they did with Hezbollah. And they've already done that with the Iranian leadership. Just took them out even laying in their beds. And they didn't take down the whole building. They actually targeted where they lay in bed.
So what do you think about that, Michael? I mean, you took out the head of the military and the new heads of the military. They were just taken out this morning. You took out Nasrallah. You took out Haniyeh. You've taken out Hamas leadership time and time again.
He snuck Haniyeh in there. Like Hassan Nasrallah is a high priority target that has tremendous military worth. Ismail Haniyeh is, or was at the time, the principal negotiator on the Hamas civil governance side. Not a fucking militant at all, and has never held a weapon as far as I know. Okay? Like, he just added that on there. He's like, well, they all sound fucking Arabic. They all sound like Muslim names, you know? Remember when they took out Ismail Haniyeh? Oh, cool. Okay. I guess they're all not human from your perspective, so all valid.
And on the ground there in Gaza, why not just get rid of the Ayatollah? Or are you concerned with what might follow in the power vacuum?
Oh, I think it's more that I don't think anybody in the state of Israel would shed a slightest tear if Mr. Khomeini would meet his maker. And I think the maker would be very happy to see him. No, I think what I really thought, is my background is in military history. When the president said unconditional surrender, what does that evoke? It meant when Roosevelt said that about Japan in World War II. And when Japan surrendered, Roosevelt and the Allies said, well, we're going to keep Emperor Hirohito, even though he bears a tremendous amount of responsibility for the attack on Pearl Harbor and the horrors that Japan affected throughout the world during the war. We're going to keep him because we need his legitimacy to legitimize the surrender. Now, that was the first thing that came to mind.
This guy's connection is so ass cheese.
Moments ago, this post on Truth Social, perhaps the key line is the first sentence.
The thing that doesn't make sense is, like, if Israel has complete control over Iranian skies, then does that mean that, like, Israel is allowing Iran to still continue striking inside of Tel Aviv and inside of Israel? Like, that makes no sense. They're like, oh yeah, we have complete control over the skies of Iran. So every time a fucking ballistic missile actually successfully hits Israel, as it did this morning, around the same time that this fucking dumbass tweeted about how he has complete control over the the Iranian skies, I guess, like, Israel is allowing that to happen. They're like, nope, that's great. We love it. We love when... Also, I love that he just says, we now have complete control. Like, he's like, yep, me and Israel, we both, we're in it together.
We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. And he seems to say American equipment is overcoming Iranian defenses. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is at the White House. First and foremost, what do we make of that post? And just before we came on the air, the president put it up there about we having control of the skies over Iran.
Dana is so funny. Come on, Dana. You really hate that. You really hate that. You hate that the GOAT is saying we when talking about Israel. Really? Come on, Dana. I've heard you speak about Israel before. Why are you acting different right now, Dana?
Word is the central point there. We, of course, joining the longtime ally of the U.S., Israel, but using that construction.
Jeff Zeleny, of course, longtime ally of Israel.
We certainly implies that the United States is working in a partnership, in cooperation with.
Yeah, Dana Fash went from Dana Fash to Dana Bothist.
Israel. And now this is the most declarative thing that the president has said yet about the question that is hanging over this entire debate here at the White House. The president, of course, flying back overnight to Washington from the meeting of the G7 leaders in Canada. He believed that this was an urgent moment that he needed to be back here for. Just a few moments ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrived here at the White House. So we do believe that there will be that meeting convening at some point in the Situation Room. But again, the central question, how directly will the U.S. be involved in ferreting out and perhaps destroying.
Iran has readied missiles and military gear to strike U.S. bases in the Middle East if Washington enters Israel's war. Source: The New York Times.
Iran's nuclear capabilities. That is really a central question, not only for the Trump foreign policy, but certainly for the world. And this is something that the president, when he was being sworn into office on Inauguration Day, he talked about being a peacemaker. He talked about ending long wars. Of course, that has been the anthem of his really last 10.
By the way, new polling out for Newswire, Insider Advantage poll. 74% of Americans say Iran must be stopped from developing nuclear weapons. I'm seeing a lot of these like inconsistent polls because the YouGov poll that just came out show that there is major opposition amongst Americans, amongst the American population, of intervention in Iran. But I'm seeing like a lot of these wonky ass fucking polls left and right. And that could be a matter of like Americans and their inconsistency. It's the same principle behind like, you know, majority say they want amnesty and majority also say they want mass deportation, right? Like that happens all the time. But this could also be a byproduct. It could be a byproduct of the framing, the way that the question is framed, or it could be a byproduct of the media manufacturing machine, the consent manufacturing machine working in real time across every spectrum, across every single outlet, no matter what the ideological component is, claiming that like Iran must not have nukes. Iran is going to nuke us. Iran must not have nukes. So who knows? Why would popular support matter? I mean, no one wants instability. Donald Trump is also clearly a little bit invested in making sure that at least his base remains intact. And if there are a tremendous amount of people in his base that are actively saying, we don't want to go to war with Iran, what the fuck are you doing? Then you know, that limits, I guess, that limits like how much intervention is how much public appetite there is for intervention, because he's already underwater with every aspect. Not that America is a real democracy that demands constant popular support for everything that the government is doing. Clearly, that doesn't exist. But you know, that's still somewhat of a concern. I think that's always going to be a concern of every administration, no matter what.
And years in American political life here, but by saying we, that clearly is implicit there. But he's also responding to the vice president, to J.D. Vance, who offered some commentary just a short time ago as well, pushing back against this growing divide inside the MAGA movement. Some supporters of the president believe the U.S. should not be involved at all. And a very interesting window into part of the administration.
Hasana's base does not care. We're not putting boots on the ground unless Iran directly hits military assets and kills directly military personnel. Yeah, that's the difference. That right there is not the incorrect assessment. You're right. If Americans have a broad appetite for, Air Force campaigns, as demonstrated by Yemen. The difference here, however, is that if they are doing bombing campaigns and Iran retaliates against American troop positions in the region, which they can very clearly strike, okay? Because there is a fuck ton of American bases in the region, which Iran says they will. At that point, it's a matter of how much restraint will Iran apply? Will they actually eat American missile strikes without any retaliation whatsoever towards American military, American troops in the region? Because, as you said, then it's full-blown war, right? The stock market cares. That's what will matter. I don't even know anymore.
Administration's thinking coming from Vice President Vance. Let's read a part of it together. He says this, speaking of the president, he may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. The vice president goes on to say, and of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. But I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. Well, boy, Dana, there is a lot packed into that. Of course, 25 years would include the Bush administration and beyond. And this is the central question facing this president now. Is he going to engage and get the United States engaged in a wider war? Or is he going to essentially watch from the sidelines with perhaps a bit of help? But we do believe that those decisions will be made in the coming hours beginning with a meeting in the Situation Room at some point this afternoon.
Before I let you go, Jeff, I just want to underscore.
Chatters, I have yet to cover Brad Lander's arrest and detainment and release. Obviously, because there's a somewhat of a more pressing matter unfolding in front of us, which is World War III and potential American escalations in the region, maybe even going to war with Iran. I will eventually get to Brad Lander getting arrested by ICE. Don't worry.
Because a lot has happened like in the last 10 minutes. But I want to underscore that last point that you made. And that is that the Vice President of the United States is not only speaking for the White House here, but he's clearly speaking to the president's MAGA supporters who are really pushing him not to get involved because they're saying
residents of Tel Aviv and Haifa in Israel should leave these areas to save your lives. Iranian Brigadier General Sayed Abdulrahim Musawi said in a televised message on Tuesday, though it is not clear that Iran can make good on such threats. He said Iran's barrage of missiles against Israel so far were deterrence, and soon Iran would move to retaliation attacks. I don't know either. I don't know. I don't know if Iran is simply posturing to create fear in Israeli society, create a sense of panic in Israeli society, or if they actually have the capacities to deliver a fuck ton of payload to these areas and truly damage like Israeli infrastructure. Iran Arabic News just said Iran is aiming their rockets towards American bases in the region in case Trump chooses to join the war. I struggle at reading Arabic, slow as fuck. Please read this. I saw. Iranian officials told the New York Times that their country could start to place mines in the Strait of Hormuz if U.S. joined the war. Heard it's called the deployment meal. I mean, these are, I don't know when these are from, but yes, the steak and lobster, surf and turf is deployment. Is a deployment meal. Yes. I still get the World War III angle here. Who would back Iran in this scenario? Russia and China. Also Armenia. Maybe Pakistan. Who knows? Most of the Middle East? Nah, they wouldn't. They wouldn't touch. They would fucking join the war on the side of America and Israel. DPRK. Belarus. I mean, every day they've just been talking about how America any moment now is going to join.
Who has historically been one of the leading voices opposed to the U.S. getting involved in foreign conflicts. It really was a remarkable, lengthy post that he put out for many reasons, but especially the internal GOP politics.
It certainly was. I mean, in one hand, it's sending a message to the dissenters out there, Tucker Carlson and others who've been critical of the president, and just the idea that the United States would deepen its engagement. So the vice president basically told them to pipe down, and they should follow and trust the president. But Dana, also speaking potentially to divisions inside this own administration. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, of course, has been much less of a disciple of the American First agenda, at least by brand. So it's very interesting that the vice president decided to put out that very lengthy statement before there is really a meeting or before there is a decision. But certainly, I'm told it's designed to quiet the outside dissenters. But even more, he, of course, has a seat at the table here. It's to perhaps push the president in one direction as well.
Policymakers are free to ignore intelligence assessments, but I hope there was serious conversation between Trump and his national security team regarding any claims made by Israel to include a U.S. intelligence community assessment on those claims before any decisions were made. I raised earlier the point of having the intelligence community's take on Israeli claims was crucial. This means that, in effect, that Trump has chosen to believe the Israeli conclusions over those of his own intelligence community. Israel shared intelligence they claimed showed that Iran was working towards a bomb. U.S. intelligence agencies didn't see it that way. Oh, that's the other side of the story, by the way, that the American intelligence community's assessment, what you're hearing on mainstream news is entirely different than what is actually unfolding behind the scenes. The American intelligence community's assessment is that Iran is not fucking 3 seconds to midnight on a nuclear weapon. Even Tulsi Gabbard said that. She confirmed it. And of course, Vance's statement was a wishy-washy way of trying to fucking fix it. Look, I'm seeing this from the inside, and I'm admittedly biased towards our president and my friend. God, I hate him. He's such a pussy. I hate JD Vance so much. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think the thing that really pisses me off is this incredibly millennial way of posting when you're the goddamn vice president. My friend, But there's a lot of crazy stuff on social media, so I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. First, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over the 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish his goal. The president has made clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, and he said repeatedly that this would happen one of two ways, the easy way or the other way. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Iran could have civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. Meanwhile, they've enriched uranium far above the level necessary for any civilian purpose. They've been found in violation of their non-proliferation obligations by the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is hardly a right-wing organization. It's one thing to want a civilian nuclear energy. It's another thing to demand sophisticated enrichment capacity. Interesting, because they're hitting the fucking civilian nuclear sites. So that's weird when you're saying that they should not be allowed to have nukes, and then you're simultaneously saying that these are distinct issues, but for Israel, it seems one and the same. And it's still another claim to enrichment while simultaneously violating basic non-proliferation obligations. Yeah, I wonder why. You know who also is in violation of non-proliferation obligations because they never signed on to it? Fucking Israel, man. Israel. Okay? Israel has nukes, has never signed a non-proliferation treaty, refuses to sign it. Everybody knows they have nukes. You're in the American government. You know they definitely have nukes. You know exactly how many nukes they have. Also, unlike Iran, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Israel does have the capacity to deliver payload to America. Iran does not. Okay? Iran's maximum missile distance is like barely getting to Eastern Europe. Israel, on the other hand, well, that's a different story. Khalil, no! Once again, pure projection. Pure projection. Everything Israel says about their enemies is projection, okay? When they say Iran could nuke France, read that as a threat that Israel could nuke France, okay? A dangerously unstable government that is a nuclear power. I've yet to see a single good argument for why Iran needed to enrich uranium well above the threshold for civilian use. I've yet to see a single good argument for why Iran was justified in violating his non-proliferation obligations. I don't know, maybe because the previous Trump administration ripped apart their denuclearization agreement. The previous Trump administration did that. Trump did that. He did that. Okay? And also, amidst a denuclearization agreement that was brought to the table, Trump came out and said, haha, we were just doing a fake negotiation so Israel could fucking shoot you guys. That just happened. That happened like yesterday. Sure, maybe you forget what took place in, I don't know, when you were a pussy-ass libtard who fucking said Donald Trump is actually Hitler. Maybe you weren't paying close attention to what Donald Trump was doing with ripping apart the Obama-era denuclearization agreement. But don't act like you weren't in the fucking room 3 days ago. That didn't happen that long ago. What, like a week ago, there was a fucking denuclearization negotiation taking place. There were maximalist positions that America was abiding by, but as is the art of the deal, you're supposed to make concessions, right? You called Trump Hitler. Yeah, I think Donald Trump is a fascist. Yes. Are you talking about J.D. Vance? Because he did as well. Meanwhile, the president has shown remarkable restraint in keeping our military focused on protecting our troops and protecting our citizens. He may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. He's so weepy. He's so weepy in the way he talks. I hate him. It's just like, I thought homo-fascism was going to come from the Democrats as opposed to the homophobic fascism from the Republicans. But J.D. Vance is fucking carrying the torch of homo-fascism on the fucking Republican right, single-handedly. Okay? The fucking weepy, condescending, like, oh, you guys are really doing it again, huh? I hate it. But I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. Have you said thank you once? And having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he is only interested in using American military to accomplish the American people's goals. Aaron Mate, I've yet to see a single good argument for why Iran needs to enrich uranium. The argument is that Trump broke the original Iran nuclear deal, which capped Iran's enrichment at a threshold for civilian use. By killing that deal, which Iran was adhering to, Trump sent the message that the U.S. would not accept Iran enriching even for civilian use. So Iran, as it was allowed to do under the deal, given Trump's violation of it, increased enrichment in the hopes of convincing the U.S. to return to the deal and abandon its crippling sanctions that strangle Iran's economy. What were they supposed to do? Wait for Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and then Donald Trump again to change their minds? If one wants to argue that the original deal that Trump broke was flawed because it was set to expire, well, Trump could have tried to renegotiate it. He didn't. He simply killed it, reimposed crippling sanctions, and then assassinated Iran's top general as he was trying to de-escalate Saudi Arabia. One could also argue that Iran made a tactical error in enriching at a higher level, but it not only has the right to do so, it did so while actively negotiating with Trump and repeatedly renouncing nuclear weapons as long as it has. Just a few months ago, the U.S. intelligence community affirmed that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khomeini has not authorized the nuclear weapons program suspended in 2003. I've yet to see a good argument for your administration chooses to side with Israel over U.S. intelligence and your promises to voters to stop engaging in endless wars. By the way, he responded to Tulsi Gabbard. Are you saying that Tulsi and 18 U.S. intelligence agencies backing the opposite findings less than 8 weeks ago are wrong or lying? No, I'm not saying that. First off, Tulsi's testimony was in March, and a lot has changed since then. Second, if you look at what she said then, her point about uranium enrichment is consistent with what I wrote above. To which Felix replied with, you are probably the least convincing, least trustworthy person ever in your position. I was there for Dick Cheney. You have all his malice, but with the added insecurity of spending the first 20 years of your life acting as a living Barbie for a council of chain-smoking grandmas. Once again, this conversation should not be held around denuclearization. That is what they want you to talk about. That is what they want you to think is the main point of contention. This is not the main point of contention. Is it a fear that Iran may arrive at nuclear weapons? Yes, of course that's a fear. But it's not a fear because Iran will use said nukes. It's a fear that Iran will threaten to use said nukes and develop sovereignty. That's the real fear. That would make it impossible to overthrow the Iranian administration. That's it. A sovereign state would render American ambitions of destabilizing Iran and bringing it under the banner of American influence impossible. Because then you never know you never know how unstable it might be if they have nukes after all. Why would Iran want to enrich uranium? Asked the vice president of the nuclear superpower currently demanding Iran surrenders unconditionally to the rogue nuclear power currently bombarding it 7 years after it scuttled its treaty. It solved the issue through negotiations. Iran must arrive at the tech tree at nuclear weapons if Iran wants to be a sovereign state.
Yeah. Really, really fascinating turn of events in the last few minutes. Jeff, thank you so much for reporting it and making sense of it for us. And we have a terrific group of reporters here at the table to continue doing just that. CNN's Stephen Collinson, CNN's MJ Lee, Tyler Pager of the New York Times, and CNN's Lauren Fox. I just want to pick up where I just left off, Stephen, with Jeff, and I would even, perhaps go a step further, which is that not only is Vance sending a message to MAGA world, to Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon, we'll hear some of what they have been saying in the last 24 hours in a second, but also maybe laying the groundwork for what's to come. Like he knows what's to come, and that's why he's sending that message now.
Certainly. And I think Jeff is right. This is a message to the MAGA world, but it's also a message to Trump and his political conscience. He's saying effectively, you can go ahead and still be compatible with everything you stood for. Remember in 2016 campaign, the moment that the president took down Jeb Bush, it was over the Iraq war. He said it was a big fat mistake. You got sucked into a war that was a forever war that didn't end. It's hard to say how, it's so endemic to Trump's appeal. When you talk to people at Trump rallies, the idea that those days are gone. Yet Trump, if he goes ahead, we don't know how it's going to end up. It could start with shock and awe. It will have all sorts of reverberations. He becomes the interventionist that he always decried. And that's why there's so many splits right now in the Republican Party and the MAGA movement.
And one of the most interesting sentences from...
How could the dumbest political movement on the planet, be duped once again? Oh no. Surely this time things will be different. They will actually get really mad. Maybe. I hope they fucking wake up. Or maybe they'll sit around with their Fell For It Again awards and wonder how this happened.
That long statement we saw from the vice president, I thought, was
Jessica
where he said
Tarlov is
he
in
is
the chat.
only
No, I'm
interested
kidding.
in using the American military to accomplish the American people's goals. I mean, Dana, that is not an outright rejection of the use of the American military. It actually sure sounds like he is priming the American public for the possibility of the U.S. getting directly involved. We're not saying that we know for sure this is going to happen, but all of the body language that we are seeing from this lengthy statement certainly suggests that this possibility is very much out there. I mean, you couple that with President Trump suddenly deciding to cut short a foreign trip, and a lot of signs are headed in that direction. I will just say one reason that I think this just is so remarkable, the possibility, the potential of this kind of intervention, is that President Trump, as a candidate and right before he was sworn in, was so determined to not have wars on his plate as he was getting sworn in. He didn't want the war in Ukraine. He certainly didn't want the conflict in Gaza. He didn't want this war to be fully blown out between Israel and Iran. And now here he is, a couple days in, with the fires being exchanged, seriously, apparently contemplating the possibility of the U.S., as Stephen said, becoming an interventionist country.
And Tyler, as I bring you in, because you cover the White House on a daily, minute-by-minute basis, I do want to bring back what we started with at the top of the hour, which is a brand new post from the president himself, where he said, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over..."
Guys, becoming an interventionist country. On news, citing Western sources, said there are clear signs that U.S. may strike Iran very soon.
Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA.
Yeah, and I think this is part of this effort we've seen the president and his allies laying about how this fits into the America First policy. He's under fire from some critics, Tucker Carlson chief among them, and here we see him fashioning about how this is America First. I mean, the two things, MJ, just to add on to what you were saying, not only did he not want these wars, his inaugural address was all about being a peacemaker, peace through strength. We've talked to sources who said he's very obsessed with winning the Nobel Peace Prize. So it's not only remarkable that he doesn't want more conflict, it's that he's inserting the U.S. potentially into a greater conflict there. And I also think one of the things that's interesting, MJ, from the point that you just read of the vice president's statement, is that sounds a lot like former presidents justifying previous military actions, that actions overseas are in part to protect American interests, not just at home, but all around the world. And so it's just so interesting to see that language being used by two politicians who have made their name promising no forever wars, and promising not to engage in additional military conflict.
Right, especially, again, from J.D. Vance, who is effectively the ambassador because he has such credibility with that part of the Republican Party, the newer part of the Republican Party, as opposed to what used to be most of the Republican Party, which is more hawkish.
In other news, President Trump is cutting his G7 trip short as Israel and Iran are trading these devastating strikes. Mark Meredith joins us live now with more. Mark?
Ainsley, good morning to you. President Trump is back at the White House after cutting his trip to Canada short. The president making it very clear he does not believe in any uncertain terms that Iran should have any nuclear weapon capabilities. But the president was also asked on Air Force One on his way back to D.C. why he decided he needed to come back to D.C. so quickly. Listen to what he had to say.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for better than a ceasefire. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe.
Now, the president was in Canada meeting with many world leaders, including French President Emmanuel Macron. And while he was there, the president signed on to an agreement calling for peace in the Middle East, but also was critical of some comments that Macron made. Macron was suggesting that the reason that Trump was heading back to the U.S. was to create a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Trump put out on Truth Social, publicity-seeking.
Trump is live, is he?
Macron of France mistakenly said that I left the G7 to go back to D.C. to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong. He has no idea why I'm on my way to D.C., but it certainly has nothing to do with the ceasefire. Much bigger than that, whether purposely or not. Emmanuel always gets it wrong. Stay tuned. We'll be looking to see if the French president has any new reaction while he is still in Canada. But the president, he is back here in D.C. meeting with his national security team. We don't have an updated schedule yet, guys, so we don't know if we'll see the president address the situation on camera later today. But, of course, there are so many developments happening in real time.
And
Brian, Lawrence, and Hazel?
It's not the Israeli-Iran conflict. I get it. But the president is on a fast track to get a trade deal, it looks like, with Canada. He had formally signed the one with the U.K. And I personally think that he was not thrilled about the Ukrainian talks that were on
Chatters, I know Brad Lander has been released. Shut the fuck up.
tap. He probably knows he's going to get pressured to hit Russia with sanctions. I don't think he was really looking forward to that session. Do you think that played into it, Mark?
Well, Brian, Macron and Trump have certainly had interesting relationships over the last year. Trump last year praised him as a pretty smart guy, but obviously we've seen the back and forth that Macron has had. He's been very vocal when it comes to the Ukraine issue, and Macron obviously wanting to keep Europe and the U.S. involved with Ukraine. However, I would imagine with so much of the focus, though, for the president's going to be on what happens next with whether or not Israel goes forward with an even larger attack against Tehran. Trump was asked about that on the plane, why he said the people of Tehran should evacuate. He didn't elaborate further, but obviously people are reading between the lines that a possibility of a major attack is still on the table.
All right, Mark. Thanks so much. Do you know if they made up at all, the Macrons? I mean, after that little incident on the plane?
The president and his wife?
Chris, could you follow up?
President Trump left the G7 summit in Canada one day early to keep track of the fighting in the Middle East. As the president returned to Washington, he told reporters that he wants Iran to give up any thoughts of developing a nuclear weapon. Nancy Cortez is in Calgary covering the summit of Western leaders that will continue today without Trump. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. That's right. The G7 summit will have to do with just 6 leaders here in Canada today after President Trump's abrupt departure last night. Overnight, aboard Air Force One flying home, he told reporters that he plans to spend the day in the Situation Room and that his new goal is for Iran to shutter its nuclear facilities entirely unless Israel destroys them first. Flying home from Canada early this morning, President Trump said he had to get back to monitor Israel's bombardment of Iran, which he suggested could intensify over the next few days. This was supposed to be a 2-day meeting of the minds for the leaders of the world's largest democracies. But towards the end of day one, Trump's press secretary posted this. President Trump had a great day at the G7 and much was accomplished. But because of what's
like a baby. They're talking about him like he's a kindergartner, dude.
going on in the Middle East, he will be leaving tonight.
And I have to be back early.
Before departing, Trump posted this ominous message, urging everyone to evacuate Tehran.
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
White House officials say the U.S. has no plans to join the fight, though refueling jets and a second carrier strike group are moving closer to the region, just in case Iran tries to strike U.S. bases.
Oh, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they
just in case.
don't have to touch our troops.
President Trump said this morning that he has not reached out to Iran to initiate peace talks. He said they should have taken the deal that was on the table because they are now losing this conflict badly. Here in Canada, the summit goes on, with Canadian officials telling CBS News that they were given a heads up that President Trump was planning to depart early before the news was made public. Nate.
Nancy, thank you.
There is new CNN reporting indicate there are doubts in the intelligence community about how close Iran actually is to getting a weapon. CNN's Zach Cohen has this reporting. He's with us now. What are you learning, Zach?
Yeah, John, there appears to be some daylight between the U.S. intelligence community and Israel, and I guess now Donald Trump, on this question of how close Iran is to obtaining a nuclear weapon. And specifically, sources telling me and our colleague Katie Bo-Lillis that the intelligence community assessed before the most recent Israeli strikes that Iran was years away, as much as 3 years away, from not only obtaining a nuclear weapon, but developing the system meant to deliver it at a target of its choosing. And that does really run counter to the more urgent and dire timeline that Israel and Donald Trump have put forward in recent days. Israel, of course, saying, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran has been working in secret to develop nuclear weapons over the last several months, and that it's very close to having a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump, of course, addressing this question today when he was asked by reporters about his Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard's testimony in March, where she said that Iran is not actively working towards a nuclear weapon. Take a listen to what Donald Trump said when he was asked this question today.
You've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
So why does this matter, right? Israel has used this sort of urgent warning about Iran's nuclear program as justification for its latest round of preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Of course, this big question still hangs over the entire situation as to whether or not Donald Trump and the U.S. will become directly involved in the conflict. Donald Trump has said as recently as today that he wants to dismantle Iran's nuclear program. In order to do so, that will require one of two things, experts tell us, either a negotiated deal or U.S. military strikes.
All right, Zach Cohen, some brand new reporting that fits right in where this story is right now. Appreciate your work on this. Thank you very much. With us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He's a former White House coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa who's been deeply involved in discussions in and around Iran for many, many years. And
thank God we got a true diversity of opinion once again. Biden's very own Middle East envoy here, responsible for one of the most responsible figures for Israel's genocide under the Biden leadership.
Brett, what I want to focus on is President Trump headed to the Situation Room this morning, and much of the discussion might be focused around one site in particular, one nuclear site. I just want to put it on the map here so people can see. It's the Fordo nuclear enrichment site. We can push in a little bit to give people a sense of what it looks like, the area looks like. Why is this site so important?
Well, John, I think the president should be in the Situation Room today. The Situation Room was actually created by JFK after the Bay of Pigs fiasco for a situation like this, to provide full spectrum awareness for a president as he has to make critical decisions. And there are three immediate priorities, and one of them is what you just mentioned. But number one, the protection of Americans in the region and the protection of Israel. We have to surge the missile interceptors into Israel. We're doing that as
Dude, sick. Dude, so much diversity of opinion. Do you see that? It's so strange. You rarely ever hear someone on, you rarely ever see someone as a global affairs analyst come on and be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't go to fucking war with Iran. That seems kind of stupid. Doesn't that strike you as odd? I've yet to hear from one fucking professional analyst that they have on that says, this seems like a stupid decision.
As Nick just said, a very small number of missiles yesterday. It looks like about 10. Can't draw a conclusion yet, but the Israelis are taking out not only the missiles, but the launchers. Very important. Second, you want to contain this conflict to Israel and Iran, not have regional spread. So far, that objective is being met, and I think the signals the administration is putting out are very good. Third, and this gets to your point, you want to keep particularly the Israelis focused on the stated objectives of this military campaign. The stated objectives are dismantling the nuclear program and the missile program. That's it. You want to avoid mission creep. Now, on the nuclear program, there are three main sites, two enrichment sites, one at Natanz, much of which is above ground, some below ground. The Israelis appear to have very effectively targeted that site. The second enrichment.
We can't have people like consistently sending me the Twitter user Village Crazy Lady to make a point about uranium enrichment. Please stop.
Facility is an underground facility called Fordo, which you just mentioned.
You guys see a tweet that's going viral and instantly, without even like thinking about who's making the tweet, go, You literally have to see this brilliant take.
Deep underground, dug into a mountain. It was an undisclosed facility until 2009 when it was discovered by intelligence and announced. Iran has...
Oh, damn. I was about to address the one chatter that said, why are you always eating stuff? It's because I'm a human being and I need to consume food over the course of a 10-hour broadcast.
Very advanced centrifuges in that facility. Just last week, before this started, they threatened to spin fuel through those advanced centrifuges.
Iran is cooking tonight. Yeah, the Iranian state media claims there will be a surprise tonight that the world will remember for centuries. There's also another thing that, people were saying. They keep saying that over and over again. Iranian media outlet Noor News reported that the confession of the Israeli F-35 pilot whose jet was downed by the Iranian Air Force will be published soon. Since Israel's aggression on Iran began on Friday, June 13th at dawn, the Iranian Air Force has downed 4 Israeli F-35 fighter jets. This is what I heard as well. Iran doesn't realize that their veiled threats against Israel don't only keep Israelis up at night, it keeps us up at night as well. We are the real victims here, okay? Every time they say, oh, just wait, just you fucking wait. It's like oh, shit, quick F, mini F, calm down. It's going to be fine. It's fixed. It's fine. We're fine. It's okay. CNN continues to promote Middle East analysis from Biden aide Brett McGurk. I read this yesterday from Akbar Shahid Ahmed, who directed the U.S.-supported bloodshed and strategic drift in Gaza and Lebanon. Okay? The reason why they promote him, the reason why they present him as like the most competent person is because this creates a permission structure from the liberal side. This is the guy most responsible for Biden's fucking death and destruction in the region. Now, basically saying Trump's ambitions with respect to Israel is actually valid.
Centrifuges enriching just below weapons grade. Now, to take out that Fordo facility, it really takes a U.S. military operation with a B-2 bomber, and you can see our military actually positioning for that possibility. But there's an off-ramp, and the president's made very clear there's a deal on the table. Steve Witkoff, his envoy, put a deal on the table about 6 weeks ago. Iran did not answer that. They actually escalated their program in response. And what the president is saying, the White House is saying, is to Iran, hey, go back and take another look at that. Tell us you're ready to take the deal, and this will be over. So that's where we stand right now. At the end of the day, John, this has to end with Iran's nuclear program dismantled. And Fordo really is the key. It can be a deal, and we can all hope for a deal, or it can be a military operation.
Again, this is another look at Fordo right here. You can see this area right here is where the centrifuges are believed to be buried deep inside the mountain here. And what Brett was just talking about is it's believed that the only way to destroy this is through a U.S. weapon, the B-2 bombers dropping what's called this bunker buster bomb, the GBU-57 here. What do you think that discussion is like, Brett, about whether or not the U.S. should get involved here? Benjamin Netanyahu has all but explicitly said, hey, come on, drop this bomb.
Yeah, I have to say, the U.S. military has trained on this for over a decade. This munition was kind of designed for this purpose. Now, look, there have been massive risks about such an operation like this. Number one risk used to be Hezbollah. Hezbollah had 150,000 to 200,000 missiles and rockets aiming at Israel. Hezbollah has been knocked on his back. Number two has been Iranian air defenses. They had Russian air defense systems, very high risk of taking down airplanes. Those are no longer there. So those risks have basically been eliminated. Iran can certainly respond. I would never downplay the risks of any military operation, but I would just say this is a very feasible option. Iran knows it. It's important they know it for the purpose of trying to get a diplomatic resolution to this problem and the problem of Fordo. I think that right now is the main objective, but it takes the military pressure to get Iran to the table and to do that deal. This is really going to unfold here over the next 3 to 4 days. I think it's a very critical period. I'm watching today. Can Iran again muster another missile barrage, or are they really now depleted?
And Brett, you use the term coercive diplomacy. That's what's happening here. What is that exactly?
Well, coercive diplomacy is what this administration, past administrations have used fairly effectively with the Iranians. Number one,
coercive diplomacy means using the negotiations process as shield ambition basically is, here, I'll give you an example. It's not even the denuclearization, right? Oh, fuck. It's fine. It's cutting in and out, but it's fine. Calm down. It's okay. We're back. I'll give you a very simplified example of a coercive diplomacy. Someone robbing you at gunpoint. Someone comes up to you with a gun and says, give me your wallet and your phone. You say no. They shoot you in the foot. They repeat, give me your wallet or your phone, or else I'll shoot you in the head. And if you don't give him your wallet and your phone, they kill you and take your wallet and phone anyway. That is what he means. That's it. That's all this is. That's not diplomacy. That's a fucking robbery. That doesn't make any sense. To claim this is diplomacy is psychotic. Once again, as we're in the process of eating a bunch of different Fs, it feels like there is a minor delay. As is the case of recognizing when the delay actually starts, I'm going to ask you to subscribe now to the Piker Broadcasting Service, and we will figure out exactly how long the delay is. And seems like there is like almost a 10-second delay, maybe if not longer. You can subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service by subscribing for free with a Twitch Prime, or for $6. Twitch Prime is free. Some people are reporting a 5-second delay. Some people are reporting a 7-second delay. It's 5 seconds. Okay. I am going to, you are going to see an F in the next 5 seconds as I hit the ingest fix. 1, 2, 3. I think it's fine. What the helly now? Press 1 to test the delay. Okay, it's like 2 seconds. All right, we're good. It's like a 1 to 2 second delay. All right, we're good.
Economic sanctions, economic pressure, and number 2, the threat of a military force if Iran does not demonstrate to the world its program is peaceful. And I just have to say, last week, John, you know, the IAEA issued a report, very comprehensive report. It was asked for last year, and they found Iran to be an egregious failure to live up to its nonproliferation commitments. And 19 countries then voted in the Board of Governors in Vienna in the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, that Iran was in violation of its obligations. First time in 20 years.
Yeah, they were like, we should nuke Iran. We should let Israel nuke Iran because they're violating their commitments. Which, again, they had no fucking commitments left because America had decided that they had no obligations whatsoever because they cast aside the agreement.
What did Iran do? Terrible choices.
4 hours, next 40.
You've probably heard this line before.
Iran has never given up its quest for nuclear weapons and the missiles to deliver them.
That's because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying this for more than 30 years, claiming Iran is close to having
nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons, atomic bombs.
In 1992, as a member of parliament, Netanyahu addresses the Knesset. He says, within 3 to 5 years, we can assume that Iran will become autonomous in its ability to develop and produce a nuclear bomb. 3 years later, in his book Fighting Terrorism, he repeats the same time frame, 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fast forward to 2002. Netanyahu testifies before a U.S. congressional committee actively calling for the invasion of Iraq.
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The two nations that are vying, competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran.
The invasion happens months later. No weapons of mass destruction are found in Iraq. This is a fragment of a 2009 U.S. State Department cable released by WikiLeaks. Netanyahu tells members of Congress that Iran is 1 or 2 years away from being capable of developing nuclear weapons.
They're online.
It's 2012, and Netanyahu is holding up his infamous cartoon bomb at the UN General Assembly.
By next spring, at most by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb.
And now, 33 years after Netanyahu's first so-called imminent warning, Israel attacks Iran.
And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year.
That's despite the US Director of National Intelligence saying Iran isn't building a nuclear weapon months earlier.
Iran lied.
But for Netanyahu,
he loves his little PowerPoint presentations, man.
Big time.
The slogan has been the same for decades. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
We're going to take a closer look at the 5 days now of fighting between Israel and Iran. The Israeli military saying it's targeting military and nuclear targets all throughout that country, and it appears those strikes have succeeded in damaging at least some of Iran's nuclear sites. But here's the question. Is that enough to achieve Israel's stated goal of preventing Iran from ever?
Yes, Trump is about to deliver a massive speech from the White House, a major address. I think it's coming. I hope not. CNN has not yet reported this. Update, CNN to give urgent speech soon. Endgame World War III. They've been saying Trump is going to, all day there's been statements about potentially a major address coming after the National Security Council meeting. It is yet to happen.
Achieving a nuclear weapon. That's the bigger question. At the moment, international journalists are unable to enter Iran, but our Holly Williams has managed to get all the way to the Iran-Iraq border.
Israel has Iran's nuclear program in its sights, including the Natanz facility, where Iran's been enriching.
I want to stress this one more time. This is how it works. No mentions whatsoever of why this would be spectacularly stupid, how dangerous this is, how stupid this is. No mention of this whatsoever. No opposition to this whatsoever. The only difference between liberal mainstream outlets and right-wing media is aesthetics. One side is demonstrating maximalist bloodlust about why we must bomb Iran racistly. The other side is doing a cold, calculated, logical reasoning for why we must bomb Iran, sometimes for gay reasons. You know, they're homophobic over there. That's the only difference. Actually, that's not even true. Lindsey Graham literally also said they're homophobic over there. We must bomb them. So I guess we must do regime change because they're homophobic, which is hilarious for fucking Lindsey in the closet Graham to say. There is no debate between whether or not we must bomb Iran. The only difference of opinion comes from how hard we could bomb Iran and how hard we could get away with bombing Iran and how awesome it would be. But it's never about why we mustn't do this.
Uranium up to 60%, a step on the way to the 90% used in nuclear weapons. Iran's nuclear ambitions are a threat to Israel's existence, according to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I mean, Mark Bar Mohammed isn't wrong when he says, polling showing that Americans oppose a war doesn't mean anything. This country is too stupid and thoughtless to even notice if a war happens. They'll continue on their lives and not care. The government knows this too. The population is trained to be placid. Yes, this is something that I've brought up as well. Like the media infrastructure is designed. The media infrastructure is designed to basically make Americans not care about war happening all the time, that America is involved in all the time. So that's the reason why a lot of Americans fancy themselves to be peace lovers, you know, peaceful doves, because they never see it. The difference between war in that region versus war with Iran, however, is that Iran does have direct access to measures. Iran has the capabilities of launching measures that would make you feel the pain as well. Do you understand? Oil. And also death of American service members by a lot. Destruction of U.S. Military personnel and gear. Shutting off the Strait of Hormuz. All of these things lighting up the Saudi oil refineries. All of these things would universalize the pain, at which point the nothing ever happens Andes would come to the recognition that things do happen. Because as I've said time and time again, the nothing ever happens guys are basically the Gen Z version of like Fukuyama end of history people, where it comes with the it comes with this sheltered opinion that you can only arrive at if you live in the heart of empire, if you live in the comforts of Western empire, like countries in the West. Nothing happens to you. Things are always happening. They're just not happening to you. When someone says nothing ever happens, what they mean is I never get impacted by the things that are happening because the entire system is designed so that you never actually feel it. Things are always happening. So that is the other side of escalating tensions with Iran. Things might happen in a way that actually bursts our bubble, our comfortable existence in the Western world. Oil shock being one of the immediate responses. A former deputy secretary of the DoD said many of the U.S. bases in the Middle East do not have the capability of protecting themselves with ballistic missile barrages like the one like they've been launching at Israel. Anyway, let's continue.
Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9.
But experts say Israel's war will be in vain unless it destroys the Fordow nuclear site, where Iran is also enriching uranium while denying any intention of building
What is this? Unfortunately, this is where liberals are at. Masterful gambit. Abandon Harris. A message to President Donald J. Trump and the Vice President J.D. Vance. Let us be clear. If this administration leads the U.S. into this war, we will respond with the full strength of our movement. What fucking movement exists with Abandon Harris? Like, low-key, I know ContraPoints is like super fucking libbed up, but what is this statement? Like, what do you mean? What movement is Abandon Harris? Oh no. The limited number of people that didn't vote for Kamala Harris are going to come after Donald Trump. Hey Hassan, I've been following her for some time. I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan, but one criticism I have of you is your lack of coverage of the Pahlavi family and the direct connection with the Israeli government. I don't support Israel or Iran, by the way, but I think you need to shed more light on it. What does that even mean?
Bomb.
Fordow is the hardest to get at because it's so far underground.
Jonathan Panikov is a former deputy national intelligence officer and told us Israel may not have the firepower it...
Thank you for the 50 bones. God damn. The Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you, the viewers, by you, the viewers. Your continued support keeps the broadcast ad-free for all and also allows me, Mr. Piker of Piker Broadcasting Service, to maintain my editorial independence. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Needs.
And it would need to use what are called bunker busters. In other words, a bomb...
Did you miss the memo that you are the #1 Iran political streamer right now? Brush up on the dynasties right now. I mean, that's not surprising. I have seen like low-key, I have seen a lot more Iranian chatters chiming in the broadcast.
And has the biggest penetration of any ordinance that we have.
Netanyahu's also called on Iranians to rise up against their government. But at Iran's border, we met Iranians more concerned with survival than revolution.
What have the big conditions been like inside Iran since the strike started?
This man said Iranians are stockpiling food and gas. Others were too fearful to speak on camera, but told us they believe the Iranian regime is frightened.
Israel may come up with an innovative
They're chanting Margbar America. Don't look that up.
solution to target the Fordow nuclear site, but it could also turn to the US to ask for help. Here on Iran's border, one Iranian man told us he fears that if the US gets involved in airstrikes, it could lead to a world war. Gail.
Thousands leave as Tehran issues first evacuation orders in the Iranian capital.
Today, as this Iranian state television presenter was on air, delivering a defiant regime message to Israel, this happened. The roads out.
They love playing this clip, man. I've seen this clip a million times. I don't know if it's a flex. They keep playing as a flex, or if they just like showcasing the depravity of Israel. Maybe, I don't know.
Out of Tehran are gridlocked as thousands are trying to leave the capital to escape intensifying Israeli attacks on the city. Speaking to people inside Iran isn't easy. It is incredibly risky for anyone to say anything.
News report: Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is taken to hospital by ambulance. What? Is that real? I feel like this is we're getting maximum fake news in the chat more than ever before. Oh, shit. Never mind. It's on CNN. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem transported by ambulance to the D.C. area hospital say. What happened? Did they leave a chocolate out? Like a full bar of chocolate and she got to it? It's really sad. They might actually have to call in poison control and flush it out. Yeah, I'm hearing reports of botched Botox. One of her Botox is leaking. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was transported by ambulance on Tuesday to a hospital in Washington, D.C. Noem has been conscious at the hospital and has spoken with her security detail, one of the sources said. She got to some grapes, too. I heard she also ate the leftover Mongolian barbecue that was left on the counter. It was all onion. It was all grilled onions. Really sad state of affairs. They might have to pump her stomach.
Against the regime. But Sky News has been in contact with some. We have disguised their voices.
The current situation is a war zone. I personally haven't been out much. The streets are quiet while the motorways are jammed with slow-moving traffic. The roads are extremely busy. Most people are trying to leave the city towards the countryside. The streets and highways are chaos too.
Even though some of the people we spoke to would like to see an end to the Iranian regime, most aren't convinced that this war is the right way to achieve it.
Wow. Surprising that people that hate the current regime also simultaneously hate being bombed by an even more evil foreign government that they have seen doing genocide for the past year and a half. This is an incredibly shocking revelation, to me at least. A guy who previously thought people over there just love being bombed by America and Israel because that's all I've seen on mainstream news.
I don't think that the way for us to reach a better regime and government is through foreign military interference. This is clearly a conflict between two states, and as a result, ordinary people caught in between are being sacrificed.
Israel says that it has now destroyed a third of Iran's ballistic missiles. But barrages are still being fired at Israel every night. And this is what happens when they get through the air defenses. 4 people were killed when this apartment block took a direct hit.
And we think actually the ballistic missile hit one of the safe rooms where people were sheltering directly, which is what caused some of the fatalities here. The emergency services have cordoned it all off. They're still working here.
That's not it, Hassan. An average Iranian is not thinking about Palestinians. If anything, a lot of Iranians were pro-Israeli, older Iranians. The switch has been because the damage Tehran has taken and how many innocent children have been killed. Yeah, no, I know. That's my point as well. It doesn't matter how fucking selfish you are, or it doesn't matter how much you have valid reason to fucking despise your country, your regime, when a foreign country, specifically one that's like America or Israel especially, bombs the fuck out of your capital and kills a bunch of children and women. I suspect everyone's opinions are going to change very quickly. This is exactly what I said about Kharkiv and sympathies towards Russia as well. This is literally the most commonly occurring phenomena on the planet. Okay? You could be like maximum pro-Russia, living in the most eastern Ukrainian territory, and be like, I am in my heart Russian, we are brothers, my cousins live in Moscow or whatever. And you will be rid of that notion the moment that your apartment complex falls down, okay? That's it. Think about it as a person, okay? Let's say you go to school with this one guy, with this nerdy kid, and that kid comes and kills your fucking best friend with a gun. Are you ever going to feel the same way about that kid ever again? No, of course not. I can't believe in order to describe how people feel about being bombed to Americans, I have to use a school shooting analogy because that's the only thing Americans can fucking comprehend. Burger and school shooting.
Seen them operating on some of the upper floors, and they are working to make sure that nobody is still trapped inside there.
Michael lives in the next door building. He was sheltering when the missile struck.
We ran away to shelter, and in a few minutes, every destruction. Like I can't even explain the situation, the feelings. And that's it.
Frightening.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's so scary when fucking buildings are carved out by ballistic missiles. It's so scary. Yeah, there's no way. Just interesting to hear. It's interesting to hear an Israeli say this when, 50 miles away, they're doing it to a captive population with far, far greater severity, far greater intensity. What is this? Itamar Ben-Gvir to Amir Bar-Lev. Why did you provoke Iran? Bar-Lev responds, we didn't realize the power of Iran's missile capabilities. No shot. Is that actually what they're saying? I don't speak Hebrew. Someone translate it. That seems too good to be true. This is old. It's fake. Video is old. That's fake. Is it from last year? Oh, it's from 2022. God damn. It's not even from like Operation True Promise 2. Oh, guys, stop sending me fucking Sprinter shit. Please exercise a little bit of caution with like the links that you send in. Missile launches beginning.
We've pulled off a number of surprises. When the dust settles, you're going to see some surprises on Thursday night and Friday that will make the beeper operation almost seem simple.
Smirking Israeli ambassador suggests Israel has an ace up its sleeve that will decide the war by the end of the week. If it materializes, this would explain why the genocidal regime dared to initiate this war of aggression and why Trump is now demanding unconditional surrender. Sprinter observer PFP is a Syrian war criminal who burned people and took selfies with them. Wait, what? I mean, I don't think it's a reliable account anyway. Those are like the reactionary pro-Palestine crowd.
Yeah. Despite the ongoing missile attacks and the daily casualties, Israelis we spoke to still support their government's action.
That statement from that ambassador is actually kind of worrisome because in a direct tit for tat, without American intervention, Israel doesn't have as much smoke as they claim they do. But when it comes to espionage, especially considering what Mossad was able to fucking pull together inside of Iranian boundaries, that in and of itself is definitely terrifying. Turn on CNN. I know Kristi Noem was hospitalized. Calm down. It's not, no one gives a shit. Iran's security apparatus has banned Iranian officials and their security teams from using any devices connected to the public communication and telecom networks. This is a safety measure to avoid intel leaks. I still think that they have infiltrators within the IRGC. I don't even know how they'll be able to figure it out. But yeah, I did see Iran claims of arrested alleged Mossad agent. Rockets are expected to hit soon, around 3 to 4 minutes. Misinfo op telling a destination and see which one gets bombed. American military plane in Israel, now Jordan.
We need to stop the...
Does anyone have the live link of Al Jazeera?
Atomic bomb factory, yes. No one has the right to create this kind of bombs and to aim on us.
For the first time in the
4 American refueling planes and 4 escorting fighter jets took off from Ben Gurion Airport in the last few minutes. What?
They will have finished the medium enrichment.
They're not even on live coverage. They're on pre-recorded. French assets off the coast of... French deploys an A330 tanker Mirage, E-3 AWACS aircraft detect incoming missiles off the Israeli coast. Yeah, that's just for defense. Iran launched missiles and is huge. Iran shoot missiles a lot. Israel hasn't issued a red alert. I don't understand where you guys are getting this information from. The recent missile launches today haven't been seen on the streams, and it's been a very limited number. I know missiles will hit Israel because I live there and I have alarm XD. Last update 3 minutes ago, but it's the usual. We're bird watching, yes. Iran launched another missile attack, Israel says. The Israeli military says it detected incoming missiles from Iran, the latest of several attacks in the past 24 hours. Defense systems are working to intercept the threat, military said in a statement. Sirens are expected in central and northern Israel soon. They also changed their sirens from 15 minutes prior to 10 minutes, I think, right? Oh, Tel Aviv. Wait, what? Why is that showing? Oh, it is showing interceptors, see? It seems like a lot of successful interceptions. Am I crazy, or is this like, isn't this like way higher? The interceptions are happening way higher than before, no? Am I wrong? Or maybe it's the camera angle. Oh, something seemingly struck. Your tax dollars at play, baby. Your tax dollars at play. Remember, if your tax dollars weren't defending Israel's defense capabilities, Israel would not be starting so many wars. Israel would be a far more restrained country without unlimited American support. I think that's it. That was the fucking barrage. Lots of explosion sounds now. Khamenei is tweeting. What is he tweeting? The restricted camera angle is sus. I know. 2 minutes ago, he tweeted, in the name of Nami, the battle begins. Ali returns with his Zulfikar. Some Shia stuff going on here. I don't know what this means. No, is this a fake account? No, this is a real account. Zulfikar is Imam Ali's sword. Zulfikar, spine cleaver, is the sword of Imam Ali. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about Shia lore. Okay. Referencing a famous battle Imam Ali won when he dueled an infidel and won with his Zulfikar sword. Israeli media reports 5 impacts in Tel Aviv. Sunni lore as well. I'm Sunni. I mean, I don't know enough Sunni lore either. Is that an anime? It sounds like an anime plot. Yeah, I mean, every fucking religion is an anime plot. Have you seen the lore that evangelicals believe? Open News Live.
Also going off and several explosions heard in the Israeli city as the Israeli military said its defensive systems were operating to intercept missiles that were launched from Iran towards Israel. Let's bring in Bernard Smith, who's keeping an eye on things in Israel for us from Amman, Jordan. Bernard, bring us up to speed with what's been happening. What have you seen or heard?
Foley, we also had the air raid siren go off here in Amman about sort of just over 5 minutes ago, perhaps, and we saw
Imam Ali is actually a dude. He's not made up. No, I know. I'm saying, like, I don't know enough about even Sunni Muslim, like just Muslim history in general.
Coming in from Israeli media of debris or missiles falling in central Israel, perhaps in the Jerusalem
like
area,
the Prophet Muhammad,
and parts of greater
peace be
Tel
upon
Aviv,
him.
and the sirens sounded in excuse me, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Jerusalem, and areas in southern Israel. This is about the 8th wave of missiles from Iran in the last 24 hours. As we reported earlier, the number of missiles Iran seems to be firing at any particular time is less than it was a few days ago in the initial 24 hours of this war. A couple of hundred fired overnight, Saturday to Sunday, 65, say the Israelis, Sunday to Monday, and 30 from Monday to Tuesday. And the Israelis say they've destroyed about 200 missile launching locations in Iran, and they believe that the Iranians can't fire the number of missiles they want to. Clearly, they are still capable, though, of firing missiles. Israel says most of the missiles that are fired are intercepted by the Iron Dome, but as we've seen by the defense systems, but as we've seen in the last 3 or 4 days, missiles, some do get through and cause considerable devastation when they hit a target.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the impact of the Iranian attacks over the past 5 days. I mean, even as you say, it's been less intense in the last 24 hours. The missiles that have been fired from Friday to Sunday have had quite an impact on the ground in Israel.
They have.
But that's why you're not getting why Israel attacks Muslims. It goes back to Abraham. They consider Muslims as illegitimate lineage of Abraham. Dude, you are out of your fucking mind if you think that there is any this is the what Islamic version of what dumbass Americans say. This is a religious battle that's been going on for thousands of years. Shut the fuck up. Okay, please stop. It has nothing to do with that and everything to do with America and Israel's own fucking foreign policy agendas. The idea that this is like a 1,000-year battle is so fucking stupid. Please, are you out of your goddamn mind? Why you think he calls them Amalek? I know why, but that is just seasoning that they add on to the genocidal ambitions. The real reason why they want to fucking ethnically cleanse that area is not because they think like this is a religious fucking war. That's just branding. Why are you guys believing in this dumbass branding? Did George W. Bush invade Iraq because God told him because this is a religious conquest as well? Oh my God. If that's the case, why the fuck did Jews and Muslims live side by side? No, they don't. They don't believe it either. It's like Theodore Herzl was not a religious Jew. Okay? Theodore Herzl was not a religious Jew. The father of Zionism is not a religious Jew at all. He just thought that if there was some sort of religious justification, he could bring more people on board with the cause. That's it.
Without one of the leaders, US President Donald Trump left the conference in Alberta a day early as the crisis between Israel and the Iran grows. Our diplomatic editor James Space has more from the summit in Banff, Canada.
Well, all of the leaders here, even though it's not...
Religion is certainly a part of it. Not the main reason. No, it's just seasoning. Religion is simply the way that these governments, which are all secular, these governments can justify some of these actions to the dumbest subsects of society. It was also a much more effective tool, an effective means of propaganda back in the day when there was a larger number of dumb fucks who were ready to believe it. Nowadays, there aren't that many dumb fucks, I thought, but there are still some who come in and go, nah, you don't understand. This is like real. This is a religious thing. This is actually a religious war. Tel Aviv on fire? No, it's not. Shut up. Oh, never mind. I think they might have actually struck something in Tel Aviv.
For now, was just talking tough to put pressure on the Iranians to make concessions. I have to say, a very different tone.
Like, Iran is not a secular government, and Iran's fucking reason for waging war against Israel is not a religious one. Regardless of what the Ayatollah just posted on fucking Twitter, the reason why Iran is bombing Israel is not because they're like, oh yeah, we want to kill all the Jews and purge them from the land. The reason why Iran is blowing up Israeli targets right now is directly because Israel fucking attacked them and violated their sovereignty. So you're saying to ignore the religious intricacies of this issue? I'm saying if you believe in the religious intricacies as a primary justification for why these kinds of events are unfolding, you are kind of silly. I have a degree in Christian theology. Religion is just a pretense for governments to capture a monopoly on truth from religion and power. It has been since Constantine.
Kenya, the death in police custody of an anti-corruption activist has turned violent.
Wait a minute.
31-year-old blogger.
Wait a minute. Air defense malfunction again? There was a malfunction yesterday. This seems like it happened in a different area, but I can't tell. It's too far. There was another Israeli interceptor failed to stop an Iranian missile which hit Tel Aviv. Israel has a right to intercept itself. Okay, this is what, the third day of a fucking interceptor malfunction? Every day there's at least one interceptor malfunction. I think it was a THAAD one too. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it happens. Like, there's just not close angle of the interceptor malfunction just now. What is that? What is like, what just comes off of it? Trump spoke with Netanyahu, unclear what he told him. Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu had a phone call with U.S. President Donald Trump. This is not funny. Interceptors only do that when they're stressed. It's true. Hero heartthrob of the Holy Land proves he's more than kosher beefcake during Tel Aviv attacks. What the fuck is this New York Post article, bro? Like, what? What does this have to do with New York? Zesty, but also genuinely confused as to what that has to do with New York at all. Malfunction and dud rates for military stuff is surprisingly high and common across ordnances. This is why things like cluster bombs are terrible, because a smooth 20-30% don't explode and just sit on the ground waiting for someone to maim.
Let's go straight to our Mark Stone, who joins me from the White House. And Mark, we know that Donald Trump has been meeting with his top advisors in the Situation Room, and we're hearing that all options are now on the table.
This is something you would read in the Tel Aviv Gay Club Weekly.
Yes, we haven't seen Donald Trump at all today since he made that early exit from the G7 overnight. He has been very active on social media, but no, we haven't seen him visually. We know that he has had a meeting of his National Security Council. It lasted around about an hour.
You know, Lindsey Graham's a warmonger. I don't get why you share support for Ukraine with him. If you think me and Lindsey Graham are on the same page on Ukraine, I don't know what to tell you. You are living on a totally separate planet. I want a fucking ceasefire in Ukraine. Lindsey Graham does not. What are you talking about? Lindsey Graham was in line with the Biden administration in the way that they continued Ukraine's defenses, or under the auspices of providing Ukraine defense, continuing the fucking bloodshed without trying to find a peaceful solution at a time of maximum leverage that Ukraine had. Okay? Do you support Ukraine? Do I support Ukraine having a right to defend itself from Russian invasion? Yes. Okay? I do. And also saying that right now, especially when there was an insane deal for Russia in terms of a ceasefire negotiation, and Vladimir Putin very quickly switched up on his "we want peace in Ukraine" attitude to simply using the negotiations process to continue pummeling Ukraine a day after Russia fucking struck Kyiv and killed 41 people is so stupid. No, they don't. They can't defend. See how quickly you switched up and started talking about might is right? Kyiv attacked first? What? Oh.
And following that, we were told that he is keeping a range of options, including a possible US strike on Iran, on the table. We have seen his officials leaving from the side door of the West Wing here after the meeting. A lot of people in that Security Council meeting. There is still a Marine on the door, so the president is still in the West Wing. It is very, very hard to gauge where he might land on this, because
defense systems are currently active over Tel Aviv, with hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters at this moment. Unhook. Get off. All right, we got it. We're going to move. Okay, stay with us. Stay with us. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving.
No. Bro, that helmet ain't gonna save you, Trey. If it's coming right at you, that helmet's not gonna do shit.
Air defense systems are currently active over Tel Aviv, with hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters at this moment. Unhook. Get off. All right, we got it. We're going to move. Okay, stay with us.
I know the helmet's for the debris. My Twitter mood, dude, only days after he followed me on Twitter. No.
Stay with us. Stay with us. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Ballistic missiles are
That's probably so they stopped filming the missiles coming down.
Stay with us. Stay with us.
Damn. Fox News are such fucking clip farmers. Fox News instantly uploaded this. This is an Insta upload. Take cover. Sirens sound off as Trey Ying's reports from Tel Aviv. Fox News' editorial team is faster than mine. When I get shot at, my editors don't immediately fucking upload the footage. They got the clip. They got the clip.
Keep moving. Give me 1 second, Jesse. I'm with you. I got to fix my IFB. 1 second, Jesse. We're going to give you a quick update. I'm with you. Jesse, I got you back.
There's a shelter-in-place order right now. We hear the sirens. Trey, are you with me?
Yeah, Jesse, I'm with you. We got disconnected for a moment from our IFB there. You could see a lot of those missiles coming off as they were trying to intercept some of that incoming fire. We saw the first one go out to the sea, and because they could track where it was going, they let it get intercepted out at sea. This is an indication that the Iranians still, as the Americans are deciding whether or not they want to get involved in this war, are firing on major population centers. Again, we have to make the decisions very quickly to move. That's part of what you just saw there. We'll stay as long as we can, and you can hear there's a massive explosion overhead. And once we have another minute, we're going to go out and see if anything was hit. But you could just hear that explosion there, Jesse, and that's why we get off the balcony as the fire starts to get heavier. But again, this has been going on for the past 4 days as the Iranians respond to these strikes that are taking place across their territory.
Farm and Aura.
And despite the fact that the Israelis told us earlier today that they were able to take out around 40% of the missile launchers. We understand that they have not been able to take out all of them. And so we expect to see more of this type of fire in the days ahead.
Trey, what is your understanding from the intelligence community? How much missiles have the Iranians stockpiled? Are they able to go for tat with Israel, and for how long?
Why are you asking him that, bro? Fuck does Trey know about Iranian stockpiles? This is the Israeli interceptor missile malfunctioning third day in a row and crashing on Israeli territory. A view of the missile barrage. Shit. That one hit. That one definitely hit. Damn, that's kind of a cold photo, I'm not gonna lie. Evidence of a hit in North Tel Aviv. I think that's the same one that we just saw. Yeah, there is a Tel Aviv impact for sure. Some of these guys are still getting in. We're just having a much harder time seeing the actual impact sites because Israel is doing everything in its fucking power to, like, the Israeli government is making it much harder for there to be images shot from even phone cameras and stuff. Pray for Vivid, please. Ashutosh, how come you always post about entering shelters after the attack is over? Spotty communication with your paymasters. Iran fired ballistic missiles. Sirens will sound soon. In the shelter now. Why does this account still act like it's not fucking posting from Uttar Pradesh? Like, literally everyone knows. Everyone knows. MF Joom, welcome back. It's like that one. There's like, Twitter has so many race change accounts. Race change to another accounts. Like, you got white guys who have never been to Japan LARPing as Japanese conservatives. You got a shit ton of Indians LARPing as though they are living in the UK as white nationalists, or Indians that are LARPing as ultra Zionists in Israel. Yeah, Radio Genoa is a Cambodian man. Like, there's so many impacts just now. Oh yeah, shit. Stop with the anti-Indian hate, homie. Is not. This has nothing to do with anti-Indian hate. I also don't even. I think it's great that these dudes are making money that way. I don't give a fuck. I just wish they weren't like pumping out so much white nationalist propaganda. Bro, the $34 in payout goes a much longer way for him than it would for a homegrown white supremacist domestic terrorist, you know?
Yeah, so they have around 2,000 missiles, according to a senior Israeli intelligence official that I spoke with over the weekend. The concern here is that they're not able to hit all of the stockpiles because the Iranians have been preparing for the war that is currently taking place with Israel for the past few decades. And so they not only will stockpile missiles in the sides of mountains and deep underground, but they hide the launchers. And so these are mobile launchers in many cases. Eventually, they will run out of missiles. And that is part of the reason that Israeli officials are encouraging the United States to get involved at this very moment, because they understand it's a window of opportunity. They have weakened the Iranians enough that they've taken out many of the missile launching platforms. They have struck both the Isfahan and the Natanz nuclear facilities. And they have left just really a large facility called the Fordow facility, where the most advanced part of the Iranian nuclear program is currently developing. And so if we see the Americans get involved, this is one of the likely targets, because America has bunker buster bombs. They have the ability to strike even deeper underground than the Israelis do. And according to that pilot,
yeah, I've heard reports of Mazar Air Base was subjected to direct bombardment. Military censorship has been imposed on the videos
that I spoke with earlier, an Israeli fighter.
Is there evidence that Iran is weakened, or is it just Israel's word? I mean, the only way that we can know if Iran has truly been weakened or not is by their response and their constant bombardment of Israel. Israel knows this as well, which is precisely the reason why they stopped showing the footage of impact sites. So we can't even fucking tell. But it does seem like in the aftermath, when the dust is settled, the next day when Israel chooses to report on certain impact sites, that Iran's capabilities have not been as diminished as Israel would suggest. Donald Trump, for example, said they have complete air superiority over Iran now. They can fly wherever they want in Iran and strike whichever target that they want to strike in Iran. If that was the case, Israel would be probably round the clock flying F-35s over Iranian airspace and basically waiting for, especially with the deep intelligence that they have from the IRGC, they would wait for any sort of military response to come through from Iran and simultaneously intercept the fucking missiles, or at the very least strike the locations where the missiles are coming out of. Having said that, Iran has stated that they've taken out, at this point, 4 F-35 jets. So it doesn't feel like they have the air superiority that they claim that they do over Iran. But I don't know. They did report that the volume of missiles have changed from 64 to 30. That's indicative of strategy change or problems with launch sites. They've got a good Air Force, correct. Very few, if any, successful intercepts on the ones headed to the airbase. I don't know. I just have no way of verifying it. The F-35 is fake, Lamau. I don't know if it is or not. They've also stated that they would release the hostage footage. Iranian news media said that they will release footage of the Air Force pilot that they have caught as a captive. Isn't the entire purpose of F-35s to be, undestroyable? I used to think that Air-35s were, even as bombers, it's supposed to do everything. It's supposed to be air-to-air. It's supposed to be a bomber if necessary. It's supposed to do it all, okay? It's supposed to be for surveillance. It's supposed to do air-to-air. It's supposed to do bombings if you need to. But it's a multi-role fighter, a master of none. What's the term? Jack of all trades, master of none. Basically, seems like that's what the F-35 is coming out to. The cope is, oh well, they don't actually offer full capabilities to our foreign allies as opposed to the American F-35s. However, even if that was the case, the American F-35, according to New York Times reporting that was not really heavily discussed, the New York Times reporting on why the Trump administration came to a ceasefire with Yemen, revealed from inside anonymous military sources that even the Yemeni air defenses were able to almost hit an F-35. Like, they came close to taking out an F-35, which was part of the calculations as to why they wanted to do a ceasefire with Yemen. That in and of itself is incredible. You're not talking about the AI F-35? No, dude, I'm not talking about the fucking AI footage. One is like a ginormous plane, much larger than any plane that has ever existed, surrounded by people that look like tiny little ants next to this supposed F-35. Or the other AI footage that wasn't even a fucking F-35. I believe it was like a F-16. But there was an AI footage anyway. Those are fake. I'm not talking about those at all. No, we don't have any real footage of F-35s being downed. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm simply working off of what the Iranian statements have been, especially the claim that they literally have captured one F-35 pilot, an Israeli-American woman. AI footage is pretty funny. Does anyone have it? Like the really big plane? It's like such a stupid photo. It's such a stupid photo because it's just like, it's so obviously ginormous. Like not a real fucking this. Dude, look at how tiny the people are, dude. Look at how, the F-35 cockpit famously will allow 30 people in it. Yeah, this is not the F-35. This is the F-350,000. It's a new jumbo jet. 35 cockpit is a full diner with bathroom. Either the Iranians have figured out tiny human capabilities, which also, wait, hold on. Look at the size of the houses versus the size of these giant humans versus the size of this even more ginormous supposed F-35 that is the size of mountains. Everything is fucked up. Literally. Like, these are the size. This is the apartments, okay? Let's say these are like 2-story houses. Every single Iranian is actually a member of the Nephilim. They're all ginormous. They're all ginormous, but their size pales in comparison to the largest multi-role fighter jet America has ever created. The size of a goddamn spaceship times 3. No, each person is not the size of a tree. They're bigger than the trees, dude. Look. Like, look at this. That's a tree, okay? That's a bus. That's a bus and a 2-story home. That's a human. They are the size. The humans basically don't even fit in the bus, okay? But the funniest part is the literal mountain range that is minuscule in comparison to whatever this ginormous monstrosity is supposed to be. It's such a funny photo. I love it. It's funny because, one, the humans don't fit in the buildings, but they also are too small for the F-35. Like, these ginormous humans, somehow the size of literal fucking whatever this thing is. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. Cars? Anyway, that's not the reason. From my experience covering these, this barrage definitely hit something with at least some effect. We still haven't seen the impact sites, and we may never see the impact sites unless it was like a residential building or something. See, this is what I mean. These kinds of barrages and shit we never see, dude. We never get to see. We don't, like, the first couple of nights we saw full barrages like this. More launches detected. Tel Aviv fire at site of fallen air defense missile. Who was trying to pass this off as real? Just got out of the shower. I didn't see anyone passing it off as real. I only saw people saying it's fake. But I'm sure some people believed it. I mean, this comes after the Iranian government said, we will surprise the world. We will shock the world. Iran released a photo of downed Israeli F-35. Iran didn't release that photo, by the way. I don't think. That wasn't like a real, that wasn't like coming from any official government accounts or anything. New imagery from Maxar offers a look at more damage to Tabriz missile base in western Iran from Israeli strikes. I don't think these, like, are these actually the bases? Like, are they actually fucking building the missiles above the ground? I feel like that would be silly, no? Like, these are just like, it's just like shit that they build on top of the area that's supposed to be the, like, a lot of the missile facilities are underground, right? Ballistic missiles have been launched from Isfahan. We saw it on cam. HFC have confirmed launches now. Will reach Israel in a few minutes. This is 2 minutes ago. More ballistic missiles being launched. If there were missiles on the ground there would be no buildings left there. I did my military time there as a soldier. There was nothing there. There's a post about you on the CMV subreddit. What is the CMV subreddit? Launches were seen 1 to 2 minutes before the HFC alert. Alert is in central Israel. Breaking. Homefront command update. Due to detection of missile launches towards Israel, alerts may be activated in Samaria areas in the coming minutes. This is wild to pick it up smoldering onto your car. In one of the West Bank cities, celebration with the Iranian missile booster. That's crazy because it's still smoking. That's crazy. That is wild, bro. What are your thoughts on Jordan and King Abdullah? King Abdullah is a manlet, not worthy of the title king. He's the king at getting low enough to suck British penis. That's what I think. Be careful, he is a hero. Yeah, okay. Yeah, hero to Israel, maybe. On what grounds do you say that about the king? I don't know. Look above and watch your fucking government firing interceptors at fucking Iranian rockets that are supposed to be going into Tel Aviv airspace, and you will understand what I mean by this. We intercept both? Sure. Okay. Yeah. King Abdullah, also known as the Iron Dome, for giving Iron Dome to Western interests. I wish Jordan a very happy democratic people's revolution one day. Hopefully. Inshallah. One day. He's so sick, dude. He's so sick. Have you seen him fly helicopters, dude? He's so cool. Oh, I'm soy facing. Alarms in Tel Aviv. It don't mean shit. We can't see anything from these camera angles, Chad. Haven't you noticed that you barely see anything from these camera angles? Do you not find it odd? Like maybe 1 or 2 interceptions at most. Wait, maybe I spoke too soon. What's going on there? Is this the sun? I hate these multi-camera angles because you can't see anything. You end up seeing nothing in the process of wanting to see everything. Okay? The multicam streams are so funny because 75% of the screen is taken up by the cameras that have like Vaseline plastered all over it. Jesus Christ. That's Rocket Alert is basically 281 alerts 1 minute ago, pretty much everywhere. Okay, we're bound to see some momentum if that's... Isn't this the exact same one as the AP one, chat? AP camera guy definitely has been told not to show the impacts, at least from what it seems. I'm not seeing any surprises so far. The Ayatollah lied to me. The Ayatollah lied to all of us. The Ayatollah shamelessly said, trust, big surprises incoming. And it turns out there were no big surprises incoming at all. The Ayatollah, historically a trustworthy person, excuse me, he's a believer. More like Liatola. Feels like a Bethesda fan waiting for Elder Scrolls 6. Watch Al Jazeera Arabic for better angles. They don't have different angles. They have the same fucking angles, man. It's literally all the same feed. Feels like waiting for cardio to drop. It's like we're that meme of just like poking it with a stick and being like, come on, do something. Come on. That's what it feels like every time I'm like watching the fucking AP live feeds. Come on. All right.
He is being pulled in multiple different directions, and his instincts are conflicted as well, I think. There's no question about that. This is a man who has been quite clear through the campaign and through his presidency. He wants to stop wars, not start them. And yet he is also someone who enjoys as I said in my report, the art of the deal. And he...
Isn't this good that people won't die? Yeah, but I want to watch F-35 jets smoldering, okay? I want to see interceptors coming up with a cloud of smoke. I want to see restraint from Israel. That's what I want. I'm not in the business of vengeance. I'm in the business of justice, and I'm in the business of hoping for restraint, okay? I want to see some fucking... I want to see the Air Force of the Israeli occupying forces diminished. Okay? Hassan, clip farming for alt-right? What? Clip farming for alt-right? What are you talking about? Watch out, you could get banned for this stuff. Wait, what? No, I wouldn't. I'm not doing anything or saying anything that's like... Yeah, people, they're going to ban me because he said he doesn't want vengeance. He wants justice. He wants Israel to show restraint. I know, what a scary thing that I just said. So for me, when I'm looking at this kind of stuff, I want the Israeli capacities of dishing out a metric ton of violence to be diminished. Okay, that's what I want, because while these events are unfolding, Israel is still... You're kind of saying you want war and destruction? What? No, I'm not. No, I'm saying I want there to be no war and no destruction. You are thinking that as long as like Israel, the Israeli military incurs any sort of fucking material damage, that means war and destruction. But the reason why I'm saying that, and the reason why you don't understand what I mean, is because you don't think that Israel killing 71 people at the fucking aid drop location literally yesterday in fucking Gaza is also more destruction. Because I guess the hidden underlying premise there that you are operating off of is that those Palestinians deserve it. They're not real humans. Do you see what I mean? They shot and killed 50 plus people. You said you wanted Israel to have spent its resources? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Can I make it even any more clear? Exactly. Because every fucking Israeli tank that blows up, or every Israeli Air Force, every Israeli Air Force fighter jet that gets destroyed literally means they can't use that to kill Palestinian children. When I talked about the Ukrainian drone strikes inside of Russia, inside of deep Russian territory, blowing up Russian fighter jets, and how that was actually a very cool moment and unironically a good thing that took place, everybody understood what I mean. But when I talk about Israeli Air Force jets that are killing children at a higher clip than Russian fucking Air Force bombers are, even, all of a sudden, this is anti-Semitic. How dare you say this? This makes no sense. How can you understand one but not understand the other? You basically arrive at the conclusion that one must be anti-Semitically saying you shouldn't kill children. That's the point. If you say don't kill children, and any effort that actually cripples the child murder machine is actually bad, because the child murder machine is good from your estimation. Israeli news reports 30 missiles hit them. They launched another wave already. We could hear the launches in Tehran. They're still going? This is from earlier. This was the second barrage. This is the video from the second barrage that we saw. War Monitor says so far no impacts or casualties have been reported in the last barrage. I don't know where this is from. The Tehran cam is probably AA fire. For the second time in less than an hour, missile launches have been detected from Iran. Ynet reports alarms expected in central Israel. This was the last barrage. Given the threats to the Ayatollah, isn't Iran likely to go full strength for his own survival at this point? Iran better be saving the good shit for when USA gets involved, because it does not look good. The thing is, we don't know if this is impactful or not, because I feel like a lot of the impact is sheltered. Remember that. That's why there's so much confusion in the reporting, where some people are saying like, oh, it actually hit. There were numerous targets struck, and then after like 10 minutes after Iran reports ballistic missiles launched, you hear the sirens, okay? And then 10 minutes after the sirens, or 20 minutes after the sirens, you start seeing video footage come out from people's phone cameras. Never directly from the live feeds or whatever. Live feeds will show some of these interceptions, but in order to get a full grasp of what's going on, you have to wait. Hey, just here to remind you, you're a horrible person. Bye-bye. Wait, why? I wish these guys that come in here would be a little bit more clear about why they think, oh my God, what the hell is this? I wish they would tell me what it is, like what their gripe is. They'll just be like, nah, you're just a bad person. Why? Because I don't want fucking children to die? Like, what do you mean? You bring a real anti-child murder policy to the table that me and the rest of the child murderers don't like. We don't vibe with it. Explosions were visible in the sky over Tel Aviv as air raid sirens sound across the city. The mid-air explosions were likely caused by interceptors fired by Israel's air defense system. This account, looks like a car lot or some sort of depot after a missile strike. 10 or more so missiles arrived in Tel Aviv. Unclear if there are any impacts yet. Iranian media announcing that tonight's attacks will be more violent and extensive than recent days. This is a video footage from the same location. Did that guy respond? As to why he said I was a bad person? No, right? I don't think he said nothing. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, speaking on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Canada, gave his views on the possibility of regime change in Iran. German Chancellor posits, what is this travel lid called? The White House is called a travel/photo lid, which means that President Trump is not expected to appear on camera for the rest of the day, all while the world awaits to see what he will do regarding the conflict between Israel and Iran. The Spectator Index account was wrong. We've been duped. Donald Trump is not speaking later today, at least, according to official outlets. This doesn't mean he won't fucking post truths, though. IDF spokesperson issues evacuation notice for the Tehran area. The White House called... What? You just didn't send that. You sent a totally different link. I don't know how valid this footage is, chatter. This doesn't look real. This has to be last year Neva team. Yeah, that's the Neva team era. This is the same account that tweeted the Ukrainian attack saying it's Tel Aviv. Yeah, that Press TV account is bullshit. Please stop sending me that account. It's not reliable. It's not Arma 3, dumbass. Believe in something, Hassan. What do you want me to do? Fucking give you fake bullshit? If Joe was still here, he'd give an address saying we can't let Gaza have a nuclear weapon. Connor is so right. Connor's been posting the spiciest memes about Iran lately. I, for one, like it. I'm an enjoyer. Apache helicopter shoots down drones with missiles over Jordan. This isn't from today, based on several sources. It's from Ukraine. Yeah. Has Israel been giving evacuation orders for the last few days? Yes, they have. Before big strikes. Israeli army issues evacuation order for Tehran. They've done this before. Just here to unfollow. What is happening today? No, he was a gaming watcher. We lost a gaming watcher. That's sad. literally a gaming watcher. No way you're still fighting the lion, lol. Hassan listens to nothing Felix says, yet Felix keeps yapping anyway. Wait, he's also a Felix Biederman enjoyer? No shot. We're losing the gaming frogs. Cannibalize that kills stealing bitch. Nice antennas. How far is he in the game? This guy literally is just a gaming watcher. Felix was round giving Elden Ring DLC advice. Oh, true. Oh my God, he literally is just a gaming watcher. We lost another one. It's over. It's over. Nobody wants to fucking watch me game anymore. Even the last remaining gaming watchers are leaving. Okay. While we await further confirmation of strikes, I'm going to continue with my coverage. Macron warns against military action in Iran. God, so much of the coverage revolves around like Iranian strike priorities, strike targets, just over and over and over again. Okay. The thing that I wanted to continue talking about is that in the backdrop of all of this, I've been still following Emmanuel Fabian, who is the IDF correspondent for Times of Israel, talk about all of the military casualty reports that they release sporadically. Okay. The IDF is still receiving casualties from Hamas in Gaza, which is fucking crazy, because while all of this is happening, while Israel is like getting rocket struck by Iran with these fairly limited strikes, Israel is still continuing its ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. In the backdrop of this, while the world, myself included, is paying attention to what happens with the Iranian strikes on Israel, Israel is still doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Okay, there's another Khamenei tweet. The terrorist Zionist entity must be dealt with forcefully. We will never compromise with the Zionists. Don't know what that means. It's little to none, though. There's almost no actual fighting going on in Gaza. It's just slaughter. Yes, there is a metric ton of slaughter that is still happening at the fake aid distribution drop points that they've set up, and it's insane to me that they are still utilizing their resources on that. Their limited, diminishing resources on that. One of the things that they've done in the last day, in the past 24 hours, was tank strikes that killed, a massacre that killed 51 Palestinians. Actually psychotic. Here's a Reuters report that friend of the show, Evan Hill, posted. Evan Hill's open source and visual forensics investigations at Washington Post. Israeli tanks killed 59 people in Gaza as the crowd was trying to get food aid, medics say.
In Gaza's health ministry, as many of the at least 200 wounded streamed
I can't
into
show
the
you
At
bloody.
least 2 tank shells were fired at the crowds waiting along a main road in Khan Yunis, witnesses said. It was the latest of nearly daily mass deaths of Palestinians seeking aid over the past few weeks. We went to wait.
This does feel like the Nazis doing the final solution in their last push with like their diminished resources. They were like, we have to kill as many people in our death camps as possible. Like, it just straight up. That's why I say Israel's a Nazi country and that this is a live streamed Holocaust. Just pure evil. Israel is one note, and that is to murder as many Palestinian children as possible. Every step of the way. Hezbollah pushes back too hard on Israeli troops that are trying to do a ground invasion in southern Lebanon. Boom, bomb Gaza. October 7, first response, bomb Gaza. Kill the children in Gaza. It is insanity. It is insanity that while they're trying to desperately, what is Hamas doing while all this happens? Smoking the Israeli occupying force troops with the limited response capabilities that they have. They blew up a fucking armored personnel carrier and took out like 10, killing one, and then seriously wounding like 10 people. And I read the reports. They straight up, it was a dude, it was a Hamas militant that fucking walked up to the armored personnel carrier and basically put a fucking explosive device on it Oh, this is wait, is this it? Oh, is this from the other day? My Gaza report, ID vaporized IDF SOF team. One of 30 ops in Han Yunis, deadliest week in IDF since January, plus dozens wounded. Breakdown of Yasin versus D9, 155 millimeter return to sender booby trap. IED versus Humvee. This is it. He just straight up runs up to the fucking tank. Boom. Puts a goddamn explosive in the back of it. And then that's it. Like, think about that. A starving population. Why don't you even mention Asmin's chat and how aggrieved him and his chatters are being to dead Iranian citizens that had nothing to do with this? You should address and correct their position on death to Iran. Are you fucking insane? What can I do about Asmin Gold's fucking cackling hyena brigade that are basically running on maximum penalties to everyone that's not an American, or even Americans at some points, as long as it's Donald Trump punishing the Americans? Welcome to the internet. There are a lot of fucking edgy white boys online that suffer severe repercussions in their real lives, and their existence is one of endless pain. So the only way they can deal with that is by imagining a world where there are other people that are being punished harder than they are, okay? Because no one wants to fuck them, because they have no career ambitions, because their life is fucking endless misery, and their immediate family members are embarrassed to be associated with them. So they sit around online and fantasize about dead Iranian children or dead Palestinian children and think about how fucking mighty the American military is. How many of those resources could have gone back to them and helped their lives and help improve their material conditions? They don't want to think about. So the last thing that they can grab onto is the mighty power of the American military. It's pathetic. It's weak. It's the only thing usually stopping them from ending it all. Only the weakest scumbag on the planet looks at some of the poorest people getting eviscerated with the most sophisticated weaponry from one of the most powerful countries on the planet, lasering people thousands of miles away, and goes, that's awesome. More for me. More of this, please. You have to be a fucking roach. You have to be a rat. You have to be the weakest fucking person on the planet to see someone get destroyed, have their lives destroyed. Look at the fucking hollowed out buildings and demand more of it. That is the way you should recognize those people. I don't even want to call them people. There's something different, okay? This war would have never happened if Trump was president. Good one. Yeah, it's cope. It's cope from some of the most pathetic people on the planet. It's the same cope that racist people have. I mean, a lot of these times these people are racist anyway. It's the like, what do racist people think? They know their own weaknesses in their immediate circumstances. So they have to fucking sit there and imagine that they have some superiority over other humans on some other quality. Like, automatically, I'm white, those people are black. I was born in America, those people are born elsewhere. They are lower than me. And they have to constantly maintain this attitude. Otherwise, they recognize their fucking desperation. They recognize their weakness. They recognize their own insecurities. And God forbid, if they were to wash away with all of that, if they were to shed themselves of that delusion, the pain would be unimaginable. It would be incalculable. They would have to deal with it in a way that would end it all. So they have to constantly live in an endless cycle of cope, reinforcing this dynamic of Western superiority as though it's actually helping them live a better life when it's not. That's what fucking sad, pathetic people do. Yeah, those are evil people. They kind of deserve it. They shouldn't have been born there. That's also part of the reason why you never encounter these people in the real world. Why are you always taking the other side of the argument? What do you mean? So if I become racist and embrace the hog, I'll stop being anxious and depressed? Sounds kind of lit. Oh, dude, you don't understand. It is the fucking it's the anxiety and depression that causes a lot of these people to fucking lean into that hog shit, thinking that it's actually going to help them feel better. It doesn't. It just makes them more angry, more resentful, because the underlying reality still is always there, that they ain't fucking shit, okay? If you are living in a room caked with fucking feces and you spray a little bit of perfume in your immediate vicinity, the feces hasn't gone away, and it's going to smell like shit again. And after a certain point, you'll maybe even be numb to the shit smell, but you're still living in a room full of shit. sometimes for these people, that's literal. See what Trey's saying now.
Missile defense systems are working to shoot down the incoming fire.
This is earlier. This is from earlier. We already watched
Take some
this.
cover here as this unfolds. You can see in the distance interceptor rounds coming off, trying to shoot down. Pull it off the tripod, and let's move inside.
Yeah, this is from earlier. We saw this.
This has been the scene throughout the day, not only here in Tel Aviv, but across this country. The Israelis say they have taken out 40% of the ballistic missile launchers, and every hour there are dozens of Israeli jets over the Iranian capital of Tehran and surrounding areas. Tonight, the IDF is telling civilians in the capital of Tehran, in some places, they must evacuate immediately. Tonight, the Israeli Security Cabinet held an assessment as the region waits to see whether or not the United States will get directly involved in this conflict. Brian?
So, Trey, it's safe to say that Iran needs the night. Does the IDF need the night?
The IDF operates throughout the day. I spoke earlier with an Israeli fighter pilot, and he said since the beginning of this war, the Israelis have taken out most of the Iranian air defense on the way to the capital of Tehran. He said they can operate freely when and where they want. This gives Israel the ability to go after more of the nuclear sites, target top IRGC officials that they haven't already killed, and control the skies. We expect this to expand in the hours and days ahead. And again, that X factor about possible American involvement.
Trey, I know with you covering the bombings and the working of the Iron Dome and all the surrounding missile defenses, I'm wondering if you have a sense of how the president's toughening tone is resonating inside Israel. He's not talking about a ceasefire. He's talking about a real end. He's talking about blown opportunities. It didn't have to be this way. But it seems as though he's talking a little bit more about we and less about just Israel.
Absolutely. And look, the Israeli people are listening. There was massive support for the Israeli strike against Iran that started on Friday morning, taking out parts of their nuclear program and going after top IRGC officials. But I think back to over the weekend when we were at one of these sites that was targeted with an Iranian ballistic missile as they were digging through the debris, looking for survivors trapped under the rubble. And I spoke with a former IDF spokesman there, and he called on President Trump to get involved in the fight because he said this is not a battle between Israel and Iran. This is a battle between the entire free world and Iran.
And it looks like, according to the German chancellor, sources we have at the White House, that the president is really considering taking part in this campaign when it comes to their nuclear program. I also found out that it looks like the Iranians have reached out about reigniting talks, according to a source close to the White House. I don't know how interested the president is. Thanks so much, Trey. Stay safe, and we'll be checking in. Fox has learned that Trump spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a short time ago after his long meeting in this Situation Room this afternoon. We've also learned that Iran officials, as I just mentioned, reached out about re-engaging officials at the White House with the U.S. side in talks. We're also learning the U.S. airstrikes against Iran are currently on the table, and the president even opened up the door for the Ayatollah to be taken out, indicating, if you read between the lines, that he could have been dead already if it wasn't for him. Let's bring in Senator Josh Hawley and find out how he feels about all this. Senator, so many moving parts. Your sense of where this whole conflict is going?
Well, I think Iran is in a really tough spot here, entirely of their own making. They're not used to having a president who doesn't try to bribe them with stuff like Obama did or kowtow to him and give him freebies like Biden did. They've got a president here who puts America first, who's going to do what's in America's best interests. And I think Trump's been really clear. Iran's not going to get a nuke. So they can either come to the table and surrender their nuclear program freely, peaceably, as Trump is offering, or they can face Israel on their own.
Do you think there's a danger of not allowing Israel to finish the job? This will be all for naught unless they can get rid of the entire nuclear program? That includes Fordo?
I think that President
Again,
Trump,
everyone's saying the same shit. Fox News to CNN.
Very, very deftly. And my view is that he's going to continue to put America's security interests first. He's given Israel a lot of space to protect themselves, which is what they're doing, to put their security interests, make sure that Israel sees to its own security interests. I think that's entirely appropriate. And I think the president here is continuing to be consistent, saying Iran's not getting a nuke. And if Iran wants to come to the table and surrender their nuclear program. The United States is here to help that. Otherwise, Iran is not going to get any cover from the United States. We're not going to bail them out of this. We're not going to protect them like previous American presidents, frankly, have done.
Here's what the president said a short time ago to a reporter when asked.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
And then a real end, not a ceasefire. And then
so something that will be permanent.
Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Is that possible in the next 24
Why not?
hours?
Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible.
So that's not the tone the president had a few days ago. I think he's fed up. And if they're going to sit down with this president, it's not going to be talking about the white paper. It's going to be very simple. Disarm, no enrichment, show me exactly what you were doing, because you can no longer do it if you want to stay in power.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that's exactly right. This has been the president's consistent position, which is that they've got an opportunity here. If they want to if they're willing peaceably to give up their nuclear program, if they're willing to come to the table, then the United States is ready to make that happen. If they're not going to do that, then, good luck to them. I mean, they're on their own. The United States is not going to bail them out of anything anymore. This is not a president who's going to send pallets of cash to Iran like Obama did. This is an American president who's going to see to America's interests and who's going to stand by our allies.
So, Senator, I know people are looking at this right now saying this is not our fight. Here we are in the Middle East again. But there's some stats that might push back against that. For example, at the very minimum, talking to a lot of officials as well as our brain room, Iran has directly killed 603 Americans. When it comes to the post-war, the post-invasion, and our expedition in Iraq,
59 people.
Part of the reason we had trouble in Iraq is because Iran was there, where they were responsible for 17% of all American deaths. They also have never been forced to pay for the deaths of the Marines, of 241 Marines in the 1980s, and the Khobar Towers deaths that killed in double figures in 1996. How many more signals do we need to get before we realize they are our enemy and they are our problem too?
Well, they're certainly not our friend. I mean, I think that's pretty clear, Brian, and all the numbers, the stats that the data you've just put out there. And I would say I don't think it's so much about us getting involved in the Mideast. I think this is about the President of the United States saying that we're going to secure this country. We're going to stand by our ally. Iran has an opportunity here to do the right thing, to give up their nuclear program peacefully. That's what the president has pushed for. If they don't do that, I mean, I think what the president said is, listen, you're not getting a nuke. I mean, that's just the end of the story. You're not getting a nuke. We can't allow that. We're not going to have it. So it's Iran's call.
Senator, real quick on Medicaid, are you pleased with the way the Senate is handling negotiations on the big, beautiful bill when it comes to Medicaid, which means so much to you and your constituents in Missouri?
We've got to protect rural hospitals, Brian, I will say. I'm glad that there are no Medicaid benefit cuts. That's good. That's what the president said. We need to make sure rural hospitals are protected. But the most important thing in this big, beautiful bill that we need to get to the president's desk are the big, beautiful tax cuts for working people. No taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, a child tax cut. We need to deliver that tax relief to the American people ASAP.
All right, Senator, thanks for kicking us off. I appreciate it. 10 minutes now after the hour. While Trump is working all hours to get a handle on this situation.
Yes, Josh
Congressional
Hawley.
Democrats, with the help
Josh
of
Hawley is
Congressman
in the
Thomas
closet.
Massie on the right, are trying to block the president from striking Iran, taking his power away. Massie posting on X that the conflict between Iran and Israel is not our war, and Congress must decide such matters according to the Constitution. And he introduced the bipartisan War Powers Resolution to, quote, prohibit our involvement. That resolution being co-sponsored by several Democrats. What a collection that is. AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, I believe the spine of the squad. And in the Senate, Tim Kaine of Virginia introduced a similar resolution that will require debate and a vote to enter the conflict.
This is a congressional power. It's an Article I power that too many Congresses have ceded to presidents, the power to start war. And I am bound and determined that no one who carries the title U.S. Senator or U.S. Representative should hide.
No, I don't think Josh Hawley is in the closet as a homosexual man because he's homophobic and racist. I say that because his pecs are immaculate. And also, I've seen the way he kisses his wife. Josh Hawley kisses his wife like he's in a K-drama. If the one photo is all you need. Also, the way he buys wine at Whole Foods in the middle of the day is pretty zesty, too. Go ahead. Tell me that's not a gay man. Go ahead. He is the most in shape person in Missouri, also. Like that alone, I feel like I've seen Austin kiss women more convincingly than this. I've never seen someone experience so much disgust at the mere thought of kissing a woman. Josh Hawley gazing at Harrison Butker and thinking, I'd climb him like a backyard jungle gym. If my wife looked like that, I'd kiss her. He's why I buy brawny paper towels. We can co-star Yellowstone, Bunkhouse Confidential. I can make him love me with my mind. Yeah. Look at the way he's gazing at Harrison Butker. Now look at the way he's kissing his wife. Now tell me I'm wrong with my analysis. Bro, do you understand? Oh, here is our favorite IDF operative, Barak Ravid.
You know, the preparations are more or less done. We saw all those 28 strategic refueling planes that were made their way since Sunday to the Middle East. 28 refueling planes are means something like, I don't know, 100 jets, fighter jets that they can work with. So I think this is a major mobilization by the U.S. military to the region, in addition to everything else that they have there. And you don't bring to the region so many hardware if you're not planning to use it.
Yeah, what about that, General Clark, specifically those refueling jets? What are they there for, and what does their presence tell you?
Well, first of all, they're a great piece of diplomatic leverage. So I hope that the Ayatollah underground is thinking about this, because they're going to greatly magnify the impact of Israeli air power, and obviously if the U.S. comes in, U.S. air power. With those refueling assets, you can loiter over Iran for hours with your aircraft. And right now, the Israeli strikes have only gone into Western Iran. So we shouldn't be so naive as to believe that the Iranians wouldn't put their most valuable assets further in the east and southeast that would be further from Israel. Of course, they would do this. So these assets...
IDF reports another incoming Iran missile barrage.
Brock, you heard me speaking to the Israeli
1
ambassador
minute
to the
ago.
US, and I was sort of pressing him in a bunch of different ways to try to get him to say whether or not Israel needs the United States to destroy Fordo, this nuclear enrichment, deep underground in the mountains there. Do you think,
dude, if I was Ukrainian, I'd be the most pissed.
what they're doing?
Like, we're talking about blowback from other shit, but like blowback from Ukraine, I don't know what form it will take. But like, there is no other country we have used and abused as hard as Ukraine. Like, we just dropped Ukraine like the fucking Woody Toy Story meme. We're just like, I'm done with you. I don't want to play with you no more. Fuck you. Sorry, we got more important ambitions here. Allowing Israel to nuke the planet.
Will order the U.S. Military to join in and take it out. And if not, I think the Israelis had several other contingencies for how to do it without having the B-2 bombers and 30,000-pound bombs that the B-2 bombers can carry. But at the moment, it seems that they're not gonna have to use those.
I really thought, perhaps I'm crazy, but I really thought we wouldn't discard Ukraine like they're a fucking Kurdish militia force in the region without a nation state. You know what I mean? And here we are. Like, we have literally dropped Ukraine like they are a band of Kurdish militants that we initially armed and then used for a little bit and then allowed the Turkish government to just roll over.
Even though it's not the goal, it could be the result of the war. From my, for almost 20 years of covering, he doesn't say anything by accident. So everything is, I think, calculated here. And I think that although the Israeli Security Cabinet never approved such a goal, such an objective for this war, regime change is definitely an unstated and unofficial goal of this war for Netanyahu.
General Clark, I want to go back to Fordo, this nuclear enrichment facility, for one moment. That seems to be essential.
He's like, shut the fuck up about regime change, Barack. That's not the fucking point. We're not supposed to be saying that, Barack. Shut up, Barack. It's not regime change. We're trying to do something different, Barack.
What is the risk in your eyes of using it? What are the upsides? What are the downsides?
First of all, as President Trump, I think, said, there's no guarantee if you use one of these bombs, it's going to actually destroy it. So you may need several bombs. You're going to ultimately have to go on the ground in all of these sites to exploit the sites. There's radiation and radioactive material there. There's paperwork. There's machines that have to be destroyed. There's lists of people and suppliers, and there's a lot of intelligence. If you really want to root this out and have something other than a sort of vengeful, angry regime that tries to reconstitute this with some success in a year or two, you got to go in there on the ground with special forces. You don't have to occupy the country, but you do have to go in. And I'm sure Israel has the capacity to do that. There are tunnel entrances, there's ventilation, there's ways to get in there. You'll get the plans. You'll figure out how to destroy it.
General Wesley Clark, Barak Ravid, thank you so much for your time tonight. Out front next, breaking news. The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, we just learned, closing as the world waits for the U.S. next move. President Trump rapidly building up U.S. military presence in the Middle East. We're going to have the very latest from the Pentagon next. Also breaking, new video of explosions over Tehran tonight. And we have a special report on Iran's weapons. How much firepower does Tehran have left? And the president calls the Ayatollah an easy target, but is the supreme leader losing his grip on power after 35 years?
Aaron Burnett out front, brought to you by Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Did you take your vitamin today?
That's my job. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask.
The Piker Broadcasting Service is ad-free, unlike the news channels that we are watching that serve ads all the time. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, in the form of subscriptions. We don't run ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, is sponsored by you, the viewers, in the form of $6 a month subscriptions or free ones in the form of a Twitch Prime, or by gifted subs.
Thank you very much.
It is for you, by you. Bernie Sanders has released a statement about urging the administration not to wage war with Iran. Your subscriptions maintain my editorial independence.
For joining me. In the year 2025, one might have hoped that the global community would be working together to address the existential threat of climate change, working to prevent future pandemics, working to address the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that exist, working to improve the standard of living of struggling people all over the world. But tragically, that is not where we are today, quite the contrary. Instead of addressing the major crises that we face, the world is now looking at the terrible war in Ukraine, started by Putin, which has taken hundreds of thousands of lives over the last 3 years. We are looking at the horrific war in Gaza, where, as we speak, thousands of Palestinian children are facing starvation due to Israel's inhumane and illegal war policies. And now we face a dangerous and escalating war in Iran, which was begun in violation of international law by the extremist Netanyahu government. And the main point that I want to make today is that it is absolutely imperative that the United States not be dragged into this war. Let me say a word about how this war began. On Thursday, Netanyahu launched an illegal and unilateral surprise attack on Iran, bombing targets across the country and killing hundreds of people. Iran has responded with attacks of its own, which have killed dozens of people in Israel. Whatever you may think of the corrupt and authoritarian Iranian regime, Israel's attack clearly violated international law and the United Nations Charter. While every country has the right to defend itself, they do not have the right to launch so-called preemptive wars of this kind. But let's remember who Netanyahu is. He is a war criminal under indictment by the International Criminal Court for starving innocent people and killing civilians in Gaza. At this very moment in Gaza, Israel continues to prevent the UN from delivering humanitarian aid. And just today in Gaza, Israeli tanks fired into a crowd desperately trying to collect food, killing at least 59 people. So it should come as little surprise that Netanyahu ignored international law to start this war with Iran. But Netanyahu's decision to strike also directly contravened the express wishes of the United States, which was seeking a diplomatic resolution to the long-standing tensions around Iran's nuclear program. In recent months, the United States has held 5 rounds of negotiations with Iran to resolve these long-standing concerns. Let me repeat. In recent months, the United States has held 5 rounds of negotiations with Iran to resolve these long-standing concerns. A 6th round of talks was planned for Sunday, but Netanyahu chose instead to start this war. So let's be clear. Israel's attack was specifically designed to sabotage American diplomatic efforts. In fact, in its first round of strikes, Israel assassinated the man overseeing Iran's nuclear negotiating team.
I mean, how does that pair up with Donald Trump being like, we are actually, we use the negotiation as shelter for Israel to strike amidst the negotiations process?
And let's also remember that U.S. intelligence has never indicated that Iran has made the decision to build a nuclear weapon. Just a few months ago, Trump's own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to Congress that, quote, the intelligence community continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, end of quote. But Netanyahu chose to attack, crippling diplomatic efforts and risking a full-blown regional war. He is now openly talking about regime change in Iran and threatening to kill the political leadership of that country without any thought to the chaos that might ensue. Let's also not forget that the current Islamic regime in Iran is itself the product of a Western-backed coup in 1953 that overthrew the democratically elected government of Iran and replaced it with a corrupt autocrat. The critical question now is whether the United States will get dragged into Netanyahu's war. In my view, that would be a disaster. The United States must not be involved with another Netanyahu war, not militarily or financially. The United States Constitution is crystal clear. There can be no offensive use of military force against Iran or any other country without an explicit authorization from Congress. No such authorization exists, and any U.S. involvement would therefore be illegal. The United States has already provided hundreds of billions of dollars to Israel over the last many decades. Last year alone, U.S. taxpayers provided more than $22 billion in military aid to Israel. Meanwhile, while providing massive aid to Israel, we have Americans sleeping out on the street, unable to afford health care or other basic necessities. Enough is enough. President Trump ran as a supposed peace candidate. In his inaugural address, he said, and I quote, "My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier," end quote. Very fine words. Trump should remember them today. Supporting Netanyahu's war against Iran would be a catastrophic mistake. Instead of going to war, Trump must work with the international community to rein.
I mean, dude, what's actually crazy about all of this is that this message right here from Bernie Sanders, I don't think is like aggressive enough, but it's pretty solid for American consumption. I'm not going to shit on it too hard. I'm not going to focus on the whole like, oh, he didn't say, he says it's Netanyahu's war or whatever. That's his seasoning. That's his framing, whatever. Okay. Ultimately, it's a great message for American consumption, hits all the fucking points. It's not like he's saying Israel has a right to defend itself. He's not saying that. You know what I mean? He's not saying history started on October 7. So all that stuff is as long as that doesn't even, as long as that stuff is not featured in his message, it's not like ahistorical or anything. Oh, he did? Oh, I missed that part. Okay, well, that's still unacceptable. Having said that, it's still solid message. Did he say it in this? Did I miss it? I don't think this is the only parts that I didn't see. Yeah, no. It says, while every country has a right to defend itself, they do not have the right to launch preemptive wars of this kind. You guys are such fucking assholes. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. He literally said every country has a right to defend itself. They don't have a right to fucking launch preemptive attacks. That literally means he's saying Iran has a fucking right to defend itself, dumbass. He's trying to say Iran has a right to defend itself without openly saying Iran has a right to defend itself. You're a fucking asshole. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, the point is, I couldn't even fucking arrive at the conclusion here. What I was trying to say is, he actually delivers a fucking fairly blistering message that is perfectly palatable for the American audience consumption. We have not heard this perspective once in the last 70, 80-hour news cycle. I have yet to hear a single fucking person go on CNN, ABC, NBC, MSNBC, Fox News, and say this one fucking time. That's my point. Does that not shock you that New York Times and Fox News and CNN are completely aligned on this, where they're like, well, the Fordow nuclear facility has to go. It has to go. We have to blow up the Fordow. The question is, how deep can we penetrate? Literally, I feel like I'm going nuts. Even online, like, the only place where you get this kind of commentary that is reasonable, that actually fucking favors the broad majority opinion of the public, is places like here. What the fuck? It's insane.
While providing massive aid to Israel, we have Americans sleeping out on the street, unable to afford health care or other basic necessities. Enough is enough. President Trump ran as a supposed peace candidate. In his inaugural address, he said, and I quote, "My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker."
Bro says, bro is shocked. The U.S. is owned by Jews. It's no surprise. I think the mods already fucking clapped it. Oh, no. And it's so funny because we're watching an American Jew, perhaps one of the only fucking prominent politicians who also is literally a Jew in America, saying this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Full tilt support from every fucking Gentile in the goddamn country, and these dumb fucks still have to fantasize about like some kind of Jewish Mossad-backed blackmail operation that's making these wholesome Christians offer unconditional support to Israel, when the fucking 90-year-old Jew is over here being like, this is unacceptable. Keep coping, anti-Semites. Okay? So fucking stupid. It doesn't matter. There are Jewish people who love what Israel's doing, and there's a fuck ton of Christians who love what fucking Israel's doing, okay? Jesus Christ.
Maker and a unifier, end quote. Very fine words. Trump should remember them today.
Stop with the hard J. The fuck is the hard J?
Supporting Netanyahu's war against Iran would be a catastrophic mistake. Instead of going to war, Trump must work with the international community to rein in Netanyahu and urgently push for a diplomatic solution. Netanyahu's illegal attack has made the world a more dangerous place. The United States must not be a part of this war.
Good message. Israeli air defense saturating the air and failing to intercept one missile. Where are they going? There's one. No. What the fuck? Even the missiles don't want to be Israeli anymore. Well, they're American anyway. They're Tamir interceptors. They're ours. We gave it to them. Oh my God. Did the enshittification hit the Iron Dome too? Jesus Christ. What a reality. Dude, what the fuck is this? God, dude, guy sends me, okay, from Iran, breaking news. Iran to test nuclear weapons inside of Israel, going, dude, yeah, dude, definitely. Iran actually has a fully fucking, Iran now has nuclear capabilities. They enriched it. They did it, and they're about to deploy it. Why do I know this? Because this account, A_M_R_M1 from Iran has decided to report it as such, and it's Twitter. It's Twitter, so it must be real. Heavy strikes against the hills in eastern Tehran over the last few minutes with a large fire seen burning. Yeah. That's a fucking massive cloud, dude. This is in Iran. This is Israeli strikes in eastern Tehran. Haaretz reports Israeli army sources say they need 1 more week to complete their target bank in Iran. Military believes it can achieve war objectives within that time frame. Officials say they have no intention of being drawn into a long war. Targets include Fordow nuclear facility. I don't know why the Israeli air defenses are failing this hard, but I also don't know why, if the Israeli air defenses are failing this hard, that Iran is not taking advantage of the situation. They couldn't get the iOS soldier to face the camera due to military censorship.
Were there any efforts to shoot down Israeli jets? What does Iranian air defense look like?
So when you ask about attempts, I will say that it's pretty obvious that the...
Oh, that's funny. Wait, why won't he show his face? I thought that what they were doing was fully legal. I don't get it. Why can't the Israeli Air Force pilot show his face on camera? I'm so confused. What's that about? I thought what they were doing was perfectly legal, perfectly valid, you know, facilitating a first strike against Iran, a totally separate sovereign nation out of nowhere. Why wouldn't that be?
Can you talk about those dangers? Were there any efforts to shoot down Israeli jets? What does Iran...
He's just shy. He's just shy, Chad. That's what it is.
Iranian air defense look like?
So when you ask about attempts, I will say that it's pretty obvious that the Iranian regime doesn't like the Israeli fighter jets flying over their skies, and they do have they have advanced their technologies on their side in the past years as well as we have, and we've been practicing and training for this type of scenario. So what we have done in the first 24 hours is create that environment so that whichever surface-to-air threat we would face, we'd be able to make sure that our side wins.
Can you talk about those?
Dude's not even facing the camera? Yeah. Hey, man, camera's over here, buddy. Buddy, I don't mean to embarrass you, but you're looking at your plane. He's just shy.
Those dangers.
Yeah, maybe he's blind and he didn't realize the camera was on the opposite. Sorry to be off topic, but have you seen this story? What? No. Evidence now suggests Gamboa is an anti-racist activist and punk rocker who has open carried to many previous protests without incident, and appears the 50-501 peacekeepers fired in the crowd without any probable cause. Oh, this is the story in Salt Lake City, right? One of the 50-501 peacekeepers just opened fire into the crowd and killed someone. No, not an anti-racist. No, an anti-racist activist. I read racist twice. I don't know if this is accurate, but it's explaining some of the Iron Dome. What? What? This is Sputnik, dude. Despite censorship, found this one. Whoa! I haven't seen this one before. I don't know where it's from. I don't know if this is new or not. Was the dude Chinese? This was the most psychotic fucking text message I've ever read in my entire life. From Ambassador Huckabee, a text message that was sent to President Donald Trump. Mr. President, God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania to be the most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. The decisions on your shoulders I would not want to be made by anyone else. You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there is only one voice that matters. His voice. You know Trump's ass hates this shit. This isn't even glaze because he's talking about God. And Trump does not give a fuck about God, bro. He is the Antichrist. Okay? I'm willing to bet he probably read this text message and was like, ugh, this fucking freak is texting me again. I am appointed servant in this land and am available for you, but I do not try to get in your presence often because I trust your instincts. No president in my lifetime has been in a position like yours, not since Truman in 1945. I don't reach out to persuade you, only to encourage you. I believe you will hear from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's. You sent me to Israel to be your eyes, ears, and voice, and to make sure our flag flies above our embassy. My job is to be the last one to leave. I will not abandon this post. Our flag will not come down. You did not seek this moment. This moment sought you. It is my honor to serve you, Micah Huckabee. Literally not even 10 hours after this, security alert, U.S. Embassy, Jerusalem. As a result of the direct current security situation and ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran, the U.S. Embassy has directed that all U.S. government employees and their family members continue to shelter in place and near their residence until further notice. Given the security situation in compliance with Israel Homefront Command guidance, the embassy in Jerusalem will be closed tomorrow.
We are sorry. We never wanted this.
Okay, that's bullshit. We are sorry. We never wanted this. There's no fucking shot anyone in Israel will be filming that and saying that. That's fake as fuck. Stop sending me fake shit. God damn. Khalil, no. Let's see if there's anything new from this. No. The last one is the Israeli air defense is saturating the air and failing to intercept one missile. Genuine question as an American, how does it feel seeing your tax dollars being wasted in such a capacity? I'm not going to lie. I'd rather have them be wasted in this direction rather than wasted offensively on Iranian soil or offensively in Gaza. We're used to it. There's not really anything you can do at all. I'd rather have Israel exhaust its capabilities, feel defenseless enough that they can no longer fucking continue doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Widespread internet disruptions hit Iran as state urges Meta app deletions amid war. Iran experienced major internet disruptions on Tuesday, which NBC reported were the result of a government decision rather than damage from Israeli airstrikes. A government spokesperson said access was restricted in response to Israeli cyber attacks as independent monitors documented a sharp drop in connectivity nationwide. NetBlocks reported a nearly 50% drop in international internet traffic, while users across Iran described widespread dead zones and outages as high as 75% in some areas. According to Fars News Agency, Iran's Cybersecurity Command issued new restrictions banning officials and their security teams from using any devices connected to public communications networks, including phones, laptops, and smartwatches. Cheering him on as soon as he comes on, only till he, as you know he would, because he always does, inevitably says some bullshit liberal Zionist genocidal apologia, denialism, ultimate humiliation, Western leftist, textbook naivete passed off as graciousness and leniency. Are you spamming this about my commentary over Bernie Sanders' somewhat reasonable assessment over the fucking Iran situation from literally an hour ago? Are you okay? I'm using that as a jump off point to talk about a fucking... I'm using that as a jump off point to talk about the lack of moral clarity from any fucking Western outlet. Like, not even offering a moment. Okay, it was 15 minutes ago. I don't know. Time is passing by at an insane level. Sure, 15 minutes ago. That's still fucking 15 minutes ago. He said Israel has a right to defend itself. Do you agree with that as well? I'd rather if none of my money went to Israel. I mean, I agree. But seemingly, that's not happening. So I'd rather exhaust the Israeli defenses to a degree where they feel defenseless and therefore are much more careful and restrained and don't fucking attack innocent Palestinians, innocent Iranians. Anyway, the point that I was making with Bernie's commentary wasn't necessarily just about Bernie's commentary, but was instead about the lack of moral clarity, like even a fraction of moment afforded to someone saying a thing that like the overwhelming majority of Americans believe. That's it. That's it. And if your hyper focus is on Bernie Sanders at a time when, like I'm mentioning, even with my commentary around Bernie Sanders' take, is that there is not a single fucking American media outlet that is exhibiting this response. I don't know what to tell you. As an Iranian, one thing that I know with certainty is that a country that has been shooting and starving people seeking aid is going to liberate my people. Oh, there it is. We found friend of the show agreeing. There it is. There's an Iranian. He said it. He must believe it. He must not have said it sarcastically. The Khojar missile production complex southeast of Tehran has been struck by Israeli missiles tonight, causing a huge fire. Oh, that might be the reason for why there's so much smoke. Will any of the U.S. officials suffer the consequences of their actions? No.
on vulnerable points inside the installation, you might hit the ground. This is what you see in Israel, but it's definitely a threat. So yeah, we have to be prepared to work against that.
And do you think it's something Iran would do the minute the U.S. gets directly involved?
I think so. I think so because that's what they've said. There's no reason why they wouldn't follow through once we do get involved. And so really, the longer we postpone getting involved, the greater the likelihood that the Israelis themselves will take out many of these assets that could threaten us. But as I read it, John, I mean, and I would be advising the president, don't make a decision until you have to. But as I read it, the silence from the White House after today's meeting, the arrival of the air bridge tankers, some other aircraft in, maybe Thursday, maybe Friday, maybe Saturday, we'll probably see a positive decision. Yeah, I think it's certainly leading in that direction.
The silence may very well speak volumes. What if Iran all of a sudden said it's going to shut down all enrichment at Fordo? Do you think that would be enough at this point to get Israel to stand down?
Well, not without some other assurances. So if they say that, then Israel, the United States, the International Atomic Energy Agency, we're going to go in there. We've got to see what damage is done. We've got to see what those facilities are. I'm not sure we know where everything is. And the strikes have been centered on Western Iran. They're not so stupid that they wouldn't put some stuff in Eastern Iran where it's harder to get at for Israel. So we don't know where those assets are necessarily. We haven't taken them out yet, so far as we know. And so there's a lot of work to be done. This is not a sort of make an agreement and it's up to you all. I'm sure we can trust you. Absolutely cannot trust.
Bro, this literally is the same as Israel claiming that hostages are the reason why they have to do a genocide in Gaza. This is the exact same thing. It's just a just cause. That's all this is. This is what they are using as a reason for why they must fucking strike and decapitate the Iranian leadership and destabilize Iran. It is merely a fucking ruse. Why? Oh my God. The fact that people are still entertaining this is so stupid. They struck amidst a denuclearization agreement, man. They struck amidst a denuclearization negotiation. It's the same thing. And the previous thing hasn't even ended. It's so fucking annoying. I can't understand how people refuse to recognize this. Like, does anyone still believe that Israel cares about the hostages? Does anyone even care about the hostages anymore? It's gone, right? Nobody even fucking gives a shit about the hostages. No one ever gave a shit about the hostages. They're still in Gaza. The Hamas-stages are still in Gaza. You know? Israel completely just dropped that. Fetterman on Kane resolution to set parameters on if the U.S. were to get involved in Iran. I'm going to vote it down. I really hope the president finally does bomb and destroy the Iranians. Just strap him to a fucking missile and launch him, dude. What are we doing? He's heavy enough for some kinetic action. God damn. If you're a real one, that's what you would do. You can even time it. You can even time it with your fucking son's birthday, like last time you tried to kill yourself, asshole. He did do that. He literally tried to kill himself on his fucking son. That's like not even a Felix bit. That was a Felix bit, but it's close enough to reality. Fox News' Peter Doocy reports ODNY Tulsi Gabbard was left out of the meeting. We covered this. B-52 bombers. They're only doing a fucking... They're only doing a training is what they said. Trump truce. We already covered that. Oh, here's Brett McGurk.
Region is just enormous. It is so enormous. I thought the president's trip was the right thing to do, very successful. What's happening in UAE is extraordinary. Saudi Arabia, throughout the Gulf, everything was just talked about in this panel. And Iran has been a huge problem in this region for decades. And what has happened to Hezbollah and Iranian networks and Iran since October 7th sets conditions for a much more peaceful, integrated Middle East that we all want. And Iran is a spoiler to that. There's just no question about it.
Yeah, the Atlantic Council. Here is war criminal Brett McGurk talking at the Atlantic Council. The Atlantic Council, as you know, is a famous pro-Palestinian charity and not a right-wing war hawk think tank for the American State Department. You might be mistaken if you're, following this stuff from the perspective of drama and girly pop nation style, girly pop nation adjacent commentary. And you might have been misguided into thinking that the Atlantic Council is actually a 501c3 that aids the Palestinian population. You might have even fundraised for the Atlantic Council without realizing what you were fundraising for. It is not. It is a right-wing war hawk think tank that works alongside the American foreign policy establishment.
So what's going to happen here in the next week?
Here is Brett McGurk, a genocidal warmonger that was perhaps one of Biden's most influential aides in continuing the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, speaking about Trump's policies so far and how impactful and good Trump's policies have been, his Middle Eastern tour has been.
This week, I think, or so, is potentially quite decisive. And if we were here 2 years ago, and the question was, hypothetically, what if Israel launches a massive air attack on Iran? Like tomorrow, what would happen? I think Halima would have said it's going to be all-out Middle East war and energy markets and everything else you can imagine. And actually, it's happening right now. Israel controls the skies of Iran. I mean, this is like, and I just have to say, I am proud of what the United States of America has done since October 7th, not without controversy. And these are hard calls. And they
Yeah, all the child murder, such a hard call for me. Brett McGurk, so unhappy about all the child murder that I sanctioned, that I aided in. Oh man, I hate it. I hate it. Except I fucking love it.
should be scrutinized. But I'm proud of what we have done to reduce the risks of an all-out Middle East conflict, to significantly weaken Iran and all of these networks that threaten so many people, and to set the conditions for a far more peaceful, prosperous, integrated Middle East region. With that said, there are going to be spoilers around and terrorist groups around and extremists around, many of them funded and supported by Iran. But an Iran without the sword of Damocles of a nuclear threshold state is a much different.
Yeah, it was really hard. I wanted to kill more children, and, there wasn't that much appetite from our Western allies.
Different problem. And here we are with potential to actually resolve that, at least for a significant period of time. And I will just finish. I hope Iran finds a way to take a deal, the deal that the U.S. has put on the table. But if not, I think there's another way.
Yeah, the other ways are violent. I spoke to Middle East Eye earlier this morning.
How does it feel to be in the U.S. at the moment?
I mean, it's chaotic. It's the end times. It feels like we are living through a dying empire, and a dying empire is always going to do a lot of violent things in its last breath. So that's what all of this instability actually is. I think America is trying to desperately come to terms with the reality that it is no longer going to be the hegemonic superpower, that China has become a true global competitor and is slated to continue growing. And I think in that process, we're trying to do to the best of our ability. We here in the United States are trying to pack up the entire Middle Eastern region finally. And that is going to, of course, be a tremendously bloody affair. And that's what's unfolding right now. We're just getting our ally or getting our extension in the region, Israel, to do tremendous damage. And hopefully, from the estimation of the State Department, of course, it's not my assessment, but the State Department hopes that they can potentially destabilize Iran enough and then maybe even implement a puppet state there so that they can move on to decoupling this oil-rich region from China as a major energy provider, so that they can weaken China's position around the globe.
End times. Hassan Piker, thank you for joining us here on.
This is a much longer. Video. I think it's like 30 minutes long, a 30-minute interview. But this is just one piece of it. Who was that? He was cooking. you can probably just play clips and vids from the past 8 hours because the things have not changed. It's true. I mean, this was earlier this morning. It feels like we are living through it.
So, President Trump, the peacemaker, from where you're sitting, how is that going?
It's definitely not going great. I mean, I never really believed that Donald Trump was actually going to be a peacemaker. I have a firm commitment to the theory that American foreign policy is uniparty. That's part of the reason why you're hearing Brett McGurk and even someone from the Kamala Harris campaign as recently as last week talk about how they are either directly aligned with Donald Trump in terms of how hard they would defend Israel or even trying to out. Why they shit all over your audio? They didn't. I just sound like that because I had just woken up. Flank Donald Trump in terms of how fast they would defend Israel, even though Israel has conducted this first strike against Iran amidst this Iran denuclearization negotiations that are ongoing. So yeah, Donald Trump was also a liar when he said he was going to end these wars. He said day one, Israel-Palestine, it's over. Day one, Ukraine, Russia, it's over. Now, of course, with respect to dealing with foreign adversaries like Russia, that's why is it fucking crackling the mic? A sovereign nation. It's a lot more difficult than to actually cause Israel to stop its ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Israel is not only a client state, but Israel is basically an extension of American foreign intervention in the region. It's basically an American state. We give 70% of all the defensive and offensive weapons to Israel since October 7. Israel would not be able to do. Fuck, this audio is crackling. Hassan Piker is very insightful. Nice. Try compressing your already gated and compressed. They're compressing your already gated and compressed signal. Did you do this over Zoom? I did. That's what they have. They have Zoom. Yeah, I saw a commenter say, finally, an apolitical commentator.
Over Tel Aviv, at least one making impact and some fires that we saw, but no casualties reported by Israel's emergency services. And we're hearing from...
Wait, so the Iranian Revolutionary Guard says Fatah 1 missiles sent a message of strength to Tel Aviv's delusional and warmongering ally?
And then compare that to 200 on Friday evening, and you have
so they use some of their good stuff. We didn't get to see the impacts
in the amount of activity that we're seeing coming from Iran into Israel. Now, what that is a result of, we don't know. The Israelis are saying that they have decimated about a third of Iran's missile launch pads, so that may certainly be a factor in this. It may also be that Iran is trying to conserve some of its firepower while it waits and watches to see what the U.S.'s decision will be in terms of taking a more direct intervention. And that's certainly a question here as well, Anderson, that people are asking themselves publicly. Israeli officials seeking not to appear to strong arm or weigh in too heavily on this issue, with the defense minister Israel Katz today saying basically we're grateful that the U.S. is helping us in a defensive posture and not really pushing any further than that. But privately, clearly, Israel very much hoping that President Trump will make the decision to join in this operation against Iran. And to that end as well, we have been hearing reports from the Israeli Air Force and also from people on the ground inside Tehran of heavy explosions throughout the night as everybody waits and watches to see what the next few days will bring. And certainly, just to add last thing, significant that the U.S. Embassy is announcing it will be closed Wednesday to Friday. They haven't really given an official reason for that beyond saying in compliance with what the Israel Homefront Command is essentially suggesting. And some Americans have been reaching out to me as well, saying that they're stranded, trying to get home, and at this stage, the U.S. State Department not really in a position to help them, Anderson.
Clarissa Ward, thanks very much. We'll check in with you throughout the hour as warranted. I want to check in with CNN's chief White House correspondent and anchor at The Source, Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, is it clear what happened at the meeting in the Situation Room, what the president's thinking is right now?
No, we know it was a widely attended event. Anderson, we saw everyone coming to the White House and then leaving hours later after this meeting inside the Situation Room had wrapped up. It included the Joint Chiefs Chairman, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Vice President, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. It was quite a heavily populated event, but obviously, the president does have meetings regularly with his team inside the Situation Room, but this takes on newfound importance because there is a critical decision before him right now, and we don't know as of this moment which way he is going to ultimately come down on this, but we do know that he is leaning much more toward having the United States get involved militarily in this and potentially help Israel strike Iran's nuclear program and nuclear facilities here. And so that is a major shift from where the president was a few weeks ago, a few months ago, certainly, when he was ruling out this idea of getting involved in the Middle East and saying that he wanted to pursue a diplomatic solution instead. And of course, now he's grown increasingly frustrated with how that process went. And he's been impressed by how successful the strikes by Israel on Iran have been. And that is really what's contributed to the shift in his mindset that we're seeing. And I mean, you could see it in his Truth Social post this morning after we got back from that trip that was cut short to Canada, where he was saying that, we know where the Supreme Leader is hiding. We're not going to take him out as of right now. A very obvious caveat that is, not really exactly settling to the Ayatollah himself. And so when you look at that, you get a real view into what the president's thinking is. And we did last night on Air Force One because we asked him, Anderson, about reports that maybe he'll send the vice president and his Middle East envoy to meet with Iranian officials and try to get some kind of diplomatic talk back on track. He was pretty dismissive of that when I asked him about that. He said, maybe I will, but it didn't seem like that was any real feasible plan that was in the works. And so
he was also pretty dismissive of Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI, when you asked the question, the important question, well, she just testified in March that the assessment of the U.S. intelligence community was that they were not, on the cusp of developing a weapon. What do you make of his answer?
Yeah, and she did testify during that moment that yes, there's a lot of uranium enrichment that Iran has, more than any other country that doesn't have a nuclear arsenal. But she was quite clear in March that they did not believe that they were actively working on pursuing a nuclear weapon. The president just frankly disagrees with that. And so it was notable to hear him dispute what his top spy chief is saying. She told reporters on Capitol Hill today that they are aligned, they are on the same page. But I talked to a lot of White House officials who said, obviously, this is the difference in their views that is shaping out. She has always been a non-interventionist. That is very clear, in her testimony and in her appearances that she's made, even as the director of national intelligence. But it's central to the question here, Anderson, which is what changed and why now? Why do they believe Iran is closer to developing a nuclear weapon that could warrant potential U.S. military intervention? And obviously, you've seen the Prime Minister of Israel defend that. And there's a question of whether or not that is a similar justification that the president uses here.
Caitlin Collins, thanks very much. We'll see you at the top. Interesting side note. Tomorrow, the president is scheduled to have lunch with the chief of army staff of one of Iran's neighbors, Pakistan, which is itself, of course, a nuclear weapon state. And joining me now, the New York Times Washington correspondent Mark Mazzetti and Politico White House bureau chief Dasha Burns. Mark, based on your reporting, how aligned or not had President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu been on Iran in the weeks leading up to Israel's airstrike?
What do you mean? They're fucking, they're circle jerking.
4 hours.
Well, they weren't really aligned for weeks and months. Back in April, Netanyahu was pushing similarly for a strike. Again, as you know, Anderson, Netanyahu's been pushing for years for the United States to join Israel in a strike against Iran. Trump kind of beat this back. But then in late May, American intelligence agencies picked up what they thought was pretty indisputable intel that Israel was about to do this, and they were about to do it without the United States. And I think what's important to point out is that Netanyahu, since last fall, has felt very emboldened to go after Iran because he no longer has a Hezbollah threat of retaliation from Lebanon. Israel has hit Iranian air defenses. And the Iranian missile capabilities have shown themselves over the last year to be weaker than expected. So an emboldened Netanyahu meant that he could push Trump and even do an operation on his own with the hope that if by starting it, he could bring Trump in, bring the United States in to kind of, quote, finish the job. And that's kind of where we are right now about whether the United States gets directly involved, especially with the Fordo bunker and other difficult targets.
I mean, I've been wondering how much the Trump administration is influenced by the weakness, the historic weakness of the Iran regime.
Bro, they just keep repeating over and over again that America, like every single person on mainstream media keeps saying over and over again that America, of course, is going to get involved. It has to get involved. What are you talking about? We have to get involved. We have to shoot the Fordo nuclear facility down. And the only way to do that is with bunker busters, you know?
A pretty clean and successful, at least first day of the operation, and Trump started calling around and sort of saying how much the U.S. actually behind the scenes was involved. Now that's one thing, right, to say that. The other thing is to then get directly militarily involved with American lives on the line, which is what he's now pondering with direct U.S. military airstrike. So this is sort of, there is this, war for the president's mind on this issue, right, within his circle of advisors about whether the United States should take this step, something that he said during the campaign he would avoid.
Yeah. Well, Dasha, to that point, is it clear to you who has the president's ear on this and to what extent he's listening to that advice? Because clearly it does seem, I mean, I know DNI Gabbard said they're on the same page, but it's certainly based on her testimony, it doesn't seem like it, and he sort of brushed aside that to Caitlin Collins.
Well, there are a number of factors here. Number one, there are a lot of voices in the president's ear, and he is somebody that with big decisions like this does like to call around and does like to hear a variety of opinions. You also have a lot of people who want to seem like they are influencing the president. So we've been very careful in our reporting to try to parse through who is actually influential and who just really wants to be. I will say the folks that are talking about the U.S. getting involved in regime change as though that is something that is very seriously on the table right now are off base, at least for the moment, from what I'm hearing from White House officials and allies. Regime change is not something that is seriously a discussion. However, taking out Iran's nuclear capabilities and the U.S. getting involved in that is something that folks are open to. And some of the sources I've been talking to have been traditionally staunch isolationists. They were in support of President Trump because he was promising no new wars. They're now pointing to way back when the president first launched his campaign in 2015, saying, remember, he was talking about preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons at all costs even back then. So maybe we forgot how serious he is about this issue. And again, the fact that these are kind of staunch America First people who are now recalling this and pointing to what they say has been a consistent position from the president on Iran for a decade plus, that is really telling as well here, Anderson.
Dasha, does it seem to you that the president has been essentially kind of, I don't know, if outmaneuvered or just maneuvered into this by Benjamin Netanyahu? Because certainly he was planning on having further negotiations, and then Israel launched this strike, and now the U.S. position seems like it's about to change.
Here's what I know from sources. He wanted a diplomatic solution. He felt like he could use some art of the deal tactics to make it happen, and he wanted more time. He did not want Netanyahu to strike when he did. But then he did, and then his hands were a little bit tied, and now the options on the table are different than what they were even a few days ago. Even over the weekend, there was conversation about some of the rhetorical threats that the president was posting being more threats to bring Iran to the table, see if he could call their bluff, vice versa. But now it feels like the White House is seeing that the diplomacy might not be possible anymore at this point, given the images on your screen right now.
Yeah, Dasha, Mark, thank you very much. Appreciate both of your reporting very much. There's a lot to get to throughout this hour. Coming up next, let's see, I want to go to, we're going to have more reports from the region, but I want to bring in Senator Chris Murphy. Air defense is in action a short time ago in Tehran, as we showed you. The Israeli Air Force says strikes on the Iranian capital are underway.
Let's see what Chris has to say. He's going to have a reasonable middle-of-the-road position.
Where do you stand on where the U.S. is now and what may happen, it seems like, from this administration?
Well, I think what you heard in the reporting just now is an indication of how weak the U.S. hand is here. Clearly, President Trump did not want Israel to take this action. We were literally in the middle of trying to find a diplomatic solution. The United States had enormous leverage, and Donald Trump is so weak in the Middle East that the Israelis essentially ran over him, and now we are speeding towards a war in the Middle East that the American people don't want. The fact of the matter is there was a diplomatic path, and there potentially still could be a diplomatic path. But anyone who is cheerleading the United States into a war with Iran has very quickly forgotten the disasters of the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War, where there were early tactical successes. But
fucking finally, Democrats are like, hey, by the way, this reminds us of the Iraq War a little bit, don't you think?
US interests and against our allies in the region. So I do not think there's support in this country for the United States to go to war again in the Middle East. And I would remind the president that he can't take any offensive action against Iran without coming to Congress first. He has no leeway here. The Constitution requires him to get
This is the first time mainstream media is having a contentious voice against Trump from the Democratic
because there is
Party.
opposition on both the Republican and Democratic side to the United States getting dragged into another potentially disastrous conflict in the Middle East.
How worried are you that Benjamin Netanyahu is maybe not just out for trying to eliminate the Iranian nuclear program, but regime change? And obviously the history of, what the U.S. has tried to do in terms of regime change, both in, Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere, has always had unintended consequences.
Well, that's exactly right. And whether or not Israel says that its intent is regime change, the nature of these strikes prompts the potential that this government will fall and potentially replaced by an even more dangerous regime. So this is a really dangerous business to get into. And once again, we should be making decisions based on what's good for U.S. national security. We do not have any obligation to follow an Israeli decision that likely has more to do with protecting Netanyahu's own political situation back home than it does with protecting U.S. national security interests. So this regime in Tehran is dangerous. It is dangerous to Israel, it's dangerous to the United States, but there are potential follow-on terrorist-led regimes that could be even more cataclysmic for our interests. We just have to have our eyes wide open as to the mess that we may be creating.
So what do you think the administration should do? I mean, do you think they should use the weapons that only the U.S. has?
Doesn't know how to respond to like super basic commentary.
That's a mistake.
I think that's a mistake. I don't think the United States should get involved in another war in the Middle East.
You didn't say Israel
very
hype,
clear
Senator.
That
What do you mean by
limited
this?
amount that we can do even with air power here. Our forces in the region are very exposed. We don't obviously need to talk about classified information, but it is open source reporting that we don't have adequate protection on many of our forces in the region. And so right now, Iran has not decided to strike at U.S. forces in the region. That calculus absolutely changes if the United States ends up getting directly involved. You are talking about putting some significant U.S. assets at risk and drawing the United States much more deeply into a war that may not simply be about air assets. We might ultimately have to commit land forces if a dozen or 2 dozen American soldiers get killed in the region. And again, that is not anything that the American people are asking for. Donald Trump made a promise when he ran for office that he was going to get the United States out of wars, not get the United States into a new war in the Middle East, which the United States participation in the Israeli air campaign may end up doing.
Senator Chris Murphy, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up next, in the wake of today's meeting that the president had with the National Security Council, we'll be joined by a former National Security Council member who's been in the room many times with Iran on the agenda. That's ahead.
I'm very pleased to announce live.
Donald Trump just posted the truth, and it's about a fucking flagpole. It's my great honor to announce that I'll be putting. He's trolling. It's my great honor to announce that I'll be putting up 2 beautiful flagpoles on both sides of the White House, north and south lawns. It is a gift from me of something which was always missing from this magnificent place. The digging and placement of the poles will begin at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Flags will be raised approximately at 11 a.m. These are the most magnificent poles made. They are tall, tapered, rust-proof, rope inside the pole, and of the highest quality. Hopefully they will probably stand at both sides of the White House for many years to come. Bro's just sitting on his golden shitter as his actions are causing the entire world to collapse. And he's talking about fucking flagpoles, dude. This sounds like bad spy code. No, this just sounds like perfectly Donald Trump. Yeah, he's signaling that he's going to drop Hiroshima and Nagasaki on Tehran. Okay, one at 7:30 a.m. and one at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's what he's time stamping. That's what the flagpoles represent. Or he's just literally talking about fucking flagpoles because he's an insane man who's old as fuck. Yeah, the two flagpoles represent the two different nuclear facilities, one above ground or closer to above ground, and the other one, the Fordow one, and the different time codes, the different timestamps that he's going to fucking attack Iran with the American bomber planes. Even when we talk about opinions on the Iranian diaspora, a trap I even sometimes fall into, the majority of Iranian Americans oppose military action against the country. This pro-invasion crowd is a vocal minority, but a minority nonetheless, just like those inside of Iran. Finding a majority of Iranian Americans oppose U.S. military action against Iran, 53% to 36%, with a plurality saying they strongly oppose U.S. attacks against Iran at 37%. So even the most reactionary element of Iranian society, Iranians in diaspora, my fucking neighbors, okay, even amongst them, this kind of attitude is still the minority attitude, but a very loud minority attitude. So when you like see in the news someone going, I am Persian and I believe Tehran needs to go bye-bye so I can eat kubide and wear bikini to the beach. Like, that is not the common perspective of the rest of the fucking the Iranian diaspora, okay? I want to go to my grandfather's home and eat kubide. That's just like, again, not the majority position. Why do you say MF Joom, he's back? Are offliners just signaling to one another that they recognize each other in the chat? Is that what's going on? Do all Iranians call themselves Persian or just right-wing ones? I feel like I don't know. I mean, it's people that say they are Persian and have the fucking lion flag are the Shah dick riders. I've been banned by Twitch for like a year. What the hell? For a year? What did you do? They're monarchists. PBD has a massive Pahlavi portrait in his living room. I know, we've seen it. It's dumber than just Pahlavi as well. There are, dude, it's so funny. It's not just him. It's literally him, I think, playing poker with like Elon Musk and Patrick Bet-David and Donald Trump and like Napoleon or something. It's even fucking dumber than you think. That in and of itself is really fucking stupid. And I think Tupac as well. Einstein, Tupac, like, it is, someone has to have the photo. It's gotta be. Someone's gotta have the fucking photo. It's so stupid. Early voters in New York City's Democratic primary question why Zohran Mamdani listed first on mayoral ballot. Wow. Me too. It must be the fucking, what is this? Oh, fuck. A subreddit from a bygone era. But yep, this is it. This is it. They're not playing poker. Oh my God. MLK. Okay. Milton Friedman. Pahlavi. I don't know what the fucking racer guy is. Patrick Bet-David. Tupac Shakur. Abraham Lincoln. JFK. Albert fucking Einstein. Ayrton Senna. F1 Brazilian driver. The irony is there are two socialists in this image and one guy that at least Karl Marx was very fond of, Abraham Lincoln. Why are you guys saying three? Who's the third socialist? Oh, Tupac. Oh my God, I forgot. Oh my God, you're right. There are three socialists in this image. Oh my God. Oh my God, I fucking forgot. That's crazy. Yo, that is crazy. This is incredible. This is why I love Patrick Bet-David, even though he's a fucking moron. Inside the confused mind of Patrick Bet-David. Yeah. Trump on internal MAGA criticism. Let's see if the MAGA, let's see what kind of internal turmoil is happening in the MAGA circles.
Atlantic, Trump hit back at some of these critics saying he is the one who came up with America First in the first place, so he gets to decide what it means. This is, I mean, we were just talking about peace, right? Like Trump, it feels like he's a little bit at war with himself because he said all the time, I mean, he wants to be known as the peacemaker, the deal maker, the guy who ends wars. And yet here he finds himself defending another war.
Well, I don't think Trump's defending the war. Trump's defending Israel's actions, and within a week or two, he's going to try to find an off-ramp to bring it to peace. And as for Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon, they do not define what the MAGA or the conservative base is. There's two idiot conspiracy theorists. The base, the MAGA base, the conservative base, believe me, they're all behind Trump, and that's it. He's the one that calls the shots on what kind of defines that MAGA base. And he's not trying to get us into a war. He's trying to get us out of that war. And yes, and he understands the political ramifications if it goes too long, if it doesn't work out. So that's why I think he's back in D.C. doing everything they can to kind of cut a deal to end this within a couple of weeks.
Than the governor's given credit for. Meaning, I think that this is really a divisive issue within MAGA. I don't think everyone in MAGA is saying, okay, we're with Trump on this. I think there are a good number of high-profile MAGA figures who are saying, this is not what we signed up for. Now, does that mean they're going to stop supporting Donald Trump? No. Yeah. But it means that on this issue, we're seeing a fracture that we have not seen up to this point within MAGA world. And that is a big deal.
I mean, Trump is supposed to have broken with the neocons of the world who, the Lindsey Grahams who are pushing for the U.S. to get involved. And I think that there's a feeling of betrayal here. Marjorie Taylor Greene, another one of these very close Trump supporters, big backers of his, says anyone slobbering for the U.S. to become fully involved in the Israel-Iran war is not America First MAGA. They're putting a line down, and Trump is being forced to make a choice.
Yeah, but we just saw a little clip. I don't know if you asked Steve Bannon straight up, you think Iran should have nuclear capabilities? I'm pretty sure he would say no.
No, he doesn't, but he doesn't want the U.S. to be involved in the fight.
Okay, but unless the U.S. is involved, we may have a big problem. And the other thing, Abby, I think it may be a little naive not to recognize.
What is happening, bro? On CNN, panelists are outflanking Steve Bannon.
Donald Trump is born and raised a New Yorker, surrounded by Jewish people, more Jewish people than anywhere else in the United States of America. His daughter is now Jewish. His grandchildren are Jewish. All his good friends are Jewish. And this, as you just reported, there's thousands, tens of thousands, maybe.
Listen, you don't get it. Donald Trump's got a lot of Jew friends, all right? I don't trust them. They're money guys. I don't fucking know. He doesn't either, but he knows them. What was I saying? I don't know, something about nuking Iran. I think we should do that. What does this have to do with anything?
Hundreds of thousands of Americans in Israel. So it would just be a dereliction of duty if he didn't step in and protect.
What the fuck? What is Cornell was doing there, bro?
American interest. We have military interest there. We have human being interest there and cultural interest there. They're the only democracy in that area. We need them to stay a democracy.
Look, though, he was just in the Arab world. He's got a lot of friends there, too. They just gave him a $400 million jet from Qatar. So I think a lot of people voted for Donald Trump because he told America that Joe Biden and the Democrats were going to lead to World War III. He said that he was going to end wars on day one. Certainly, he said that about the Ukraine war. I think that and Ukraine-Russia war. I think that once he got in there, he's realized it's not as easy as he thought. That just by the fact that he swore in, things are not going to end and things are not going to change. I think it's difficult for the MAGA world that there's a faction of it that is very isolationist and doesn't want us to be involved in anything, to accept that this is the reality of being the leaders of the free world if we are still that.
Yeah, I mean, you see, when you're transactional all the way down, my dear brother, it means that you have only permanent interests no permanent friends, no permanent enemies even. It's like Thrasymachus in Plato's Republic. You just go through the world believing you can have transactional relations with everybody. It's a very sad way of being in the world, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Which means that any minute he could betray any group.
But when you're president of the United States, don't you have those types of relationships all over the globe, from North Korea to Iran to...
But he, as governor, you had to have some integrity. It's not reducible to transactional.
I only got...
Is that true, though? Am I right?
True. Look, I had relationships with everybody. And I think Trump's approach is, look, to make sure we're protecting America's interests. I think to Arthur's point exactly, it is in our interest to make sure, and it's in everyone's interest to make sure there's nothing nuclear in Iran, and that is very much an America first in America's interest.
Netanyahu made it very explicit. He said it's America first, not America dead. Essentially, I mean, that's pretty stark.
Yeah, but I think we have to ask the question: how involved is the U.S. actually? I mean, my understanding is yes, the U.S. has been involved in assisting in knocking down some missiles that have been coming into Israel. Is that significant? Yeah. Does that mean that the U.S. is at war with Iran? No. Does it mean that the U.S. is providing bunker busters to get rid of Iran?
That's exactly what that means. What are you saying? We can just bomb a different country and it's still not considered being involved. Is Scott Jennings still in Israel? Oh my God, that's why he's not on the panel. Scott Jennings went for Tel Aviv Pride and he's stuck there, dude. Oh, that's so funny. I really hope his ass is not getting out of there. I hope he's just stuck there for as long as Israel chooses to continue this fucking campaign. And his ass is just stuck listening to fucking Psytrance, stuck being a human shield for the Netanyahu campaign. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my God. He has to sit there and listen to fucking Mike Huckabee every night. Oh, he's back. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I thought Israel wasn't letting anybody fly out. How are these guys flying out? Isn't the airspace completely closed? Or you really think World War III is even in the cars with everything happening? At Zach Rar. Yeah. Based. Yeah. Well. Based. Yeah. Trump's based. He's going to save us. He's going to make America great again. Yeah, it's real clear. Fuck around and find out. Did I give you what you wanted? I think so. I think isn't that good? Saw something a bit ago where Israel's letting out visitors but not their own citizens. Fatah's powerful and maneuverable missiles tonight passed through the missile defense shield, shook the Zionist cower shelter many times. Tonight's missile attack showed that we have gained complete control over the skies of the occupied territories and that its residents have become completely defenseless against Iranian missile attacks. What are you fucking memeing? Why is the RRGC fucking putting out memes, dude? What are they doing? Oh my God, they're going to get fucking collapsed on. The statement appears to be a direct response to the Israeli and U.S. claims of air superiority. Israeli officials recently said that the IDF had established control over Tehran's airspace by destroying key air defense systems. President Trump also declared on social media, we now have complete and total control over the skies in Iran. By the way, daily gift limits preventing gifted subs. Wait, what? There's a daily limit to how much you can gift? What's the Delilah? Thank you for the holy moly. 100 gifted subs. Iranian state account dropped a banger meme. I don't want to believe that this is real. I hope that it's fucking so lame. I don't think this shit's funny. Is Iran tweeting like King Von, or is that just fake news? Yes, it's fucking fake news. It's a random account that is not affiliated with the Iranian state that a lot of people have thought is the Iranian state. And I haven't really, talked about it because it's cool that people think that the Iranian government is posting like King Von and they think they're farming aura or something, but it's not real.
If their back is against the wall, they feel this is the regime is going to live or die based on this, and they are so inclined, could they fashion some sort of crude nuclear device?
No, not with 60%. minimum is 70%. You just got to get the uranium-235 isotopes close enough together that once you start the reaction, it'll go to explosion and not fizzle out. That's why 70, 80, 90% is preferable. The unknown here is what you would do once you got a crude device. So instead of fashioning it into a device you could fit on a warhead of a missile to deliver that way, that might take you 1 to 2 years. Perhaps you just want to do something you can deliver in the cargo hull of a ship, or by truck, or by airplane. Well, that you might be able to do in a couple of months, a couple of weeks. You just don't know. That's why the idea of attacking Iran now like this is really rolling the nuclear dice. Maybe you can succeed. I say there's a chance of that, but there's a far greater chance that this could lead to the kind of catastrophe that military and intelligence officials have been warning about for 20 years. There's a reason we haven't done this before. The risks are just too great. There are alternatives to military action, and that is diplomacy. It's the only thing that has worked to stop Iran from getting a bomb. It still has a chance to work if the President of the United States can make up his mind and decide what he wants to do.
And just briefly, the risks you're talking about are not just of, what kind of regime takes over. Are you talking about a nuclear risk in an attack, that a bombing of a facility could actually have a radiological event?
Right. If we attack Iran, and it looks like we're going to do that, there's a number of things that people have warned about that are likely to happen. Closing the Straits of Hormuz, shutting off, therefore, about a quarter of the world's oil supply. That will sink stock markets around the world, could throw us into a global recession. U.S. bases in the area are going to be attacked. U.S. missiles are going to start attacking sites, perhaps throughout the Middle East, where U.S. forces are involved. The Quds force could start attacking U.S. and Israeli interests outside the region. These people know what they're doing. They can blow up restaurants, blow up symbols of U.S.
finally,
power.
someone with like a little bit of
things
fucking
could start
sense
to break out at this point. And then at the top of that list of unknowns is that Iran could announce that it has a nuclear weapon and that it has smuggled it into a port of a European ally or of the United States.
This is pure fantasy, but like the other stuff is not wrong. There is like supposed to be an active military
Do a
deterrent.
nuclear test to just show us that it has a nuclear weapon. What do we do then? That's why this is such an unnecessary gamble.
Joseph Sterncioni, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you. Coming up next, the Republican divide over the Israel-Iran conflict, how the president...
I don't even think there is that much of a divide amongst Republicans, man. I think that they will be whipped back into submission. Like this whole like Marjorie Taylor Greene / Tucker Carlson meta, all of that I think is just pure show. MAGA is a cult. And as much as there are, some naysayers in the podcast sphere, this, by the way, I saw this as an ad on my Twitter timeline. I fought in enough fake wars. I think I'll sit this one out. First of all, Sean Ryan, you're like 60 years old and you're a podcaster. I don't think they're going to be calling you back for one last job. Okay. Yeah. This was an ad on my Twitter timeline. He bought this as an ad. That's why he's got 73,000 likes. Why wouldn't they just say they have a nuke and say, end the hostilities now, we have a nuke? And if they were going to use a nuke, why the fuck would they use it? Oh God, I'm effing again. Fuck. Oh my God. Hold on. Hold. It's a bigger F than usual. Fucking they nuked my ISP Lamo. What is going on? What the fuck is this? Jeez, Lord. Okay, it's back. It's back. It's back. It's back. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're freaking back, baby. We're freaking back. But probably delayed. Huge delay. I suspect a major delay. Okay, testing out the delay. Hit 1. Press 1. Press 1 to test out the delay right now. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, That was the craziest fucking delay of all time. I couldn't even wait. I couldn't even wait to test it. I couldn't even wait to test it. I had to hit it. Chat, that delay was literally like 60 seconds plus. No, I hit it. No, not even 28 seconds. No, I hit the refresh while I was counting because I was like, it's so long. There were some people that refreshed, I guess, and they only had a... Okay. Test the delay now. Spam 1 if you hear me. Spam 1 if you hear me. Yeah, okay. Delay's gone. That's crazy, dude. That was wild. That was the longest delay I've ever seen. Okay. The real test of this, of course, is subscribe now. Subscribe now. Subscribe now. Fuck spamming 1. Subscribe now for free with a Twitch Prime or for $6 with a regular Twitch subscription. That's the only way to see. Or gift subs. Shopna, thank you for the 10 gifted. Phoenix Emoji, thank you for the 5 gifted. What's the Delia? Thank you for the 10 gifted. Now we know. Okay, the delay's gone. It's fixed. That was crazy. Okay. I was making fun of Sean Ryan. The Daily Show on Iran having nukes.
Not stopped. Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time.
Okay, everyone's done this meme at this point.
It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
Hey, it's not a serious question. Couldn't Iran just pretend they got a nuke and tell the world? It's not like we could prove that they own or whatever. Why couldn't they just lie? No, they can't. They can't just fucking be like, we have a nuke now. People now remember it, but suicide bombing started in the Shias in the 80s, IRGC in Iran, Iraq war, and Hezbollah in Lebanon. One of the reasons why the U.S. didn't try to assassinate Khomeini when he closed the Hormuz in 1987 was fear of mass suicide bombings of Western capitals. If clown Trump kills Khamenei, prepare for mass such bombings in the West in retaliation. I don't know if that'll happen. I don't even think that that's a fear that America is entertaining. Also, there is so much more surveillance now and so much like anti-terror capabilities that I doubt that it would even be a successful operation. Okay. Brad Lander, ladies and gentlemen, New York City comptroller / running for New York City mayor, was apprehended by masked agents and detained by ICE at the New York immigration courts. He's whimsical even when getting arrested. That's funny. Oh my God, he's still dork maxing instead of aura farming. That's crazy. How is that possible? I mean, listen, much respect to Brad. That was cool as fuck, but that's still crazy. That's still crazy. He's still dork maxing at that point.
Do you have a judicial warrant? Do you have a judicial warrant? Can I see the judicial warrant? Can I see the warrant? I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it?
You don't have authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
Sir,
You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
say that?
You don't have the, I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial warrant.
You're arresting a
By asking for a judicial warrant?
Dude, they are crazy, bro. The Trump admin is going crazy mode with this. This needs to happen. This needs to happen way more frequently. Like, not the arrests, I mean, just lawmakers directly putting themselves in harm's way. They can't arrest everybody. Okay? Yeah. Brad Lander, A-OK in my book, went up multiple notches. Check out this angle. You can see his wife warned him they're approaching, so he instantly locks arms with the man. New York City comptroller Brad Lander was arrested for assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer. Our heroic ICE law enforcement officers face a 413% increase. God, nothing makes me angrier than seeing the fucking Department of Homeland Security post like soy posting. I cannot fucking stand it. It's the same principle behind like Israel supporters literally being like, we are the permanent victims, actually, while in the process of doing a historic, unprecedented, violent incident, like an unprecedented in modern history. I guess, well, not in modern history, but like since the last Holocaust, doing the new version of it while simultaneously claiming victim. It makes me so angry. It is so fucking disgusting. It makes me so mad. our heroic ICE law enforcement officers face a 413% increase in assaults against them. It is wrong that politicians seeking higher office undermine law enforcement safety at a viral moment. Oh, yeah. So Brad's wife says, hey, they're coming to snag him, and he instantly locks arms with him. That's cool. Brad's the man, dude. Brad Lander's the fucking man. Respect. McLaughlin, if you lay hands on an officer or impede their enforcement action, you will be arrested, as we just saw here. Earlier this week, we saw Senator Padilla go and crash Secretary Noem's press conference and aggressively approach her. Aggressively approach her? What do you mean? Like, an American senator aggressively approached a press conference to ask a question. I don't want to say what I think because I will get arrested. Not just banned, but probably arrested. So I'm not going to say anything, but I'm thinking it and I'm very upset. That's all I'm going to say. I'm so upset. Okay. I am very upset. I'm holding back from what I'm thinking. I will not be saying it. Let's just watch the rest of this video, and I hope I won't say something that will get me in trouble.
Enforcement actions, you will be arrested, just as we saw here. But Brian, even more than that, we're seeing an epidemic of Democrat politicians who are seeking higher office, much like the mayor of Newark, who went and crashed Delaney Hall and tried to get into a secure facility. Then earlier this week, we saw Senator Padilla, a sitting U.S. senator, go and crash Secretary Noem's press conference and aggressively approach her. I mean, this is
aggressively approach her.
Just the third one in a row. These guys want their 15 minutes of fame, and they want to do it off the backs of our ICE law enforcement officers, and we won't stand for it in this administration. Our law enforcement officers, their safety comes first, and so does the American citizens as well.
You know, same line they use. Yeah, this is her. I didn't know. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't know. This was Trisha McLaughlin, who said I was lying for likes. Okay, I'll say it. She's kind of bad. All right, I'm sorry. Fuck. All right, she's still a Nazi. Fuck her. She's a piece of shit. Okay, let's keep going.
You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant. Stay back, please. Stay back. For your own safety.
Where are you taking him? Hello?
Since you have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens, where are you taking me? And with what authority? With what authority?
Step back, guys. Step back, please. Security detail. Number one is going to go with him, all right? Hang on, please, number one. Hold on.
Moments ago, New York.
You have weird days. Why you gotta be a bruh guy sometimes, lol? I've gone probably like, what, 200 days without incident? It just slipped out, okay?
City mayoral candidate Brad Lander walked out of court after being detained by federal officials. He's now free and frustrated.
The rule of law is not fine, and our constitutional democracy is not fine.
This just hours after Lander was handcuffed and taken into custody outside of Immigration Court in Lower Manhattan. And good evening at 5 o'clock. I'm Sade Bedarinois.
And I'm Mike Marza. Brad Lander had been accused of assaulting and impeding a federal officer. Federal agents in Lower...
Can everybody calm down? You guys are acting like I'm gonna fucking send her flowers. She's a fucking psychopathic Nazi piece of shit, okay? God damn. Everybody, you're making a mountain out of a fucking molehill, okay? Calm down.
You don't have authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Sir, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
This is video of ICE agents taking down City Comptroller Brad Lander and then placing him in handcuffs. The mayoral candidate arrested at Federal Plaza.
Burgles, thank you for the 100 give this subs.
This morning, after observing an immigration hearing, the Democratic mayoral candidate linking arms.
Yeah, they calling you a lot of names, but not a liar. True. That's true. They are. They're saying a lot of names in the chat, but ain't nobody calling me a liar. Oh.
With an immigrant who ICE agents were trying to remove, setting off the dramatic confrontation. This is how it started.
You have a judicial warrant. And I see the judicial warrant. I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it?
I peeped the IG unk. You are not valid for that take. Okay, I didn't even know she had an IG.
A DHS spokesperson says Lander was arrested for assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer. And then a statement goes on to say, it is wrong that politicians seeking higher office undermine law enforcement safety to get a viral moment. No one is above the law, and if you lay a hand on a law enforcement officer, you will face
Why is this local news anchor yelling?
consequences. But moments ago, Lander released and walking out of Federal Plaza with Governor Hochul.
And do what I could to intervene. But to my knowledge, there are no charges. Charges have been dropped.
But I'm happy to report I am just fine. I lost a button.
Assemblymember Zohran Mamdani is surging in the mayor's race. He and Lander have cross-endorsed each other's candidacies.
This is not about an election. This is about ensuring that we protect the city and the country that we love.
Now, this is a live look at Foley Square, which, by the way, was quiet until Brad Lander was arrested. Now, by the way, he just showed up here moments ago, and as expected, to a hero's welcome. The frontrunner in this mayor's race, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, he is also coming to Lander's defense. In a statement, he says, "This is the latest example of the extreme thuggery of Trump's ICE out of control. This is not who we are." It goes on to say, "This is the direct result of the mayor handing the keys of our great city over to..."
Andrew Cuomo forgot he's running alongside Trump as opposed to running against him, you know? For a moment he forgot, I think. For a brief moment, he's like, this is not who we are. I would definitely not do the exact same thing, except I too am also incredibly right-wing, like Eric Adams, and also am compromised in the same exact way that Eric Adams is, with a Department of Justice case that is hanging over my head that will allow Donald Trump to use me like a fucking flesh puppet with his hand shoved directly inside of my asshole. Like, he's like, yeah, I hate the current mayor. I am literally him, but Italian, okay? Forgot his biggest donors support ICE. If you're wondering why Andrew Cuomo is so soft on ICE and why he hasn't called for Brad's release, you can just follow the money. Andrew Cuomo's biggest donors raking millions from ICE. Reporter regarding Cuomo responds, 5 fellow mayoral candidates came here within 90 minutes of you being arrested and called for your release. What does that say about the tenure of the mayor's race? Was one of them Andrew Cuomo? It was not. Imagine that.
Was one of them Andrew Cuomo?
It's not. I wasn't going to say that.
Imagine that. Look, I mean, this is a critical time to have a mayor who will stand up to ICE and stand up to Donald Trump and insist on due process and the laws of this city.
By the way, Ted Cruz says he has no idea what the population or ethnic mix of Iran is. He wants to help U.S. He wants the U.S. to help Israel bomb and destroy the country anyway.
I don't know the population at all. No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay.
I can't believe. Come on. Come on. Dude, he thought he could have got him there. Oh my God. What is happening? What is this realignment happening? What the fuck? Why the fuck is Tucker Carlson on the right side of this? How is this happening? Please stop.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay.
No. This man literally is the son of a CIA agent. This is the son of a CIA agent. He is a white nationalist through and through. And not only that, but also he quite literally used to say we have to bomb Iran. Iran is a primitive country. I can't believe this man is on the right side of this issue.
Yeah, how could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. Why is it relevant whether it's, it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant? Because if you don't know anything about the country... I didn't say I don't know anything about the country. What's the ethnic mix of Iran? They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So actually, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran. You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who claims anything about the country. No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad. You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump? Yes, I do. Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that... We're carrying out military strikes today. You said Israel was. Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is
Israel.
high stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Dude, John Schwartz says, I've always dreamed of interviewers asking basic questions of the killer clowns who run America. I can't believe it took Tucker Carlson to do it. It is remarkable that all it took for this level of access and deep comfort from Republican senators that you can interview without any sort of editorial restrictions would only come at the tail end of a 30-year fucking career being a hatchet man for every Republican administration. Like, Tucker Carlson is doing basic journalism, okay? This is super basic stuff. I cannot believe that Ted Cruz gave this interview to Tucker Carlson, and I suspect it's because he has a sense of comfort with Tucker. He has a rapport with Tucker because Tucker Carlson has played, I guess, the long days. Tucker saying Iran deserves to be destroyed years ago? Yeah.
Tucker, aren't we the only country allowed to make preemptive strikes? Who the hell does Iran think it is?
Actually, I know you're sort of kidding, but I agree with that. I think we are the only
No,
country
I'm not
with the
kidding
moral
at all.
authority. Rather, we
Yeah.
are. That's absolutely right. The only country with the moral authority sufficient to do that. The only country that doesn't seek hegemony in the world. I do think, I'm sure I'm alone.
We're the only country that doesn't seek hegemony in the world, Tucker Carlson said in 2012. I mean, respect to him doing this now. He also said this about Fox News, which I don't even know what the fuck's going on there. Tucker Carlson says Fox is a propaganda network that manipulates their mostly elderly audience. He should know he played a role in it, a formative role in this.
Claim. That's not like their viewer surveys. Like, we need a lot more Mark Levin. Less Jesse Waters, more Mark Levin. What they're doing is what they always do, which is just turning up the propaganda hose to full blast and just trying to, knock elderly Fox viewers off their feet and make them submit to a new war. So
he freaks me out every time he laughs like a fucking monster. His fake laugh is so alarming.
What?
I still hate Tucker Carlson, but he cooked. Like, unconditionally cooked here. This is fantastic. This clip is supposed to be an attack on Zoran. The Bulwark podcast says globalizing Intifada chant signifies to him a call for Palestinian human rights, as the word is being used by the Holocaust Museum when translating the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising into Arabic because it's a word that means struggle. Okay, this is correct. So what's the attack?
Who I would say am less comfortable with the idea of banning the use of certain words, and that I think it is more evocative of a Trump-style approach to how to lead a country. And I think especially when we've seen...
Sure, but like, does that just make you uncomfortable? Like the phrase globalized intifada, from the river to the sea, does that make you uncomfortable? Or do you think...
Okay, those are different. Those are super different.
They're not
those are
really.
Like different genres.
I'm sorry, I'm asking Zoran. Then they're not really different to me. And to some people, they're not different.
Oh my God, fucking Bulwark. God damn it, Tim Miller. Holy fuck.
I know people for whom those things mean very different things. And to me...
Yeah, Cam is on Bulwark now, and he's the reason why this fucking Zoran thing is happening to begin with. Friend of the show, Cameron Kasky. And Bulwark is like the fucking rhinos, the Never Trump Republicans who are super libbed up now.
Ultimately, what I hear in so many is a desperate desire for equality and equal rights in standing up for Palestinian human rights. And
Tim also fucking hate. I don't think he likes me too much. Imagining me and Tucker Carlson in a bar fight and suddenly we realize that just for the next 5 seconds we're fighting the same people. I've never seen Ted Cruz this pissed off before, downright outfoxed by a basic reading of Wikipedia. This clip is gonna fucking earn so much for Tucker Carlson. He's gonna get so much cred. Fuck.
I think what's difficult also is that the very word has been used by the Holocaust Museum when translating the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising into Arabic, because it's a word that means struggle.
Sure.
And as a Muslim man who grew up post 9/11, I'm all too familiar in the way in which Arabic words can be twisted, can be distorted, can be used to justify any kind.
Damn, lightest way of checking him. Zoran is pretty good at doing this, where he's like, he's giving Islamophobia, sweetie, without being fucking 2014 Tumblr with it, you know? Because at the end of the day, that is what it is. Being afraid of Arabic fucking words is unironically the most racist nonsense. We don't do that for anything else.
Kind of meaning.
Yep.
And I think that's where it leaves me with a sense that what we need to do is focus on keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe. And the question of the permissibility of language is something that I haven't.
Twitter purity leftist hate Zoran doesn't crash out and explain things calmly. Yeah. Zoran Mamdani's remarks first reported by Matthew Castle. Per credible reports, Zoran Mamdani is days away from developing a nuclear weapon. Yeah. I've been very careful and I've been very worried that they were just going to they were trying to rat fuck. They were trying to rat fuck Zoran, and they're going to still try to rat fuck him like this, but I don't think this works. Rabbi Mark Schneider of Hampton Synagogue and friend of Cuomo calls on Mamdani to immediately apologize to New York City's Jewish community for equating Intifada with the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Schneider says a direct insult to Holocaust survivors and families. Yeah, all Zoran needs to do is stand next to one Holocaust survivor, okay, who says, no, that's not the case. That's it. Pack it up. One, like, 97-year-old anti-Zionist Jewish guy who survived the Holocaust. Get Gabor Mate on there, somebody, okay? And just turn around and be like, nope, it's great. Would be a great service as well. I posted it on my IG story to vote for Zoran, and two family members immediately replied saying, you know he's anti-Semitic, right? And then they followed up with a Canary Mission video. Nice. At this point, yeah, I saw the fucking Rabani joke about Zoran Mamdani. Yeah, he got the Bernie endorsement today, which is, I mean, the Bernie endorsement is just like, it's consequential, but it's nowhere near as consequential as the AOC one was.
We're so close to Election Day, but believe it or not, the hardest days of this race are yet to come. Because right now, Andrew Cuomo and
Isn't it anti-Semitic to use Jewish people as a human shield like Israel's doing right now? No, when Israel does it, it's awesome. And if you call it out, then it's fucked up. But no, I think like this is a performance. That rabbi is doing this to defend Cuomo and to attack Zoran. And it's an election. So he should follow through on that performance and be like, see, that's not true. Because that rabbi is using his position of authority and his Jewish background to launch a totally ridiculous fucking smear of anti-Semitism towards someone who is not anti-Semitic at all. And therefore, the best response would be to do the optic play and literally have a Holocaust survivor, or maybe like Norm Finkelstein, come out and be like, my parents were in the Warsaw Ghetto and they would be ashamed. Something like that.
billionaire allies are spending millions of dollars to try and defeat our movement. Cuomo's super PAC has dumped $5 million in the last week alone, lying about me and my policies. And there's at least another $5 million coming. For the next 9 days, you won't be able to turn on your TV, check your mail, or even watch a YouTube video without.
What is going on, bro? What the fuck? Hey, yo, full crash? That's crazy. Full crash, baby. Big Cuomo got my ass. We're back, though. That's annoying. Is there a fucking delay again? Oh, there definitely is a delay. There's like a refresh. There's a delay. Throw up ones. Stop posting ones before I ask you to fucking throw up ones. All right, good. The delay is not that bad. Never mind. Let's continue.
Don't want to pay just a little bit more in taxes to make a better city for all of us. The landlord lobby knows I'm going to freeze your rent. And Trump's donors know I will actually fight this authoritarian regime. How do we fight back? Through our most powerful tool, you. That's why in these final days, I'm asking you to knock on as many doors as you can. And what's that? For our out-of-state friends, we're asking you to make as many phone calls as possible. You have the power to set the record straight. These next few days are going to be a fight, but it's one worth having, and one we can win together.
I think I'm going to start asking you guys to throw up different numbers. Sanders endorses Mamdani for New York City mayor.
For New York City mayor. The primary is 1 week from today, and we just learned Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders will be endorsing Zoran Mamdani. Today, Sanders saying in part, at this pivotal and dangerous moment in American history, status quo politics is not good enough. We need the kind of visionary leadership that Zoran is providing in his campaign. In my view, Zoran Mamdani is the best choice for mayor of New York City. This comes a day after Mamdani and Michael Blake cross-endorsed each other.
Ranked choice voting will decide this election. And Michael and I, one of the many things we agree on from the beginning of this race has been the necessity of turning the page on the politics of the past, whether it's Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo.
Meanwhile, mayoral frontrunner Andrew Cuomo had a Get Out the Vote rally joined by union leaders and members.
You wonder why the city's not run well, because we haven't had.
Dude, New York City unions that have endorsed Andrew Cuomo are fucking pigs. Pig unions. The rank and file will not follow through on this, but it doesn't matter. I cannot fucking stand how many stupid fucking pig unions exist and how aggressively they serve the interests of establishment Democrats that will destroy them for no real reason whatsoever, even for just simply ideological reasons. Stupid fucking pig unions, dude. God damn. Really leaning into the fucking stupid ass meme. The New York Times editorial board says, don't rank Zoran, a state rep who's won several significant legislative victories because he has less relevant experience than perhaps any mayor in New York City history, and instead recommends Tilson, a hedge fund manager with zero government experience, while also simultaneously presenting Bernie Sanders as an alternative who gets shit done. And then lo and behold, a day later, Bernie Sanders endorses Zoran. But, oh, we already covered this, yeah. Oh, Iran definitely shot those jets down. I know. Zoran Mamdani connects with poor people and young people and unfortunately is a local version of Bernie Sanders, according to one of New York Times panelists opposed to Zoran Mamdani, an NYU professor. He's not just speaking to poor people, he's speaking to young people who are not poor, but they feel he's talking to them. Unfortunately, he's basically running a Bernie Sanders local version. How do you slap unfortunately in front of that without any sense of shame? This is indicative of the Cuomo attitude on the street. Even his canvassers hate him. I asked Andrew Cuomo canvasser sitting on the corner of my polling site watching YouTube on his phone why isn't he handing out the lit materials, and he said, I'm being paid either way and I don't like the man Lamau. Cuomo and the super PACs backing him are going to spend $20+ million on ads before June 24th. I think the best part about this is that like most of the attack ads make Zoran look good. That's it. You think Zoran has a chance of winning this? It's tough. It's a tough race. I'm not going to lie to you. I think a lot of people are just they're checked out. It's a New York City mayoral primary. The super boosters that go out and fucking vote in these sorts of events are old, boomer, totally fucking brain poisoned, Gen Xer, often incredibly reactionary libs. So it's a tough race. It's a tough fucking race. Not gonna lie to you. He's going up against an institution. The Cuomo family has brand recognition, tremendous brand recognition. Yo, Gen X is getting thrown under the boomer buzz. Gen Xers are the most reactionary fucking generation. They're more reactionary than boomers. If we're doing generational politics, which is not something that I entertain beyond memes, Gen Xers are literally known as the fucking lead poison generation for a reason. It's literally a blip on every metric. If you look at every metric, they are more reactionary than fucking boomers are. They are literally the lead poison generation. It's crazy. If you look at like predisposition towards violence, like on every metric, it's like this. It'll be like boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, boop, Zoomers, you know, millennials, whatever. Gen X, boom, massive blip, and then back to boomers, it goes down. Obviously, that's not the entirety. That's why like generational politics like this are stupid, but it's crazy.
Had a qualified, competent mayor who knew how to manage the city.
Stay with us on air and online at ABC7NY for the latest in the race for New York City mayor.
Big city Dems are going socialist in liberal New York City. AOC and Bernie-backed Zoran Mamdani, a proud Democratic socialist, is surging, leading Andrew Cuomo for the first time, but it's just in one poll. And this, of course, is in the New York City mayoral race. Now, among Zoran's biggest socialist promises are freezing the rent, city-run grocery stores,
like
and
literally none of these are socialist, man. What are you talking about? And they also, this is what I meant when I said, when they try to shit on Zoran and talk about his policies, it comes across like a ad, not an attack ad, just an ad. Oh, wow. I can't believe it. He wants to freeze rent. How's that going to work? That's terrifying. I'm a renter and I really want my rent to go up. Like, what are you, fucking stupid?
Essential workers to replace the police.
Freezing your rent as the next mayor of New York City. And as mayor, I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores. I'll make childcare available to all New Yorkers at no cost.
Stop. That's terrifying. I hate that. That's so scary. That would be really fucked up.
Greg, what could go wrong? I think I'm all in for Zoran.
I am too. I would love to see social workers instead of cops, instead of handcuffs and pepper spray. They could bring pictures of their cats and their Dave Matthews CDs. That'll do it. I feel like the Democrat Party is on a kamikaze mission. You know, if the party's going to go down.
I love getting my notes about what the Democrats should do from the people that are incredibly antagonistic to the opposition. Like the people that have presented themselves openly as the opposition to the Democrats, being like, here's what you guys should do. It's like, nah, you know, I'm thinking I'm not going to hear you out. But of course, I'm not a fucking Democratic Party staffer. I'm not a DNC operative. I am not an establishment Democrat who unfortunately only listen to the fucking opinions of people like Greg Buttfeld when making decisions. And that's why they lose all the fucking time, because they're stupid.
We're going to take the whole ship with us. The remaining sane Democrat.
Yeah, guy who hates your cause. This is going to be really bad for your cause. Literally all I have to deal with on a daily fucking basis is like Asmongold fans fucking coming in here and being like, dude, you are so radical. You're really hurting the Palestine cause. It's like, bro, I can see the things you say. Okay. Like your previous comments are literally talking about how Palestinians deserve to be murdered. You don't care. You don't care about the pro-Palestinian movement, you fucking idiot. Shut up.
If there are any, Jessica, you got to weigh the cost of sticking with these social justice suicide bombers because nobody wants this. It used to be cities were actually an actual sanctuary where you married commerce with.
Come on, bro. Keep going. Social. First he said kamikaze. That didn't hit. Then he said suicide bombers. Then he's going to say Zoran Mamdani is going to strap fucking IEDs to his chest and explode himself while screaming Allahu Akbar at the site of the 9/11. Like, come on, dude. Increase it a little bit. People didn't get it the first time. People didn't get it the second time. Social justice suicide bombers.
Security, safety in numbers. You could do business.
Yeah, this Zoran Mamdani, weird name, by the way. Very scary. What is he, a Muslim? Yeah, he's really trying to do another 9/11 in New York, huh?
It wasn't like the Wild West. Now it's worse than the Wild West. It's a magnet for mayhem. Sanctuary cities did that, where the worst behavior is rewarded and decent people live in terror. They don't even take public transportation. The left love to say, this is worse than 9/11, whether it's January 6th or Trump's reelection. I'm telling you, man, the Democrats under Bill de Blasio managed to do to New York City what Al-Qaeda never could do, which is destroy our will to fight.
I'm not going to speak anymore. Wow. That's crazy. I don't know what to say about that. That's fucking, I don't like this man, Hassan. Why are we watching him? I just jokingly said, what's next? He's going to say that these guys are going to do a 9/11 on the party. Like they're doing a 9/11 in New York. And he just said it. He just straight up said it. It was like the next thing he said after I unpaused.
And destroy our will to live. If this guy even gets close to being elected, dude, you're going to see this. You're going to see this go to hell.
Well, the good news with Greg's analysis is Mr. Zoran is only ahead in one poll. Cuomo, the guy they chased out of the party, is ahead by double digits basically everywhere.
You know, you said it last segment. I've been trying to save New York City for years, but if they don't want to be saved, then screw them. I left. Everybody else is sitting here. You thought they'd hit rock bottom with de Blasio. How much worse can it get?
It's like Daniel Penny.
Sure.
Same analogy. It saves all these people's lives in the subway, and they charge him with murder.
Right. So they're just going to keep voting for dummies. And what? The rent keeps raising. Crime keeps going up. You can't drive anywhere here. There's migrants. Biden ejected about 1 million of them. And they're even considering voting for this guy. There's a famous quote, which I'm about to butcher, that says that normal people learn from their own mistakes and wise people learn from other people's mistakes. You'd think the Democrats in this city would look at San Francisco and say, I don't want to be them. but they're sitting here about to become San Francisco.
Interesting.
San Francisco's good now.
No, it's not.
My goodness. Okay.
You like Mayor Lurie.
Jessica, I want to ask you this.
The new mayor is
I don't
great.
even know who that is.
Jessica,
Well,
okay.
that reflects
Ugh, it's so stupid. I can't deal with this.
Attack ads and a surprise takedown of one candidate by the New York Times editorial board. Yes, we are in the final week of a heated Democratic mayoral primary.
It's definitely heated. Political.
It sucks because there's an argument to be made to these disgusting fucking liberals in New York, these elitist, smug, entitled, out of touch liberals, about why Zoran is the man for the moment. Okay? And that is, he's a fighter. That is what the party needs. Okay? Someone who is young, someone who's a fighter, someone who's going to fucking lit the fire under the asses of our fucking gerontocracy. And yet, these guys hear the socialism word, they hear his takes about Israel, and they go, oh my God, this is fucking terrifying. More Chuck Schumers. Let a million Chuck Schumers bloom, please. They don't understand. And I don't know how to fucking convince these dipshits. The elitist, out of touch liberals is his base. White, college educated, and affluent is his base. Democratic primary politics is weird. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fucking New York Times. I'm talking about the real fucking, the premium elite, okay? The cream of the crop. Those are the motherfuckers who write these articles, who then get reported on by all of these media outlets, who then actually inform the working class boomer black and brown voters that are currently still in love with the Cuomo franchise. Okay? That's how this works. Because ultimately, yes, all the fucking college-educated white men are voting for Zoran. That's one thing. But the reality of the matter is, a lot of the New York primary mayoral voters that are going out and voting and putting Andrew Cuomo as their number one are doing so because of name recognition and incredibly simple reasons, like the fact that the New York Times will attack Zoran. They think Zoran's name is kind of weird. Maybe they saw a fucking New York Post article. Those liberals do have the capacity to inform the Democratic primary voters, but they don't. They did this with Bernie Sanders too. They did this exact same thing with Bernie Sanders, where they rat fuck Bernie and aggressively attacked him. The Democratic Party's like all institutions worked in real time against Bernie Sanders, and then they packed it up and turned around and fucking were celebrating the fact that, like, well, black people don't fuck with Bernie. He must be racist. They buried him. They rat fucked him and then they buried him. That's the liberals that I'm talking about, the very specific group of liberals that do actually have a lot of influence in a key demographic, Democratic primary voters, the aunts, the uncles, those people that go out and vote. They get their information, maybe not directly from New York Times, but from secondary outlets like this one that's covering the New York Times article. If there was more positive coverage about someone like Zoran in a way that, if there was more positive coverage about Zoran in a way that actually like convinced the aunts and the unks, because the New York Times was writing about it in that regard, where it's like, well, a lot of people have discontent about the way that the party is going. And then they talked about how this is a fresh voice. Then all the aunts and the unks would be on board with Zoran too, or more of them would be.
Marcia Kramer joins us now with the story. Marcia.
Well, Jessica and Christine, the New York Times editorial board decided not to endorse in the mayoral primary this year, but it is a blistering non-endorsement that is threatening to reverberate through the final days of the campaign because it affects the two frontrunners in the race.
Are we ready to win for Andrew Cuomo?
Andrew Cuomo held a massive get-out-the-vote rally with union members. Zoran Mamdani and Michael Blake cross-endorsed each other as part of a strategy to use ranked choice voting to hurt Cuomo. But the development that pulsated through the Democratic mayoral primary was the decision by the New York Times editorial board to urge voters not to vote for Mamdani. We do not believe that Mr. Mamdani deserves a spot on New Yorkers' ballots. His experience is too thin, and his agenda reads like a turbocharged version of Mr. de Blasio's dismaying mayoralty, said the Times, referring to former Mayor Bill de Blasio. Mamdani poo-pooed it.
These are the opinions of about a dozen New Yorkers,
and a democracy will be decided by close to 1 million New Yorkers. They certainly have the right to their opinions, and New Yorkers have the right to their votes.
Andrew Cuomo was only too happy to agree with the Times.
So experience, competence, knowing how to do the job, knowing how to deal with Trump, knowing how to deal with Washington.
Like, if Andrew Cuomo wasn't like a rapacious rapist, they literally would have endorsed him in a heartbeat, and they'd be sucking his penis on the editorial board. They'd be like loving it. I'm willing to bet they're so mad that it had to be Cuomo, and they couldn't prop up like a fucking more viable candidate who hasn't been in the SEO as like a fucking rapist murderer of grandparents. Okay, like, because you're gonna look up Andrew Cuomo in the New York Times, and then the fucking related articles are like, Andrew Cuomo sexually harassed every woman in broad daylight in his near vicinity, including cops. Andrew Cuomo, cop rapist. You know what I mean? It's like, obviously, they can't fucking say that. They can't be like, oh yeah, we love Andrew Cuomo, cop rapist. So they have to do a non-endorsement because they're cowardly fucking douchebags.
Knowing how to deal with the state legislature. These are basics. And I believe in on-the-job training, but not as mayor of New York. And then you wonder why the city's not run well. Because we haven't had a qualified, competent mayor who knew how to manage the city.
The Times raised objections to the former governor's ethics and conduct, but admitted, quote, he would be better for New York's future than Mr. Mamdani.
There you go. New York Times does a non-endorsement, fake endorsement, because they're too cowardly to fucking do a real endorsement. New York Times endorses cop rapist Andrew Cuomo.
All this as the two top contenders took to the airwaves to troll for votes. This is part of an ad by Cuomo super PAC, Fix the City.
Listen to Zohran Mamdani.
I was quite open to what would be considered being a radical from a very young age.
What will that mean for us? Mamdani actually wants to move the homeless into our subway station.
Mamdani. Some say he's playing the knockout game with the elderly. Zohran Mamdani, he wants to move the homeless into the subway stations is awesome. What the that my mom was talking to one of her friends, another freaking academic, okay, from New York, and apparently my mom's academic friend from New York saw this stupid fucking ad, and now she thinks I can't in good conscience rank Zohran Mamdani is number one because of what he wants to do to the homeless. So I told my mom, because she was asking me, like, how do I convince her? And I was like, tell her you will never talk to her ever again unless she ranks Zohran number one and does not rank Andrew Cuomo. I was like, put your friendship with this dumbass academic on the line before she makes this incredibly idiotic mistake. I can't stand, oh my God, I can't stand the liberal intelligentsia. Let me tell you something, okay? Oh my God, I can't stand them. Their politics are so repulsive. I promise you, they are the Reddit / neoliberal contingency. Like in the real world, you're like, oh, no one actually goes to r / neoliberal in the real world. These people don't, but they just have that fucking downloaded into their brains, that kind of attitude.
Trump's billionaire donors support Andrew Cuomo, so it's no surprise they're lying about me.
He's promising to defund the police.
I'll partner with police to deliver real public safety.
Brad Lander was endorsed by Peter and Daniel Arbini, whose dad died of COVID in a nursing home.
He has gaslighted our family. He's never apologized, and he continues to lie.
I mean, it is stunning how little responsibility for Andrew Cuomo's actions he has ever taken.
Now, the primary is a week from tomorrow. Early voting has already started, but the ad barrage from all the camps is just getting started. And if you've ever voted in an election in New York, your mailboxes are probably full of flyers from all the candidates. Can't wait.
Yeah, every time I look up at the television screen.
Look, you're not wrong about the related New York Times articles. Why Andrew Cuomo's critics say he's just like Eric Adams. Cuomo was contrite about a sexual harassment scandal. Not anymore. Women versus Cuomo, revisiting a history of harassment complaints. Yeah, you search Andrew Cuomo on the New York Times, not a lot of good stuff's going to come up because it was newsworthy at the time and the New York Times had to write it. I can't stand these demons. I've been hurt too many times, so I'm just maintaining my hopeful, my optimism. And that's all it is. And that's all I got for the time. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to be in New York this upcoming week for the New York mayoral primary. Speaking of Zoran. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace.
Damn, this guy's good.